What is up, everybody? Welcome on into this edition of Warchant Game Day. I guess the second phase of it. It's the game watch through Warchant Game Day brought to you by Zaxby's of Tallahassee. I'm Aslan Hajivandi. Who cares? We got Dominic freaking Robinson in the house. He's going to watch a game all night with us. Florida State taking on Duquesne. Rain delay pushing us at 6:30. Dominic and I will be hanging out first half. Tom Lane coming in the second half to close it down. And then the postgame show with Tom and Gene to follow. So we got you connected here on warchant.com the entire game day experience. It's amazing. Subscribe to our website, warchant.com. It's only $1, everybody. $1. This guy's $1 million of knowledge up there between those ears. What's up, Dominic? How are you, bud?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Game Day. The first one. First of many. Excited, man.
They made it. What would be going through your head if you started your opener? You know, you got an FCS team coming to town. You got a really big game the next week, and you got a 2-hour delay nearly. You know, what would be going through your head?
I can't even put into words how upset, frustrated, disappointed. I mean, the first one, any game that gets altered in terms of stopping, delayed, pushed back because of TV or commercials or whatever, it always sucks. But, man, the first one is like, I can't even put into words what these guys are feeling. And it doesn't matter that if it's Duquesne or playing with your brother in the front yard. You don't want to be delayed of a football game. And you got a game and it's scheduled, like it's go time. And these guys, man, athletes, especially at this level, are incredibly tied to their routines. I mean, certain guys high five a certain player at a specific time on the clock. Yep. And that means the world to them. So for that to all be altered before your season even gets going, man, it sucks. It sucks for me, and I'm just a fan watching, so I can imagine how the players are feeling right now.
Yeah, we see them running on the field right now. We're not going to actually have the game on this screen right here. We're just a watch-along party. So as you're watching at home, you can follow with Dominic and I. We think we're synced up, D-Rob and I. I might be a second or two ahead of him or vice versa. So we won't be popping your comments up because we don't want spoilers. But it looks like they're pretty close to getting started. And the crazy thing, too, Dominic, is that, man, 4 o'clock, it was beautiful. 4:30, it was okay. And then so I'm sure they were getting ready to get on the field and play a football game, but then they had to get off the field and then go back to their entire routine. And then it's also wet, which I guess, might help out Duquesne, right? Speed becoming equalized a little bit, maybe on a wet field for the Dukes.
Yeah, it's something that I wonder somebody like a Belichick and some other coaches actually will do this on purpose in practice. They'll break up a practice. I wonder if we have done anything like that to prepare for a lightning delay. You really only have one every 2 or 3 years, so I don't know if it's worth it to practice. But in terms of the rain and playing on a wet field, yeah, it's going to be. I don't know that it's quite an equalizer, but it's definitely typically gives the underdog a chance anytime that the surface is off. So that'll be something to watch, but we've always said, its surface is bad for both teams, so it's not like they're playing on a better surface than we're playing on. And the field looks great, man. Shout out to the fields crew.
Yeah, man.
They did a great job getting that thing ready, man. That looks really, really good. Of course, typically it does this early in the season, but man, that looks great.
Also, real quick, this is pink. If anything, it's pink. People think I'm wearing orange right now, Dominic. Get a phone that works, everybody. Get your white balance up. I'm not wearing orange. So chill out, everybody. And it's smoke. Gregory Moran's asking, that's smoke or fog. It's a smoke machine, the fireworks and stuff going on right now. So, we're going. They're moving along in there. But it's not raining at all. I'm at Hotel Indigo, Dominic, which is college town, which was like rundown warehouses and nothing when we were in school. But now it's like this awesome place where there's shops and restaurants and bars and everything. So I'm at the Hotel Indigo. I'm on the roof where we had our pregame show. Doak is behind me, but you can't see it because of the contrast of the screen. But it has not stopped raining at all. I mean, it is just a steady rain. It's drizzling right now. But all right, it looks like the game's about to finally.
Here we go. Yes, sir.
I'll let you know. You let me know when I'll let you know when they're about to kick it off. All right, the ball just got kicked off. So hopefully we're close.
Yeah, I am probably a second behind you.
Okay. Oh, I mean, can we just pick a gap and hit it, Dominic? Can we just pick a gap and hit it when we're returning a kick?
Yeah, we definitely need to do that. That's that McCall kid. I really like him. He's going to be a good player.
All right, here we go then.
Talented player, talented returner.
Darius Washington is starting at center for Florida State with Maurice Smith being banged up and Kanan Lyles being out for the year. We'll see how that affects the snaps. Look at Jordan's stats from last year. Crazy. I thought he completed way more than 63% of his passes, but we'll see if he can build on that this year.
Running the ball into the boundary.
Oh, there we go. That'll work. Trayshawn Ward with the first handoff of the season. Good. We like Trayshawn. A lot. We heard a lot about Lawrence Toafili and Trey Benson this preseason camp, but then we see Ward with the first handoff of the year. What kind of rhythm do you want to get in early in the game, Dominic? I mean, you got everything scripted out, right?
Yeah, man, and you definitely want to get completion just like that. You want to throw like a now, quick screen early, and you want to run the ball early also. You want to set the tone. You want to kind of establish the physicality of the game. Like, hey, we're going to come right at you. We're not going to go around you. We're not going to try to go over the top of you. We're just going to go right at you. But I was just going to say, especially in a wet environment, you want to throw quick screen now. Something where you're just catching and throwing. You're not reading. You're not even dropping back. You're just catching and getting the ball out of your hands, letting the guys run, letting the wideouts run.
Were you guys scripting plays back in your day?
We did. Early, we didn't, and then later we did.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. Second down now for the Noles I got over here. I think we're about 10 seconds behind everybody, but you guys can either sync up to us or, watch us react after you guys see it happen and see how we react. But a lot of Trayshawn Ward. That's good to see, man. Again, we had heard so much about all the other backs. We kind of forgot about Trayshawn, and he's running quite nicely. And the offensive line's holding up well, huh?
Yeah, man, they're getting a good push. He's not getting touched till he's well past the line of scrimmage.
Oh, boy, there we go. I mean, all day, D-Rob, right? All day. Let's keep feeding the guy. Feed 8.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I was, with all these guys they added at the receiver position, I was hoping they might become a little bit more of a pass-first offense, but I don't know how much really can determine what their identity is going to be against Duquesne, let alone a first drive. But they're definitely
and
run.
Yeah, and the conditions too.
Yeah.
With the rain and the weather.
I mean,
and if you're going to go 8 yards per chunk,
right.
There's no reason to put it in the air at all. So now here's a good spot. It's going to be either second and short or first and 10. It'll be a good spot to go play action and try to get your touchdown right here. From the 27, this is a real good spot or maybe pump a now screen, something like that.
There we go.
No, take the first down.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have.
And that's where the script deal is. You got to have sort of a loose script because of the conditions, because of what all of a sudden we can't block the D tackle. The script tells me that I need to run inside zone here, but I can't block the D tackle. I need to go off script, so that the evolution of the script has really changed. I can remember when I was in college and even maybe a little bit before, like the 49ers, for instance. I think this was George Seifert. They used to script and they weren't coming off the script. Yeah. They would 20 plays and they weren't coming off the script. And then as guys started to evolve, we started to get a more loose script, and that's kind of where we're at today.
Nice job there by Mike. I mean, so on those sort of scrambles right there where you're just kind of dragging out a play, I mean, as a receiver, are you just trying to get to the chains as they go to commercial break and get the
Well, everyone has a role. Everyone has a role. So it's essentially, if you're short, then you stay short and you work all the way to the scramble side until you get to the sideline. And then you can only work lateral. You cannot work vertically because there's somebody on that next level. And you don't want to run into him or you don't want to run your defender more than anything into that zone.
Gotcha.
And, if you're long, then you get to the point where the quarterback can no longer throw it and you work back from that side, from the scramble side. So if I was running, a deep go and I'm 50 yards downfield, I'm not going to continue to run till I'm 75. I would work down the sideline to that side. But the big thing with the scramble stuff is knowing where the chains are too. There's a drill that you'll do where you work the intermediate guy will work to the sideline, work vertically to get the defense to get back off, and then he'll sit down when he gets to the chains. That's what just happened right there with Micah Pittman. So that's good job by him working sideline drill, getting he got both feet in there, and those are big plays, man. Anytime you can move the chains, you love it.
Real good opening drive so far for Florida State. They got a total of 69 yards, if my math doesn't fail me. Jordan, 2 for 2, 17 yards, as you can see on your screen. Trayshawn Ward, 4 attempts, 38 yards, 9.5 per clip. And then Lawrence Toafili for good measure, 2 carries for 14 yards for 7. Micah Pittman, his favorite go-to guys so far. So maybe some good chemistry developing for those two guys. Obviously, you know a lot about Johnny. Micah, though, another guy that's really shown out well in camp here. Makes you kind of excited about what this offense can be with some legitimate, strong receiving targets, right, Dominic?
Oh, yeah, I'm excited about watching Micah play. Obviously, he's a talented guy, and come from a talented bloodline, and definitely excited to see what he'll do, and again, opposite some of the other guys that he has, and if we can run the ball, those guys are going to be real dangerous out wide, both him and Johnny and the other guys.
All right, the Noles got second down now here. Let me see exactly where they're at. I got all these tabs open, tabs upon tabs upon tabs, D-Rob. They're on the Duquesne 11, first, second. I got 2nd and 1 on my screen here. It says 1st and 10 on the stat broadcast, but second down it shows on the stick. So coming out of the timeout, what are you going to call up?
They're running inside zone all the way. Oh, outside zone.
I mean,
what a.
There we go. That's Duquesne. That's Duquesne being Duquesne. That's Duquesne being Duquesne. We'll take it. But
that's a great individual effort right there, man.
I don't know if we can do that against LSU next week, but we're not playing LSU right now, so we'll take it. First down now for the Noles.
No, move the chains.
Yeah. All right, let's get Jordan on. Let's get Jordan on the loose right here, man. Let's do a little play action. Let's roll him out to his right. He's got the whole field side to operate with. All right, a little RPO. There we go, Johnny.
Oh, Johnny.
We told you he was going. Did he drop it?
He did.
Oh, Johnny, come on, Bubby.
Came out.
I mean, just as you guys can see, there.
You got to finish that.
Yeah, you got it.
You got to finish that, man. That's got to be a catch. That'd been your first catch in the Garden and Gold. That'd have been pretty cool on the first drive. Yeah. So what I tell my guys all the time, now somebody else is about to take your touchdown.
Oh, so do you go back to him, does he have to earn it?
Well, I do. I believe, and this has nothing to do with Johnny. I was just joking about it yesterday. Man, when a guy has a drop, I want to go back to him quickly because I don't want him thinking about it. I don't want him carrying it over to the next drive. I don't want him sitting on the bench and guys coming up to him saying, hey, man, focus on this or focus on that. Like, I want to get the ball right back in his hands as quickly as possible. It's harder, obviously, when you're down here in the red area.
Well, spoiler, D-Rob, they're going to score a touchdown here. We'll see how it turns out to be. All right. Yeah, good. Yeah, good luck. Good
This
luck
guy.
defending that.
No, you're not stopping him. Not
Good
down
luck
there.
There we go. Jordan Travis doing Jordan Travis things for Florida State's first touchdown of the season.
Special player.
That was a pretty efficient drive right there, everybody. Pretty efficient drive. Drop notwithstanding. So that's 12 plays, 82 yards, in 4 minutes and 50 seconds, Dominic.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
That is awesome. That's really good drive, man.
Oh, what are they going for 2? What is that? What are we doing? It's an FCS team. Come on. Dominic, what are we doing, Dominic?
Here's what that is. It's just it's an automatic based on how they line up. So it's not a call. It's just a play that you line up this way, and if you get the look that you like based on the numbers. Now, here's the thing. You don't do it unless you're going to complete the freaking pass. Like, you can't miss. You can't. So you know, if you have any sort of question, any sort of doubt on it, can I not get to the edge? You know, again, wet surface, wet ball, you just snap it and kick the extra point.
That's what I'm saying, Dominic. So,
you kill it. You know, in this case, you kill it.
Dominic, 19 was a high school quarterback. So, I mean, he got talent there.
Yeah, but this is probably a situation that hadn't been talked about.
Right.
Which, again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier in terms of like a Bill Belichick would have actually practiced this scenario. Yeah. He would have had his team go back to the locker room. They would have come out and they would have done an extra point and say, hey, it's lightning and thunder and it's raining and the surface is wet. Right. We're not running our automatic, go for 2 on the extra point. So those are the things that, being prepared, and now 19 gets in on the tackle.
The guy who threw the bad pass now is smacking his helmet like he just saved the game.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. But Duquesne helping us out by not taking the fair catch and getting on the 25-yard line, so they're starting deep in their territory. Looks like it's going to be Joe. Is that Joe Mishler or is that Parantes? It looks like Joe Mishler is going to be starting for them. I think he got banged up, as you guys can see the graphic on your screen. He got an ACL injury last year. They don't have a lot of talent at wide receiver. They do have their leading rusher back, and they've got pretty much their right side of the offensive line is returned, but the left side's been replaced. So we'll see what they can get done here. All right. Right end for 5 yards. Billy Lucas, I think, is the name of their running back who led them last year. Maybe I think it shade over 4 yards a carry, Dominic. So I can hear them on the PA. I think there might have been a flag on this next play we're about to watch. A lot of guys in the box right there. Okay. Illegal man downfield. What are we doing?
Oh, jeez.
What? No, they flag that? For what? That can't be targeting.
No, it was late, out of bounds.
I got a glare on my screen. I don't know. I know Mike Norvell's not happy right now, but I wouldn't be too mad at my guy. Would you pull your guy aside and coach him up right here, Dominic?
No. I want my guys playing angry.
Yeah.
No, I don't. There's nothing. You're gonna play that way. I may still chew him, but I'm going to put him right back in.
Oh, he just got chewed. Yeah. Good gosh.
I'm not saying that I would chew him, but I'm also going to I'm going to pull him aside a little bit later and say, hey man, you keep living on the edge. Like, you can't win football games if you're not teetering on the edge.
Well, maybe you go tell your defensive coordinator to be the good cop. You can chew him out and then let your DC go.
Right,
hey man,
right, right.
I don't know what to think about the stat broadcast throwing the plays up beforehand, Dominic. It's like a spoiler that I don't like.
Well,
we do it for the people, though. We do it for the people watching, which if you're watching us, if you could hit the thumbs up, we'd appreciate it. If the Noles get a stop here on 3rd down, let's get a thumbs up.
It's 2nd down.
Yeah, well, the stat broadcast shows. I'm going to try not to look at it, Dominic. I'm with you. You and I, we're in the foxhole together on this.
I wasn't looking up.
We're 30 seconds behind the rest of the world.
So are they seeing?
The people
watching on cable, they're seeing it on when the stat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think we should just show our beautiful faces, but the boss wants to have some stats up, which I get it. Let people know where we're at in the game if they're just tuning in.
Yeah.
I have to get up and adjust this TV. I got a nice big television out here they got for me, but it's got a good sized glare on it right now. 3rd and 9, they rush 4. All right, nothing doing. Good coverage. Good coverage.
And that's a big thing is like in a situation like this, you would like to see him play better up front. You'd like to see him get a little bit of less push, but more than anything, man, you got to be in 3rd and longs. You start to get into 3rd and shorts against a team like this, you're going to be in big trouble.
Yeah.
That's where you start to see teams stay in games that shouldn't be in them. You let them get 4 yards on 1st down, 4 yards on 2nd down. Now we're 3rd and 2. You want to see a 3rd and longs, and you shouldn't get beat on 3rd and longs. We saw they rushed 4 there, so they feel like they can still get pressure, play coverage, and not worried about the quarterback making an accurate throw even without bringing pressure. So that's a good sign that lets you know that they're confident in their guys. They're 4 guys up front, and and again, getting bigger than anything, man. Getting in the 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8 is a big deal. You want a lot of those here in this first half.
Warchant Game Day is brought to you by Zaxby's, everybody. Platters are delicious. Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all. Anytime is right for the Zaxby's platters. Just as long as you're hungry, feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget the world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. Which begs the question now, Dominic. Chicken nuggets, boneless wings, the same or different?
Oh, those are different.
Thank you, man.
That's different. Yeah, those are not. It's not the same. Is there somebody that argues that they are?
Half of the world, Dominic. Half of the world.
Really? Is this a thing? This is something I didn't know about.
Unbelievable.
I did not know about that. That's bad, man.
Listen, when Deuce was like 5 years old and you guys would go out to a restaurant, he was like, Dad, I want chicken nuggets. If you brought him boneless wings.
You're not getting them boneless wings.
I'm saying.
No, you're not getting a kid. There's no kid at lunch and 8-year-old lunch, 2nd grade lunch going, hey, I'd like to have boneless wings. Oh, they want chicken nuggets.
There we go.
Those are not the same. That's not even a discussion.
I don't care what happens the rest of the season. I'm happy. That's just all. I'm totally cool now. Thank you, Dom.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like the action is back. Mike's got his guys huddled around him. I mean, how many? I feel like I don't know. Did we do lines with Bobby like every time out huddling around him? We just kind of huddled around our coordinator at that time, right?
Coordinator, yeah. That's always been a thing. Never Bobby, no, ever. He would come. He'd be around the outside, and then he'd stick his head in.
Right.
To throw his little 2 cents.
Well, I guess Norvell calling plays now. Maybe he's a little more active there in those out of timeout situations. So Alex Atkins getting face time. He deserves it. What he's done with this offensive line has been really impressive, man. Hopefully when they get back to full strength, we'll see the full power they have. But so far, so good. I guess just going to keep running the ball until they prove they can't do it.
Oh, yeah. Especially down here when you're backed up. Counter.
Oh, boy. There he goes.
Well, that's from what I saw at Memphis. That's Mike Norvell's favorite play right there is counter.
So, I mean, counter's as simple as –
counter is just you see the guard in the tackle pool there, so that's called GT, counter GT. And so they'll pull to the run side, and there's your now. That's just a run play. They're loading the box. If there's too many guys in the box, run the ball, you just throw it now. It's a really good long run play. It's safe, easy. Get you into a manageable second down situation. You'd like to get 4 on it. I'd say that. I'm big on my wideout, so we got to get 4 out of it.
And we're super early here, obviously, Dominic, but at some point, it's going to grow from frustration to like demoralization if you're Duquesne, right? When you know they're running.
Without question. Yeah, that sucks. That's the worst. And that's why you try to establish the run early like this is, it's not necessarily about establishing the run. It's more about establishing that we're going to just chunk you down the field. 8-yard chunk, 12-yard chunk, 6-yard chunk, 8-yard chunk. That whatever it is you're doing, it's that sucks. As a defensive coach, as a defensive coordinator, it's pretty frustrating. And then you start to go out of what you'd like to do. So if these guys don't pressure a lot, then they like to try to show some pressure and change up. Guys stop sticking with their technique and what they're coached to do because they just want to make a play. So you see right there that it was actually a run blitz. Same thing. He's just trying to account for an extra gap by bringing the nickel off the edge, and we just ran away from it.
Well, I just heard touchdown Noles behind me. So there's our spoiler.
Looks like it's a big one, too.
Oh. Get some.
There's Johnny.
Come on. Let's go.
Get in the paint. Come on, Johnny.
Yeah, this is awesome. They're overwhelming them. That's what we want to see.
You got to do it. Yeah,
yes,
you got to do it, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
overwhelming.
Got to do it.
Run. Let them scoot up over the top.
I love that. That's one of my favorite things that Mike Norvell does when he goes fast like that after a big play. It's really hard to handle as a defensive coach and player.
So do you chase?
You want to make an adjustment. You want to do something and you can't. You're yelling at your guy, hey, man, you got to be over the top, this and that. And then he turns his head and there's a guy running at him, And typically it's what they just did. It's just inside zone. It's not anything challenging or complicated. It's just, it's just a nice inside zone play.
All right, I was
you
going to ask
it there.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you chase?
You chase the two? No. You take the points. Take points.
All right, well, there we go. A little bit of big play action, a little bit of steady chunk yardage. So they're doing a little bit of everything. Let's see if we can maybe hammer down and get you a little more look at some of these stats so far in the game. Everybody, if you get the thumbs up as you're watching us here, we certainly would appreciate it. Show Dominic some love. We know you guys like us, but hit the thumbs up. Okay, so Jordan right now, 2 drives, 4 or 5, and it wasn't his fault. Although, it doesn't count it that way. It still counts as an incompletion. But 4 or 5 for 71, and then a slew of backs just ripping off big runs. They almost got 100 yards rushing with, what? How much time is left in this quarter? There's almost 5.5 minutes left in the quarter, and they've almost rushed for 100 yards. Again, overmatched opponent, but go put your foot on their throat and show that they're overmatched the way you should have done that maybe in previous games.
Can I see the running backs again? Can you go up just a little bit?
Yeah.
Good stuff, man.
So we got 13.
10 yards per carry, 6 yards per carry, 4 yards per carry, 5 yards per carry.
Oh, man, that sun is out. It's intense. I thought it was going to get darker. Now it's like really super bright back there. The heat's coming back.
It's about to get 90% humidity.
So, Dominic, what you got going on these days with D3?
3D.
3D. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, man, a little bit of everything. I'm as busy as they come. It's been pretty much all summer coaching baseball. I run a high school baseball program, training athletes, training guys, and and I coach. I'm actually coaching football now. In the fall, I coach at Pinnacle High School and coordinate the passing game, and so we start our season next Friday. So excited for that. We actually head to San Diego for a game.
Nice.
And it should be fun, man. It should be a fun season.
All right. So you're in Arizona these days?
I do. I live in Phoenix.
Nice.
Phoenix, Arizona. And it's a wonderful, wonderful place to live.
I bet. Have you been to the golf tournament out there, the Waste Management Open?
I definitely have. And it was the most incredible day that I had ever had in my life. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. Sell out in the student section. We like that.
Yes.
Especially for Duquesne.
Looks like this. Some people are saying Johnny went into the tent after that last catch, apparently.
Yeah. It did look like he got rolled up on.
There we go. Look at Duquesne, man. Do they not know they can just kneel on it and call a fair catch and get the ball to 25? Like they think they're going to actually they're going to bust one on us? So what's this passing concept they're about to show us here, Dominic?
So they're running post dig. So this post here by Johnny to the field side. I guess he might have been in the boundary to the short side, and then dig backside. It's a real, that's sort of a day one, real simple. Something that everybody has. Something everybody does. Good concept against single safety. So that's what they were just running. They had one safety in the middle of the field, and so.
Oh boy!
Oh jeez!
What do we do? Oh, thank goodness. Who was that responsibility? I gotta adjust this television. The glare is killing me here.
That was man there. He just got beat. Yeah, he just got beat.
That's not great. There you go. Obvious running down, but they're able to pick up 5.
This was nearly intercepted by number 2. Postgame.
So if you're Duquesne, what are you trying? Are you just trying to get first downs? If you're Duquesne, I mean, I know you're not planning to. You're planning to have an upset, but you fall in this early hole right now, and things feel a little bit.
You really want to execute your offense. I mean, you want to see guys get lined up. Oh my gosh!
Oh,
make that play. Shoot.
That's all right. Well, the punt team needs some reps, though. It's all good.
Yeah,
it's giving the punt team some reps.
Get off the field. Yeah, you really want to run your offense. You want to see guys get lined up, shift in motion, and then, execute their technique. You're not looking for necessarily, success and chunk plays and moving the ball or anything like that. You just want to run your offense. You want to get first downs. You want to try and, flip the field and maybe get yourself a short field, give your defense a longer field to defend. But more than anything, you're just looking to execute. I'd love to see Micah Pittman get me a good return here.
Did we just field a punt?
We did.
All right, that's good. We should just let him bounce, Dominic. We just let him bounce. Go down. And now they're showing the tent, which I guess Johnny's in there, which is not good. But as you guys can see, though, man, it has not stopped raining. It's incredible. So you folks know more than I know right now. I can't hear the television feed, but they're obviously giving us probably somewhat of an update.
Yeah, he's probably That's probably not good.
Yeah.
Usually for an ankle, you kind of go in there and you're not in there that long.
Yeah, you get taped up and then you get thrown back out there.
Right? Yeah, normally they'll spat you up and you get back out there. And I think you might have something a little worse. 2 back here. Like
look
that.
at this. Dylan Gibbons snapping the ball. 75 moved the center on that, which we'd seen in practice, and it looked quite nice. You folks listen to Wake Up Warchant. We talked about some of the other combinations they had used, and we're seeing that right now with Jaslyn Turntine at guard, Gibbons moving to center, Emmanuel, Robert Scott on the left side, and then Bless Harris on the right side of Turntine. This is a beefy offensive line. Very interesting to see them go to this so quickly. But
Gibbons at guard before.
Yeah. Yep. And I guess that's a false start after all that good talking I just did. Oh, number 5, they said. All right, so it wasn't the offensive line. So I guess Deuce Spann might have been. I was trying to read lips. I think he said number 5.
He did say 5.
All right. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy, Dylan Gibbons. I mean, a guy at Notre Dame was kind of waiting his turn, usually the 6th guy on their offensive line, and then just things in it. He didn't hear what he wanted to hear last year. Coming out at the end of the 2020 season, he comes to Florida State. We're thinking, if it's a guy, we're getting a guy that couldn't start elsewhere. But he's actually been really solid for us. And to see him now at center, it's very, very encouraging. Look at that. Look at that hard count, Jordan. Look at that. So can you hear the call, Dominic, or do you know there's going to go the hard count and you're not moving until the ball snap? If you're a receiver.
Receiver, we don't usually hear the call.
Yeah.
We just see the ball move. Nice.
Oh.
Very good.
Oh, all right. Got the cameraman, got me confused too. Yeah, man, when they get that stuff going, man, when they get the meshes going and the RPO and the read option, he's a tough assignment, man.
It's really tough. And Norvell does do a really good job mixing that stuff. And this 2-back stuff that they just went to, they're staying in it. When he was at Memphis, the year that I watched, he loved it. He had a receiver that could run the ball. He had good run. He had a Deebo Samuels type guy that played wide out, and then he would put him in the backfield, and then their other running back was good, and he would do a lot of this 2-back stuff, run counter, hear this outside zone.
I mean, it's once we can chalk it up to Duquesne, but that's twice that he's just out, grown up to the other person. Oh, yeah. Nice, Deuce. Look at this. Long targets, rangy dudes catching the ball, Dominic. What a world.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do we got here on this combo?
It's good. So it's post wheel or rail.
Yeah.
Outside guy runs a post, and the inside guy's running a rail route, which is releasing up the sideline. Really good concept. They ran a little play action to get the apex defender to not get width.
But when you get in those situations where you got twins on the boundary side, I mean, there's really only so many combinations that a team can really run route wise, right? Or is it really endless and you really don't know what's coming at you for your defense?
Well, the one thing they did was they ran jet motion to it, so you end up with a third receiving threat. Or sorry, they didn't go jet. They went push motion, which is the back running to the 2 receiver side. So you end up with a third receiver out there, and so you can do a lot out of that actually. Back in the day, maybe not, but now, you could. The guys will shift in motion to get you to the matchup that you want.
All right, let's say we got a third and medium here. A little bit of resistance by the Dukes, and they jump off sides. You got a free play. So what does Coach Robinson do? What's the call when the defense jumps off sides? Do you go for the free play, or do you just take the knee and take your 5 yards?
Oh yeah, no, we're chucking it deep. Let's chuck it deep. Let's go get us a touchdown so we can decline it.
I mean, I guess because the only bad thing that can happen is that you turn. Well, I mean, if you turn the ball over, I mean, isn't that? I mean, it's going to come back as it's
going to come back. Yeah.
I guess you don't want to get anybody hurt and run an actual
That's
play.
the thing. Yeah. Right.
Well, I mean, the offensive line before moved the ball down quite well, so I don't know how much this offensive line's got to deal with things, but it's good to see them try these different combinations and know what they've got.
They got 3 tight ends in the game right here.
13 personnel. There you go. Piece of
inside
cake.
Zone.
There we go. They're doing whatever they want right now, it looks like, Dominic, right? I mean, not to simplify too much.
This feels good. I think this is something we needed.
And again, this team, we talked about on the podcast that we've done. Obviously, Florida State, played an FCS team last year and things didn't go their way. They played UMass and then absolutely decimated UMass. This team is somewhere between UMass and Jacksonville State, maybe a little bit closer to Jacksonville State. So, I mean, I think this is progress, man. I mean, I get, it's a week 0 game FCS team, but again, I mean, it's 20 points in the first quarter. Not a lot to hang your, there's no reason to quibble over it, man. Take it and enjoy it.
Yeah, for sure. No, you got to do it, man. That you watch, you could complain about it, or you could say, oh, it's just Duquesne, but the truth is, man, college football, the parity is definitely changed, and these guys are a lot more talented than we give them credit for. Some of these other teams, these FCS teams and whatnot, there's some legit talent out there. So, when you're going to snap the football and you're going to compete, like, you want to see it to the best of your abilities. There is no, it's just this team or it's just that guy. You still got to go out and do it. And it's not as easy as it looks. So definitely want to, take that and continue to do what we're doing here. Don't ever take anything lightly. Never underestimate any opponent.
Another efficient drive, 8 yards per place, 56 yards covered in 7 plays in 3 minutes and 38 seconds. This time, Trayshawn Ward with the touchdown, all 3 touchdowns on the ground for the Noles. But they've had obviously some explosive plays in the pass game. Again, just underscores what Dominic is saying. Just they're looking good doing pretty much everything right now. So watch out, LSU. Think we coming. Remember when Ed Orr's on, we coming. We coming now. I'm just kidding, LSU fans. Relax. I'm just having some fun. So anyways, when they do run the table, when we go to the Fiesta Bowl, you're going to be out the Fiesta Bowl, Dominic, when they enforce it?
You got your touchback there you've been calling for.
All right. I want a good sparring opponent. I need a little bit of resistance, Oh, to the up back. Who would have seen that coming?
Jeez.
The Dukes. The Dukes. Let's see here. The up back lives, Dominic. The up back is alive.
Man, you don't see that. I was gonna say they went to 2 back there. I figured something was up because that back is normally like your B back is more of a bigger physical. He's just a blocker. He's gonna go in motion, and that was a little guy. I thought they might have something up here.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break as we change over in quarters. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes, everybody.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some. Here's how to get started. Head over to warchant.com or on3.com. From the team's drop-down menu at the top of the screen or the upper left corner if you're on mobile, select teams, scroll down to Florida State, and then select Warchant. There, you'll see the limited offer for 1 year for $1. Tap or click, choose Florida State from the drop-down, annual or monthly, enter your billing info, and hit subscribe. That's it. $1 for a year of Warchant.com, the ultimate deal for the ultimate fan from the Ultimate Seminole Sports Source. Warchant.com.
Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate comes with 12 dippable, dunkable, do-it-any-way-you-wantable sauces, and a plate of our hand-breaded fingers. Oh, and don't forget the napkins. Famous fried chicken, endless sauceabilities. Only at Zaxby's.
We're back, everybody. Welcome on into Warchant Game Day. It's like the mid portion of the show. I can't keep up with all the different exposures. So now I look like I'm confessing to a murder, like in the FBI. My face is all blacked out. I'm Aslan Hajivandi, joined by Dominic Robinson of 4th and 14, the original fame, and plenty of other great things.
The innocent will be protected. Your identification will be protected. You're like on an unsolved mystery.
Exactly.
You don't want people coming to find you.
Yeah, my takes will be anonymous. Florida State up 20-0 here in Doak Campbell Stadium. The game with about an hour and a half weather delay. Got started at 6:30 Eastern time. Dominic joining us here for the first of these watch-throughs. We'll be doing these for every game, if I'm not mistaken, everybody. So pretty cool. We'll be at home sometimes when they're on the road. I won't be on top of a random roof in a hotel. But Hotel Indigo, shout out for hooking everything up here. Home games, though, we'll be here. Y'all should come out, hang out at the pregame show with Jeff and Tom. Following this, second half will be Tom and Dominic, Dom and Tom, doing the second half watch through, and then a post-game show with Gene Williams and Tom Lang taking your phone calls and such. So buckle up, everybody. It's going to be a fun season. Florida State up 20-0 as we go to the second quarter, Dominic.
Hopefully no more lightning.
Yeah.
You don't want another delay.
It's still raining, though. It's
looking bad.
Raining.
They just showed the sky. It does not look good.
It's incredible. My goodness. I'm still here, Dominic. I'm just trying to do some of this camera so it's not as bugged.
Oh, okay. Looks like Johnny's out of the tent and moving around a little bit.
Well, that did nothing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess you just shut him down and see how he feels. I mean,
I would probably shut him down if it was me, to be honest. Because those things, man, ankles, you literally will have it. You'll be going into the bowl game and still be messing with it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the doctors have to kind of read things, but would you have a tell? If a trainer's like, Dominic, are you good?
The doctors would tell him he's good. They're going to always try and get you back. They're going to try to get you in there. But me as a coach, I'm going to shut him down.
Yeah.
I'm going to go, man, wet surface, up 21, week 1. I don't need in week 7. I don't need to lose a game week 7 because I played you 10 more snaps in week 1.
Well said. Speaking of which, it's early in the game, but we got some people here talking about they want to see Tate Rodemaker put in as the backup quarterback. I mean, you're obviously going to give Jordan the whole first half, but if this thing keeps up, I mean, do you give him the first drive of the third quarter and then shut him down, or you just let Jordan go the whole first half and they're up 45 points, and then you're like, all right, good job, buddy. Get ready for LSU.
Man, just being honest, at this point, like, nobody's really thinking about that. Like, if you're asking me just from a coach's standpoint,
yeah,
we're freaking. I got certain things that I need to see. I got schemes that I need to run. I got plays that I'm thinking about the execution of the 11 guys I have on the field. I'm not thinking about, I'm not thinking about how many reps the backup gets or anything like that. Like, I'm still trying to win a football game. But from a fan standpoint, I'm sure they all want to see him and they want to get him reps. But as a coach, man, I got to get these guys better. I got to, we got to go.
I don't know if you just saw the replay on that last completion that Duquesne had, but Jarian Jones, number 7, he's getting beat up right now in our feed, which is the good and the bad thing of this. We all celebrate the good stuff, but if a defensive back lets a guy catch a ball, he's a bum and needs to lose a scholarship, apparently. But I mean, him backing up off the line on that, is that a judgment call on his part based on what he's seeing, or is that the coverage that's called that
it's the coverage. It's typically the coverage that's called. In that case, it's cover 3 and there's a smash. It's a smash read. So when he sits, the offense wants me to come up quickly and take away that hit so they can throw it behind me. So I just stay back until I see the ball come out.
Looks like Akeem Dent over pursued that last run play, missed it on his gap. 2nd and 9 for Duquesne. They're in field goal range, maybe. Look at this.
It's a good play.
Oh boy. Oh, 10. Make that play. Your first team all ACC play. We'll take the PBU. Still good. Jamie's a dog, but the good kind of dog, Dominic. I don't know. Back in the day, I feel like dog was like you were a bad player if they call him, man, he's a dog. But now it's like, oh, he's a dog.
He's
now
a dog.
It's good.
Yeah.
Old cousin Jamie. Oh, there we go. Oh, good. Real good coverage. All right, what's defensive coordinator Dominic Robbins doing 3rd and 9? You bringing heat?
No.
All right. Oh, boy. There you go, Jarian. Good job. Good job. Say something nice about Jarian Jones, everybody, on the YouTube chat. There he goes. He did his job. I wonder if they're going to go for it. Are you pro 4th down? Are you big on the analytics, Dominic? Are you going for 4th down?
I am a big analytics guy, but I think it's there's this big misconception that because you're analytics guy also means you're go for it guy, and that's not it. It's that understanding that the risk reward for going for it, and he missed the kick. There's times where going for it is just as good for you as or it's better for you than not going for it and even making the kick. You get the points, but going for it and not getting it is actually more advantageous because the numbers tell you that over time, if you stick to that strategy, you will score more points. And so I'm not just blind go for it guy, 4th and whatever, and we just go for it all the time. But I am, I am a guy that believes in the numbers and believes in studying those situations and understanding the game situation. So you have to be able to apply the numbers to the humans. So the numbers might tell me to go for it, but if my offensive guard can't handle it, and I'm going against Aaron Donald, for instance, is the 3 technique tackle, and the numbers tell me, hey, to run inside zone, I need to also apply the numbers to the humans. So 60% chance of getting a first down with the numbers But with that human there, 60% is actually way less. It's like 0 with him specifically. So understanding that the numbers need to be applied to real humans in real time. Again, field situation. Man, my guys are dead tired. It's 4th and 2, but my guys up front, it's a 10-play drive. The numbers will tell me to go for it, but my humans will tell me their bodies are taxed. They can't, they're not going to get a push. So,
yeah, it's crazy to me. It's like, we pay these coaches all this money, and then it's like, well, they just say, well, hey, the numbers told me to do it. Like there's a chart to tell you when to go for 2. There's a chart to tell you when to go for 4th down. It's like, well, then, man, are we just turning into robots? We have a feel for things.
Yeah, no, there's a certain feel, there's a certain gut, and especially being a baseball guy, and that's a big conversation that I've been a part of for now like 10 years, and we're way ahead in the baseball space than we are in comparison to football. So I've been able to apply some of these thoughts and concepts to football for a long time just because of my baseball background, and yeah, it's again applying it to the humans is the human element is the part that gets misrepresented too often.
All right, let's see what we got here.
12 personnel. We've changed offensive personnel to start every drive. The first drive we were in the 11. I believe the second drive we were in 12 or 21.
Yeah, because they went 2 back.
We saw 13. So yeah, that's.
So I take it you like all this multiplicity.
That's cool. Yeah, no, it's cool to see. They just tried. That's the same play they hit Johnny on.
Oh, come on, make those throws, man. Oh, all right.
Tried the same play.
All right, we'll take it, I guess.
Somehow you got further behind me.
Oh, am I? Well, yeah.
During the commercial. You're a little bit further behind me. But yeah, that was that same play they got Johnny on. Post here.
I mean, in live, it did not look like pass interference. All right, we'll take it, I guess. But yeah, that was all right. I was just listening to a podcast with Julian Edelman. He was just talking about, obviously, you want to keep things fresh, but there you get to a certain point with, like, there's almost like sometimes too much multiplicity. Like you have too many personnel groups, and your responsibilities change when you're out there with a certain package as a receiver, and it just sometimes you create headaches that don't need to exist. And they can't tackle Trey Benson. That's incredible.
Yeah, Benson looks good, man. He's running hard. He's running really hard.
Yeah, their tackling grades aren't going to be good on PFF, Duquesne. I can tell you that much. I don't know about analytics, but I know that. Wow, I mean, these aren't arm
really
tackles.
Good call. That's great.
Good job by Dimitri Emanuel. Good blocking downfield by everybody, huh?
So here's what they're doing, and he's going fast. They're just running a field blitz. They're bringing the nickel or the strong safety from the field side. So they faked like they were running to the boundary to get that guy to go, and then they threw the screen behind him. That was good call. Taking advantage of what they know they're going to get on first down.
In case you're just joining us, Florida State obviously up 20-0, as you see on your screen. Game is on ACC Network. About an hour and a half rain delay. The 20 points, not any field goals. They saw a look, try to go for 2 on the first touchdown, didn't convert. But otherwise, pretty clean, pretty effective game from all 3 phases. Ooh, Jordan. See, it would be nice to have Johnny back there on that one, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I like to see the bravery by Jordan, though. Man, he knew he was about to get licked, and he hung in the pocket there. That was nice. All right, some people have been showing some concern about the pass rush, Dominic, not getting home and getting to the quarterback. Legitimate gripe, or are we paralysis by analysis and just looking for something to be perfect about?
Probably a little bit of both. You'd like to see something. These guys, they're not dumb. They're going to get the ball out. They're not going to run schemes that are going to give you a lot of time to rush. And we're certainly not trying to bring pressure in terms of, we've only rushed 4 on every snap. So, yeah, you'd like to see somebody work a pass rush and get through there clean. So it's definitely a little bit of so, yeah, you'd like to see that, but there also is some of it's way overthinking it because I don't know how many passes have they thrown at this point. Is it 4? And whatever it is, it's not very much, and they're not holding on and standing back there. And they're not going to give you a lot of time because they know they're overmatched up front. Size wise, I don't think they had a 300-pounder.
No 300. Maybe one 300-pounder on their offensive line.
Yeah, they're really, really small up front, so they know that they're overmatched. And he's thrown 7. He's 2 for 7. Yeah.
And they've rushed the ball. They got 9 for 44. So, but it was really just that one handoff to the up back, DeMarcus Ware, which is DeMarcus Ware's son.
Yeah, I would say you definitely would like to see that. Like I said, we have them overmatched up front, but in terms of their game plan too, you got to understand like those guys are professional coaches also, and they're not dumb enough to just have their guy dropping back and letting them stand back there and be a stationary target.
And also, we haven't seen really any twists or anything either, right?
No, they're playing straight up base defense and getting after them, and just knowing that our guys are better, and they're not really doing anything to scheme it up or do anything crazy.
All right, what do we do on? They're showing pressure. What do we? I'm nervous, Dominic. Hold. Now, if you're a defense and you just showed blitz and you back off. Like I don't know why defenses do this. Like now they know it's coming. It's ineffective, but we'll take it. Okay, we didn't get a first down, but
I'm pretty sure we jumped there too.
Oh yeah. Oh, the kicker needs to get some reps too. That's one of the things, though. I don't know. I mean, LSU 3rd and 6, you're probably not just running a pretty standard inside zone run there, are you, Dominic?
Say that again.
If they're playing LSU and they're facing, I mean, even if they're up 20-0 against LSU and they got a 3rd and 6, are they just going to run the ball?
No.
Run,
No, probably not. Not unless you knew you had something in terms of what they were going to do. 3rd and 6, you knew they were going to maybe take a run stopping guy out of the game, and they thought, okay, we're going to catch them. They're going to go 3 down front. We're going to just run, put our 5 on their 3 and go climb to the backers. But yeah, most likely no.
Well, hope you folks are enjoying this watch through with Dominic Robinson. I'm Aslan Hajivandi. It's Warchant Game Day, brought to you by Tallahassee Zaxby's. They are owned and operated, most of these ones here in the city, by a 17-year Golden Chief booster. So supporting them supports the program. If you can support our program by hitting the thumbs up, that'd be really cool. Subscribe to the YouTube page, which is free, or get the best bang for your buck humanly possible and subscribe to warchant.com. It's literally only $1. I shouldn't do this because that looks like $2. It's just $1. Go to warchant.com, sign up. Don't be a fan later, everybody. When we're in New Orleans and Corey's pouring gumbo on his head after the Noles beat LSU by 2 scores, don't sign up then. Get aboard now. It's only $1. Man, Tom, you're back there listening to this in Washington. Tom Mortner really wants to know if Ira is on his binoculars and looking at the stats of Johnny Wilson. I haven't seen anything posted by Ira, Tom, but I'm not on the group. I'm busy doing all this. My hands are occupied. But it's good to see everybody concerned about a wide receiver because we have a really good wide receiver. And if you missed it, folks, Johnny Wilson had a huge catch. Let me see if I can pull up the stats here and go back to it. Oh, it was probably over 50 yards, I feel like, Dominic, wasn't it?
51. Yeah, it was 51.
Right, Dominic, Johnny on the spot. But soon thereafter, that play did exit the game. Went to the tent for about a few minutes, and then we haven't seen him back out there. But Coach Robinson, D-Rob, puts his coach hat on. Would probably shut a guy down like that, as you said earlier in the show. It's like you said, it's not worth losing a game in week 7 to get 10 more reps against Duquesne.
Yeah, and somebody actually brought up a good question too. They said, well, you're talking about don't play a guy to lose a game later, then why not take out the quarterback to not lose a game later? Well, the difference is you're talking about a healthy quarterback who's running the offense versus a player who is currently injured and in the tent and not running the whole offense. He's a wide receiver. He's a position player. There's 2 completely different situations. When you have a guy, there's one person that you compare to be the one quarterback. So he's getting all the reps. He understands the game plan inside and out. He understands the checks. So that changes what it does for the offensive line. It changes the wideouts and the tailback when you take the quarterback out. If you take out a wide receiver from a game, it doesn't change anything for anybody else. There's just a different player there. But that guy doesn't control protections, directions of runs, checking in and out of runs, getting into blitz hot situations, things like that. So that's the difference. That's why the difference between taking Johnny out right now because he's currently hurt and he's a wide receiver. If Jordan Travis right now tweaked an ankle, the conversation would be different. Okay. I would potentially look at probably taking him out now when you're up, 3 scores in a game like this. So that's to answer that question. That was a really good comment that someone made. I wasn't contradicting myself. It's every scenario, every equation is different. And when you're talking about a quarterback versus a wide receiver, you're talking about a completely different ball game.
Looks like they're rolling in some more of the reserves now. We see Josh Farmer on the inside up there. Also DJ Lundy. Jarian's getting a lot of burn, though. Leonard Warner's out there. Let's see if my guy Leonard Warner, 60 or 70, let's see if he can get home. All right, there we go.
See Jarian Jones up there at corner. He didn't start at corner, did he?
I think he actually did because Duke Cooper, Omarion Cooper wasn't dressed out. Apparently he's dealing with something. Which again, we are limited in what we can talk about when it comes to injuries, everybody. So, there are some things we see that we just can't talk about because those are the rules. So we're not lying to you, but we just have to follow the rules.
I'd like to see Azare Thomas.
Oh, dude, Azare's 20. 20 is Greedy Vance 21's been out there a bit, but I don't remember seeing 20 out there yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen him yet, but I'd like to see him. He's another guy that I thought during signing stuff that was very good.
Oh, Duquesne feels a pivotal play coming up here in the game, Dominic. They're taking a timeout on the 3rd and 1. As you guys have all seen this, I'm like 30 seconds behind you all. So it's our first go around. We'll try to figure out a way to sync us up maybe a little bit better for the first half. But second half will be Tom Lang and Dominic breaking down the game. And then following that will be a live post-game show right here on YouTube. Everything's going to be in the same link, everybody. So if you got to go grab a snack or go pick the kids up from something or you got to go do whatever, make a drink, just leave this on the screen. We'll be here probably till after midnight with Gene and Tom. Well, Dominic, you'll be dismissed. You'll be able to go and live your life, my friend. But we'll have a live post-game show on here as well. So hope you guys are enjoying this. is Warchant
Appreciate
Game Day.
that, Mike. Who was that? Mike Myrick.
He's a ray of positivity all the time, man. He loves everything that we do. He's a good dude. He's good for my ego. I appreciate him. So what do you think LSU is doing right now, Dominic? If you're LSU, are you watching this game live, or are you just?
Oh, no question. Oh, no question. Yeah, I would say probably 50 guys, 50 to 70 guys are watching it. You probably have 20 to 30 guys who won't. They got other things going on, and it all just depends. Everybody, but for the most part, man, like when your opponents play, especially like on a Thursday night, it doesn't matter who they're playing. Like the chance to get eyes on those guys, especially now, and especially now with all the transfer stuff and guys being in different roles and on different teams and different programs, it's big to get a chance to get a look at a guy in a new uniform, in a new scheme, see how coaches are using them and all that stuff, man. Yeah, it's for sure. So most LSU guys are locked into this game, or at least watch the first half. They probably would tune out after the second half, but yeah, at least watching the first half.
Dominic, your son is quite talented. I'm sure you visited many college campuses. Is it crazy to see the numbers of dudes that these staffs have now in terms of support roles and just, Mickey, Ira talks about it, when he would talk to Coach Andrews back in the day, Mickey was grading his team, this film. Now they've got 5 guys doing that for an assistant coach. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing, especially because it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. It's a pretty short time. A lot's changed in a really, really short period of time. So yeah, the staffs, and again, just, not to, I feel like I keep bringing it up that I'm a baseball guy. Also, the difference between football and baseball is crazy. And that's a change that we need to happen. Football doesn't even have a third paid assistant.
Listen, I just like good football, Dominic. We're going to win. I'm not cheering for anybody but Florida State, but that was a nice play call. I mean, it's a nice play call. Just like good football sometimes.
It's good football. This is a little naked right here. The fake outside zone. They run naked. That's it.
I guess it makes sense. If you're going to call a timeout on 3rd and 1, you're not calling a timeout. And they were under center, too. Oh, my heart's full.
Yeah. You got to love it. Yeah, you got to love it. It's good football.
All right, now get a pick 6, guys. Ooh, look at the sun. Ooh. Oh, wait. Oh, I look good now, Dominic. This might be my new headshot. Little pistol action.
What do they call that? The golden hour.
Yes.
The golden hour going on.
So what is the goal of the pistol offense? What is the benefit of pistol formation, Dominic?
So what happened was everybody went to shotgun, right? So when everybody went to shotgun, the back is now next to the quarterback. And he always had to come, in order to take a handoff, he's got to come across the quarterback. So by putting him next to the quarterback, you lost the element of being able to go in either direction. So what the guys these brilliant offensive minds decided was, well, what if he's directly behind us and we just move the quarterback up a little bit? So the quarterback used to be at 6. He's now at 5. The tailback's at 6 or 7. And now I can run outside zone to either direction without giving it away too soon. So that's the reason guys went to pistol. It was just to give the back a two-way go instead of putting him on one side. And then
Chris Alton, Nevada.
The defenses started to what happened was, and this is I don't want to get too deep into this, but the 3 technique defensive lineman, so your defensive tackle on defense at the time, I was on defense actually when the pistol kind of got big, is we started to adjust where we put the 3 technique based on where the back was. Okay. So now we can eliminate a gap to where you are running the ball. So if your back is here on the left, I would set my 3 technique to the right, or the defense's left, and you're going to run your back right into my guy. And so now when I put him in the pistol, I can't use you for information. The defenses were using the offense for information on where they would set the 3 technique. So
look at that information, all for free, everybody. Hit the thumbs up. Show your appreciation for D-Rob here on Warchant Game Day, brought to you by Zaxby's. And maybe just hit a thumbs up because we're just catching punts cleanly, confidently. I mean, like, it's cool to not be nervous when you see the ball fluttering up there. Like, all right, 4's got it. He's going to be good. Montage of all the running. Go ahead, Don.
Did he ever actually return punts at Oregon? Or
yeah, I think so.
He did.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Winston Wright, who arguably, I mean, he was the most productive wide receiver they got out of the portal. He was more productive than Micah or Johnny or Deuce Spann. Got in that car accident, and he's unavailable here in the early part of the season, we're thinking. He returned kickoffs at West Virginia, so they've got that kind of covered as well once he's able to return. Oh, that's all day right there.
Yeah, I love that. I love what they're doing, man. He's really, really, really I can see that Norvell is really trying to make sure to be multiple. Yeah. He's trying to show and give everybody, I think he probably knew coming in that they're, they've got an advantage, physical advantage. And so, hey, I'm going to get everybody involved in this game. We're going to run multiple personnel groups. We're going to run multiple sets where we're moving guys around. We're getting guys a touch. It's been really, really good. Every back, it looks like, has touched the ball at this point. Yeah. Tight end. Oh, good cut. Let's go. Every back's getting a touch. They're running some zone read stuff with the quarterback. They're running some RPO stuff. Just a little bit of everything. Drop back and they hit Johnny on a post. They're doing a lot to try to be very, very multiple in their attack.
Look at Keyshawn Helton out there blocking on the perimeter. That's good to see. What a nice cut. Yeah, they keep showing. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a great cut.
Ooh. Pinellas County, baby, 727. What? Let's go.
Well, those are kind of sweet Duquesne jackets. I need to get me a Duquesne. Yeah. The D for D-Rob.
There we go. Man. Repurpose it. Rebrand it. Dominic, you by trade played wide receiver. You came as a defensive back, transitioned to wide receiver. So actually, I don't know what you would consider your roots. But I mean, you talk about the multiplicity of what Mike Norvell's doing. Like, I don't know how much money you would want to be paid to be an offensive coordinator, but I feel like whatever that price is, you would need it to be doubled to be a defensive coordinator. I have so much. I don't know if sympathy is the right word or empathy, but like being a defensive coordinator in this day and age, man, with what offense can get away with. And I don't know how you defend anything, really.
It's tough, man. These guys are good. It's the whole game has changed in terms of what you sort of hope for, your goals. Like I still remember Mickey and the talks that Mickey would have about our goals for each game. Mickey could not coach today's football. He would have a absolute heart attack with the number of yards and touchdowns. I mean, holding a team to 21 now is good. Our goal was to keep teams at 17, below 17, actually.
Yep.
You're just not doing that in today's college football. It's just not happening, man. The offense is just way too good.
Get down. All right. It's pretty nice that the thigh pads they have, one of them's got the Seminole head on, the other one's got their numbers on it, Florida State. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'll tell my quarterback maybe get down a little quicker right now, Dominic.
Yeah, I think they're going to do what they're going to do, man.
Yeah.
You know, like if we're going to quarterback run, then your quarterback's going to get hit. He's going to get tackled. Like we're going to live in that world, and that's a decision you have to make long before today. You don't have it in your game plan if you're not going to use it. You know, if you don't want the quarterback running the ball, then don't put that in the game plan. So that's the decision you have to make when you have a guy this talented with the ball in his hands. We're going to run it. Play action glance. We love it. 88 caught one on that earlier, and now 5. Like I said, I can really see he's trying his best to be multiple. Everybody's going to get a touch. Everybody's going to contribute to this win, and he's trying to do it early too. A lot of times coaches will wait, and it's too late. The game's gotten away because somebody busts a big one, and you're like, oh man, I got out of the game, and such didn't get a catch, but I got to take him out of the game because he's a starter. You can see Mike Norvell's not waiting. I mean, early on, he changed personnel groupings right away, changed some players, doing some things to get multiple guys touches.
Well, also, I mean,
I love it.
This is me being the guy that never played football. The guy who did, obviously, is below here. But you also kind of want to show LSU a lot, right? You want to show – you don't want to show a lot, but you want to show a lot, if that makes sense, right? You want
Without question. Yeah, no, you want them thinking about some stuff. Yeah, you definitely want them thinking about multiple. And that's why I think he changed personnel groupings each series for the first 3 or 4 series. I think his goal there was make sure that they've got to account for – good run.
Follow
make sure they've
87.
got to account for these four formations. I'm going to make you guys work on these. We may not major in this later.
Right.
When we play you, that may not be a major thing, but you're at least going to have to spend all week working on it.
I mean,
running backs look great.
Yeah.
Running backs really, really look good. There's the counter. That's his favorite play down here.
I don't know what's happening to stat broadcast, but the score is accurate, but it looks like it hasn't updated any stats since the 4-minute mark, and we're plenty past that. But as you saw there, Trayshawn Ward creeping up to 100 yards nearly already. As we sit here with under 2 minutes to go in the first half. Bryson Estes, somebody pointed that out. Bryson Estes getting some burn now on the O-line. And this all works out pretty well too, right, Dominic? Like, you have them week 0, LSU sitting at home not playing a football game. You are playing a football game, and you're really executing everything you want right now.
Yeah, it's very helpful when you can go through the experience of a game, especially if you can come out healthy at the end of it. Dang it. When you can play a whole game and get a game advantage on your opponent, it's pretty valuable because there's so much that you will learn from game 1 to game 2. Right. Maybe the biggest jump you have all season.
Did it look like anybody got open on that, Dominic? Was that good coverage on Duquesne that previous play there? Or?
He didn't have time to even the throw that he wanted to make. He never even had a chance to look. I think the guy was open, but he didn't have time to.
Oh, hey, there we go. Made it all up pretty much.
Yep.
It was a good, confident throw.
I don't have 88 on my depth chart. Where?
Yeah, Kentron Portier. Yeah, no, he kind of got lost in the shuffle, but he's getting some run. I mean, he's made – that might be his second catch of the day, I think.
It's up. It's good.
Where is he from?
Miami. No.
Okay.
Yeah, he's from Miami. Palmetto High School or maybe Christopher Columbus High School. If I'm not, don't quote me 305 folk. I'm sorry, I don't know for sure. All right, well, that was a tough one. Could have seen a little bit of adjustment there from Jordan, dropping the arm angle down a little bit. So now we're at 26, huh?
Dang it.
This is the most deceptive 26-0 lead in football history.
Yeah, you really would like to have that score there. The earlier stop was, you get it. I think there was a penalty. But this one, yeah, you like to have that one. That was a good drive. Everything was working. You've been running the ball very well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's –
a reminder, folks, we'll be doing this the entire game. Why they got to show this? Cover your eyes, kids. Tom Lang will be filling in for me here for the second half with Dominic. He and Dominic will take you home watching the rest of the game, second half. And then after that, Tom and Gene Williams, the founder and administrator of Warchant.com, with a live post-game show. Everything is on this same page, the same link that you're watching. So if you got to step away, just leave this bad boy running. We'll be here all night long like Lionel Richie. Hit the thumbs up or just subscribe to Warchant.com, everybody. It's literally only $1 still. It's still $1. And it's not like some hocus pocus. It's $1, 365 days of access. Subscribe to it. You're watching Warchant Game Day, brought to you by Zaxby's. Yeah. Do you remember where you were when the Jacksonville State game happened, Dominic? Were you in front of television? Or?
I was not watching.
Yeah.
I was getting texts, like my phone was blowing up. I was getting notifications from ESPN. It was not a good time.
All right, so if you're Duquesne, are you just going into the half? I mean, you've got 2 timeouts, 23 seconds. You haven't been able to do anything, or do you try to?
No,
chunks.
To be honest, like I said earlier, you came to Florida State to execute your offense. You didn't come here to win the game. I'm gonna run my 2-minute offense. Whatever I would normally do is what I would do here. I'm not gonna be stupid and just throw a ball up or whatever. But I'm gonna. This first play is gonna be everything. If I can get 5 yards, 6 yards on this first play, then we're gonna go. I'm gonna call timeout and we're gonna go. If I don't get anything on it, then it's halftime.
I think it's already Thomas. There we go. It was already Thomas at the bottom of the screen on that one. Oh, there we go. All right. So Patrick Payton with a nice tackle in the backfield. All right.
Florida State called a timeout.
Oh, look at Mike. Come on, man. Let's go home, man. Let's get this thing over with. But I guess you gotta practice and play the way you want to practice and play when you're.
And so in your mind, if you're Norvell, you're playing this as if it's a 0-0 game, or you even tell the defense, "Hey, we're playing this as if we're down and they're in a 4-minute situation. They're trying to milk the clock. We're trying to get the ball back." Because again, these situations are invaluable, and as much as you try to practice them on the practice field, there's so many variables that you can't create on a Tuesday. It's a Saturday, it's night, we got fans in the stands, we got refs, we got all these things that, okay, we're going to practice that now and it'll come back again later.
How about David Bryant here? What hype is there being sold, David? Like we think they look pretty good right now. We still think they're probably going to win somewhere to like 6 to 8 football games, man. No one's getting carried away.
We never even said that.
Yeah.
we literally just said they're beating Duquesne.
Yeah, it's not necessarily you and I, Dominic. It's everybody in the chat. Can we enjoy winning a season opening game for the first time in 7 years, 6 years, whatever, how long it's been? So it's all right, David. You can have fun. It's fine. We're here. And another timeout used. All right. They better block. Here's the thing: if you're going to call these timeouts, Dominic, you better block a punt. Yeah, it's us using the timeouts.
Okay.
You better call a punt block then.
Yeah. So again, this is what happens: is before this drive happened, Norvell walked over to the defense or the defensive coordinator, and he said, "Hey, we're going to treat this as if we're down 3. We got to get the ball back. There's 23 seconds." So you're sort of playing a game. You're creating your scenarios. You're playing your practice within your game, because in practice you practice these same scenarios, but you just can't get all the variables. You just can't, as much as you try. So that's what they're doing, and yeah.
Look at the Dukes. Dukes want no part of it. Come on, cowards running the ball. Throw the ball. Have a spine. All right, there we go. Here's the last timeout. 6 seconds left. Again, a reminder, we'll I don't know exactly when Tom's going to hop on here. Maybe we'll give Dominic a minute or two to step away during halftime so he can kind of decompress. But when the second half action gets back up and running, Tom Lang and Dominic Robinson will take you folks home as Florida State looks like they're going to cruise to a season opening. Wait, yeah, I want to talk too early. But
what are you going to go do, man?
I'm going to go to this place behind me. I'm going to go work. I'm going to go I'll go watch the second half in the press box with Ira and Corey and Austin Cox. And then afterwards with the press conference, I'll film the press conference and get all that stuff up on our website. So, and then Ira and Corey do the Warchant rap, which is one of our biggest crowd pleasers, where Ira and Corey, the two best dudes on the beat, just break down the game, instant analysis straight from the dome, usually about a 10-minute rap. So I'll film that and put it up on the website. It's all $1, Dom. You, me, Tom, Gene, Ira, Corey. It's $1, everybody. Hop aboard.
Tell Ira and Corey to put me on there, man.
I will,
I want to be on the hot show. And give Ira crap for not giving us info on Johnny. He's supposed to be our inside man on the sideline.
All right, folks. Well, thanks for hanging out with me. Dominic's not going to go anywhere. He'll hang tight. We'll let him. You can go stretch your feet out if you want, Dominic. We'll be back with more of Warchant Game Day right here on Warchant TV as we approach the second half of this game. Dominic, it was cool doing this, man. I'll see you. I think next week we'll be doing this every week. So
next week, next week, LSU.
Yep. All right, folks, stay tuned.
Something big. Something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some. Here's how to get started. Head over to warchant.com or on3.com. From the team's drop-down menu at the top of the screen or the upper left corner if you're on mobile, select teams, scroll down to Florida State, and then select Warchant. There, you'll see the limited offer for 1 year for $1. Tap or click, choose Florida State from the drop-down, annual or monthly, enter your billing info, and hit subscribe. That's it. $1 for a year of Warchant.com, the ultimate deal for the ultimate fan from the Ultimate Seminole Sports Source. Warchant.com.
Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate comes with 12 dippable, dunkable, do-it-any-way-you-wantable sauces, and a plate of our hand-breaded fingers. Oh, and don't forget the napkins. Famous fried chicken, endless sauceabilities, only at Zaxby's.
back into the Warchant Watch Along. My name is Tom Lang. I'm sitting in now and where Aslan Hajivandi was, and I'm next to Dominic Robinson once again. D-Rob, how are you this evening?
Tom, what's up, man? How are you?
Doing all right, man. Doing all right. We got ourselves a halftime score now of 26-0 for Florida State.
Where did you watch the first half?
So I was watching it in my house. I was watching it downstairs and now upstairs in my office. One note on your sound. It sounds like you're back on your laptop instead of the headset in terms of.
Oh, okay. I tried to switch to my fancy mic.
Oh, yeah.
Is it
I think I can hear that a little bit. Yeah.
It's not great, though.
I might switch back to the other if I were you. But
Okay.
either way, I mean, we can hear you loud and clear. So I was here downstairs and upstairs in my house, Dominic, and saw a lot of systematic good runs in the first half. A lot of offensive linemen moving all over the place for Florida State. For example, Dylan Gibbons played left guard. He played center. Bless Harris played right tackle. He played left tackle. Dimitri Emanuel, right guard and left guard. You get the idea. Florida State is experimenting, mixing and matching with groups of 5 in case of emergency, I think. What did you notice, Dominic, as you know, the game was developing? Obviously, Florida State came up short a couple times in scoring territory, but still, it's been complete domination.
Yeah, I brought that up multiple times, actually. I love what he's doing in terms of the multiplicity of everything, personnel, formation, plays. You can see he's definitely got a core set of plays that he's running, but he's doing it from different personnels, different formations, and you know, shifting and motioning guys. He's clearly trying to get the ball to multiple players. Also, I can tell he tried to get everybody a touch in the first half. Every back, every wide out, all had a touch, all had a target at least. And then, like you said, even just changing, I think from Series 1 to Series 2, I believe he changed the center, which you never see.
Right.
And I think that's good. I think that's something that we need. Those guys are all going to play. The truth is, they're all going to play. Like in a season, you know, like in any football season, you're not going to go through just 5 offensive linemen. You know, if you're lucky, 7 guys will play. So all those guys need to play, and so let's get them out there and let's see what they got and let them roll. So I love what he's doing from that aspect.
Yeah, you're going to get unlucky in camp at some position. And for Florida State, it was center that Caden Lyles, who was battling for the starting job. I don't know if he was going to win it, but he's lost for the season. And then a few days after in practice, Maurice Smith, the starting center, he figured to be the number 1, went down. So Mike said we got to get a lot of guys reps at center, make sure that they're snapping the ball well, and we have options. And certainly that's what they were doing in the first half. We'll see. I'm sure Thomas Schrader, who was number 2 on the depth chart, number 67, will be snapping the ball in the second half. So here's a question for you. It's only 26-0, even though you've completely controlled the game. And if you're just looking series for series, Duquesne's not a threat to come back down from 26-0 down, Dominic. Are you rolling Jordan Travis back out there to start the second half, or are you going to make wholesale changes at half?
Man, I would tell you, because of not scoring that touchdown on that final drive, I probably run him back out there one more series. You would have liked to have finished that one. That I felt like that was a big drive that you wanted to get a touchdown there. The drive before it, when we had to kick a field goal, I believe there was a holding, or there was some sort of penalty that got us in a bad situation, and you're happy to get 3 in that case. But no, I would say you want to send him out there for one more series, get yourself a touchdown, and then take him out. He's had a great day. He's doing great. He's really looked great.
Yeah, he is. And you were talking about take me through the concept of the play action that they ran a couple of times. One to Poitier, 88, another later in the same drive. It looks like they have a true. Is it a play action, or do they have an option to run the ball up the middle there based on numbers, Dominic? What do you think?
They are. It's a numbers deal. It's just an RPO glance. It's something everybody does, and it's really undefensible if you're playing a single safety defense, which these guys have to play single safety because they can't stop the running game. Mm-hmm. So, they can't go too high. Because they can't go too high, they put a player in conflict by showing him run right at his face. He has to react to it. And when he does, the wide receiver just has to beat the corner on leverage. Mm-hmm. And so as long as the wide receiver crosses that guy's face, it's a very simple, easy. I mean, that throw is about as easy as they come for especially for a college quarterback. So it's a great concept. It's definitely something that you have to do in this case because of what they're having to do on defense. They cannot, stop the run without adding extra guys. And when they add extra guys, you just take advantage of that. And that's exactly what they're doing. They found something really, really nice with that look.
So it wouldn't be in August in Tallahassee without some changes to the programming. It looks like, are they actually going to North Carolina on ACC Network here? It looks like it.
They are.
Is that right? ESPNU is where – oh, there it is. It's on the bottom right. So it's on ESPNU. So let's play the game of switch over. Earlier on off camera, you and I, Dominic, were on the same time at live speed. So we didn't have to sync up and wait. So I guess if we pull up live on ESPNU, we'll be in good shape here. There's currently volleyball on ESPNU. So what the hell?
I've got it. I've got the. Oh wait, no.
Yeah. So the graphic on ACC Network says ESPNU, and ESPNU currently has Nebraska, Wisconsin volleyball. This is a replay though. This is the championship, so they just got to cut out of this when it's time. Yeah, I agree, Adam. This is here we go. ACC. This is what we're dealing with. But there will be football. It's still at halftime. I mean, it's not quite time for kickoff of the third quarter. Was there anything that concerned you, Dominic, in the first half? Outside of Johnny Wilson coming up lame after the catch and run.
Yeah, I would say I don't know if concern is quite the right word. Mm-hmm. I would say you'd like to rush the quarterback a little bit more. Again, some of that is chicken and egg, right? If the quarterback's getting the ball out because they know that they're overmatched up front, it's going to be hard to get pressure. They're not going to take shots. They know they're overmatched. They know they can't block those guys for longer than 3 seconds. So they're going to throw quick game. They're going to throw screens and things like that. So again, I wouldn't say concerned. I just would say I would like to know that my guys just rushing 4, and I don't have to add to the rush. I would like to see my guys get some pressure on the quarterback. Yeah. But it's hard to say that when you don't, before you have the film, because until you have the film, you don't know the full context of what's happening and why there isn't pressure.
Update for you folks in the chat. ESPNU finally, you see the Noles walking through the locker room and the Nole walk. So we have found a home for the second half broadcast. We'll see what players run up front for Florida State with the front four, and if there are any other wrinkles. I will tell you, Dominic, I am now on the page with the roster and the numbers, because the second half of a game like this, you might need a reference and see who's on the field in some packages. If it continues down the line it has for 2 quarters, Florida State's going to get a lot of younger players on the field, and in its own right, that's got to be exciting. When you made your debut for Florida State, was it in a situation of a game where we were well ahead, or was it?
It was.
Yeah,
it was. My very first game was played at Duke, and it was. This was not the same Duke of the Duke that we know right now. Mm-hmm. This was a Duke game that, to remind you, Florida State, we were coming off of losing in the national championship to the University of Oklahoma, and Duke was about the equivalent of a high school game. And I'm a Southern California kid. I just played in the state championship in California, and that game was more hype than my first college game. I couldn't believe how little people were in the stands. It was literally like playing a high school game. And we were up in the second half, and I came out and I played corner, and I actually had a chance to get an interception, and I'll never forget it. The ball rolled right down my the same interception that I had like 100 times in high school. I dropped my first chance in college. I think it was my first series actually against Duke. So, yep, I remember it.
That doesn't sting at all. I can tell that doesn't.
No.
So then it. There are a lot of players who are preparing for the game this week. As I see, we have a guest, and we'll go to it real quick after you answer this question. You know the opponents and you know the chances of playing. So what does it mean for a player that's coming off the bench, maybe to make their debut or is buried on the depth chart a little bit? They probably practice with even more vigor this week going into the game because they know they got a shot.
Oh, without question. Yeah. I mean, and honestly, with it being week one, everybody, this is, this game, that's why I was saying it getting delayed the way that it did. That is, there are a few things worse for a player in week one to happen than a delay, because there's about 80 guys who are thinking today's the day. Today's my game. Today's where I get to show coach what I can do. There's a lot of guys that, this week were pretty fired up about this game. And some of them are walk-ons, or some of them are, young guys, freshmen, that know that, hey man, I got such and such in front of me. There's no chance I'm going to play or in a big game or an LSU game. But tomorrow I'm going to get a shot. So I'm going to make sure I'm ready to shine, to try to earn a rep or two.
And here we go.
There he is.
Live from the press box. There he is, the managing editor of Warchant.com. He's Ira Schofel joining us live during a 26-0 game over at Doak Campbell Stadium. Ira, how's it going so far? What did you think of the first half?
That's pretty good, man. I think, they moved the ball well. Just, kind of struggled a little bit in the red zone, had a couple of penalties, it looked like miscommunications, maybe a couple times on offense, didn't punch it in. But overall, I think it's like 360 yards to about 88 advantage Florida State. So you can't ask for much more than that. 26-0 could be over 30-0. So I think, pretty good overall. A couple of injury scares. That's why I want to give you updates real quick. It looks like Johnny Wilson looks okay. He's limping a little bit on that ankle. Looks like they taped up his ankle. You get the impression maybe he could still play if they needed him to, but maybe they'll just kind of rest him and get him ready for LSU. That's not official from the school, just kind of from what we saw. And then Darius Washington went off the field at center, and they played they played Dylan Gibbons there most of the way after that. So we'll have to see if we see Darius at all in the second half.
Well, that's interesting. So that wasn't a rep count for Darius. That is something that arose during the game for Darius Washington.
Yeah, it was actually, ironically, exactly when Johnny Wilson went in the injury tent, Darius was like outside of the injury tent being checked out by a trainer as well. And then I think he may have tried to go back in. And then the next thing we knew, he wasn't even on the sideline. So he must have gone in the locker room to be checked out. So we'll see if he comes back out for the second half or not.
That is going to be something to watch because already two centers down, at least from the depth chart perspective. Maurice Smith not available today. That's why they're working out more centers. So, Ira, I would imagine that's one thing we're looking for in the second half is different players lining up at that particular position. What else are you looking for quickly as the first drive is already on its first third down of the third quarter?
Yeah, I think the big thing would be you'd love to get Tate Rodemaker in the game. I think Jordan's looked pretty good. I'm kind of surprised they're not doing a little bit more throwing the ball. Duquesne is playing very far off. I don't know if you can tell it on the television version. Their corners are playing very far off on FSU's wide receiver. Seems like maybe they could take a little bit more of that. But, we'll see. I think, Jordan's got hit a couple of times to kind of hold your breath a little bit. So I think you'd like to get Jordan out of the game as soon as possible. But, they obviously need to score one or two more times.
Before we let you go, Ira, D-Rob is already lobbying. He wants to be on the wrap because he knows it's the hottest video on Warchant TV. So, yeah, just to let you know.
The problem is he's going to do that and then take our jobs. I already got people texting me. I got people texting me during the game. Hey, can we watch D-Rob after the game, the replay? I'm like, yeah, you can watch D-Rob after the game. So, we'll
consume the game twice.
Exactly.
I like that.
The old rewatch is important. 4th and 5, they're punting, Ira. They probably already did because I'm sure we're behind live time, but we appreciate the reporting from the stadium.
All right, guys, take care. Have a good second half.
Thanks, Ira. That is Ira Schofel, the managing editor of Warchant.com. No, don't feature. Yeah, let's go. That's easy. A little bit smaller smaller camera size. So Ira reported right there on Johnny Wilson. Ira's take on the situation. This is not an official FSU report, but Ira's take on the situation is that Johnny looks like he could go back in if it was necessary, and certainly it's not tonight, Dominic.
Yeah, I just based on what I could see, which isn't much, that's what I was thinking. Is he probably was in a situation where he could go in with ankles, and that's what I said when it happened with ankles.
Yep.
You have to get on it, and you have to be very, very aggressive treating ankles. You cannot just leave it to chance. You can't just wait and we'll see, and fine, you can go do this or you can do that. That's why I said earlier, I'm sure the trainer said, you guys, he's cleared to go. And at that point, I think it's the position coach's job to understand the situation and say, no, Johnny, we're good. We got this one without you. Stay dressed, stay ready, try to keep it warm, do all the things you need to do that the trainer's having you do. But unless it's absolutely necessary, like we need you, you're not going in. So I think that's a smart move. Good play.
While we had Ira on, it looked like a quick 3-and-out for Duquesne. Florida State has the ball. They're in a commercial break now. Honestly, D-Rob, I was conducting the interview, so I didn't see a whole lot of what was going on.
Yeah. So I will say this to you. You asked me about concerns. Yep. There was the other concern I would say is they're getting a push up front. Their offensive line is getting a push on our defensive line up front. They've been able to run the ball better than I expected based on the size advantage that we have on them up front. So that's been a little concerning. I wouldn't say it, like I said, I'm not too concerned about the pass rush part, just because there's a lot of variables that we don't know, or that they're not going to try and push it down the field. So we don't know if those guys would get pressure or not.
Yeah.
But I will say they've tried to run the ball, or they've been able to run the ball, and that's not good.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that in the third quarter. Once again, Brian is asking this question. A lot of people who are just joining us, as the numbers are rising here on the Warchant Watch Along. ESPN.
Let's go, numbers.
Yes, that's right. Keep the numbers going and keep liking this video. There's over 400 of you watching right now, so please make sure to hit the like button on YouTube. It helps other FSU fans who are looking for great coverage like we have here at Warchant find us at Warchant TV. ESPNU is the answer, Brian, as we return to play. Dominic, it's just about to snap on 1st and 10 for me with 13:33 on the clock, just to let you know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ahead. I'm at 13:20 right now.
Okay, so you saw that first down run. Another one for Trayshawn. They brought him back out.
Another good run, man. We're just chunking in the running game right now. It's every time they run the ball, it's 6 to 8 yards.
Trayshawn looks
snap, play action. Got him. Let's go.
It's like you're a fortune teller for me. There you go. It was a bad snap. That's poise from 13 right there. Right, Dominic? Poise.
Really good, man. Yeah, man. That's a lot of times that's just going to take what you can get. But that's what you get with him, man. He's just a gamer. He's going to make the plays that you don't script. And that's what you love about him, man. He's just a winner. He's always going to he's going to do a bunch of stuff that you didn't practice throughout the week. Things break down. He's going to stay cool. He's just going to compete his butt off.
I'm sure they're about to snap the ball in the next play, so I'll ask a question after 1st and goal for Florida State. It's a run right. All right, so they're within striking distance inside the 5-yard line now. Is that an innate ability, Dominic, to keep your eye down the field when something goes wrong, like a bad snap? He's had a lot of practice with that. The snapping has been a problem the last year or so, but that's got to be something that's just naturally inside you, right?
There's a big part of just athleticism in general. There's a touchdown.
There you go. Trayshawn Ward, he bounced it left. He didn't like what he saw, so he bounced it, cut to the left, and it's a 3-yard touchdown. 32-0 pending the extra point. There's the number for you.
So there's a big part of just athleticism that it is sort of ingrained from your personality. part of your athleticism is like if you're a person who's very high strung, then high intense situations are only going to make you go up. Yeah. And then some people's personality, it's the opposite. Even though they're high strung, they get in these chaotic situations and their heart rate slows down. And so some of that stuff is not, you can train it to a certain extent, but some people, man, they just have it, it's an innate ability that you were born with. And you go, man, like that guy has always done that. Like he does it even in non-athletic situations. So when he does it in athletic situations, it's just natural. It's just based on, and I can tell, Jordan is one of those guys. I have never met him or even talked to him, but you could just see by the way he carries himself is that dude's, he's cooler than the other side of the pillow,
Yep. And I'm sure it wouldn't surprise you. It's great that we get into practice. Mike Norvell's media policy is the envy of most media groups in the country. He's just like that in practice too. D-Rob, he is a quiet leader. He'll pull you aside and talk to you. He's not going to, rah the huddle before a drill or before 11 on 11. He's a leader by example. He's a quiet leader. So what you're saying about translating from personality type to on the field, it makes a lot of sense to me. Now they can clock out now, right? Can they clock out 33-0? Are they done?
I hope so. With him especially. I think these other guys probably need work. Especially up front. Offensive line probably needs to stay in there. But I'd like to see, just because of where he is in terms of his development, and then where Tate is in terms of his development, like this is a good time for Tate to come in and play. The game's not completely over, but we can still have some ones in front of him. We're not going to have a completely new offensive line or guys that shouldn't be playing in the game in front of them. But it's time to see Tate.
So 11 of 15, 207. And he's got a rushing touchdown to boot for Jordan Travis. Just your typical day at the office where he leads a lot of scoring drives. And that 11 of 15, there's one drop in there by Johnny inside he was goal to go situation as well. So that's got to be, if you're Mike Norvell, you are smiling right now, are you not?
For sure. And more than anything, I think you're happy about the execution. It's not even necessarily like the yards and the completions, but he's just done an incredible job of commanding the offense. He's just he's executing everything that they want to do. He's literally executing it as if it's just a practice situation. It's not, even like you saw, there's a snap there that's on the ground. And he ends up, completing the pass for whatever that was. Was that plus 50, plus 60? And but it's just the execution of everything. Nothing's falling apart on him. A lot different than the first game last year, where things just didn't look as crisp.
Yeah.
In terms of execution.
Boy, another kick return for Duquesne. They're going to get their work in on the kick return.
They like that KOR. They're big on the KOR return team. I hope we look back, week 10 or something. They got 4 kick return touchdowns, and we can take credit for it. It's because of the work they got against us.
I guess they want to start drives inside the 20 and work on that this week. Quarterback change for Duquesne as well. 11:51 to go in the third quarter. We always have to walk that fine line so we don't get in trouble. You can't do play-by-play, or else ESPN will come down hard on you. That's just the legality of it. But we're reacting to it right here on if you're a Nole fan and you haven't seen us before, welcome to Warchant TV. This is the Warchant Game Day Watch Along, the first of its kind in the fall. Dominic Robinson, former FSU, he played 2 ways at Florida State. He's out in Arizona now, and Dominic has been in the coaching game. He's a lifer for football. As he said on the Jeff Cameron Show, which you can find here on Warchant TV, it's in the deepest parts of his being, coaching the game of football. So we're really thrilled to have his insights this year. Hit the like button, subscribe to this channel for absolutely free. Warchant TV is free, and we'll be riding with you for all 12 games this season. Hopefully 13 with a bowl game, right, Dominic?
Oh, yeah, we love that.
Yeah.
So the interesting deal, I talked about the push they weren't getting up front on first down there. They just ran a little run stunt or like what some people may call a run blitz, but they stunted the defensive. Oh, they stunted the defensive tackle, and then they brought 15. Looked like he's playing either the Mike linebacker, and really nice tackle for loss on that play. So it's kind of an interesting first down run blitz.
Yeah, Tatum Bethune was in there as well. Yeah, that looked like maybe there was a message about what you were talking about in the concern department. Maybe there was a message either on the sidelines after that first drive or halftime or what. We're not getting a push. Let's force the issue here.
We got to do something. Yeah.
Azaria gets flagged for, it looks like, PI. From the play-by-play screen, it didn't look like much.
I don't see it. That's a good play. That kid's a good player, man. He might be the next one.
You talk about people with calm body language too.
He might be the next one, man. I really like that kid.
He's smooth as can be. He is penalized in this case. We don't like it, but the Dukes now have a first down beyond the 30-yard line, so they haven't done that too much tonight in a 33-0 game.
Let's go. Everybody to the ball.
Yep. Good form there from DJ Lundy. DJ's trimmed down considerably. Norvell told us that in Charlotte when we were up there for ACC kickoff. He said, wait till you see DJ Lundy and how much weight he's lost. He kind of had a little belly to him last year. He knew that speed, that was the missing piece to his game. It looks like he's gained a step or two. Now, this is Duquesne, so we'll see what it looks like against LSU. But there's also a motion penalty on Duquesne, which is declined. So 2nd and long now. That's a good position to be in.
We love it.
Absolutely.
That's something that I mentioned earlier was we really want to see them be in consistent 3rd and longs. How underdogs stay in games is if they're operating in 3rd and 2s, 3rd and 1s, 3rd and 2s. You can get into trouble. But right here, we're going to be 3rd and 13, 3rd and 12. That's how you win. That's how you end up with shutouts and dominate games is consistently put, talent challenge teams in 3rd and longs. If they can get 4 yards on first down, 4 yards on second down, now you guys start to get what you may call lucky, on 3rd and shorts.
Yeah, that throw to the perimeter was not on target, so it gave Kevin Noles a good chance to make the TFL. But that's good 0 to 60 from Kevin. He gets downhill, Dominic. Kevin Noles, he's only a sophomore. His first spring game as a true freshman, you could see it already that when he triggers, there are some dudes that are sudden, and Kevin's one of those.
Yeah.
3rd and long now.
Love it.
They're asking for a call. I don't see one. There you go. No phantom call like on Azaria Thomas this time.
No call.
Another chance for the punt return unit. Well, this is about an ideal start to the second half, isn't it?
We like it, man. 3 and out. Go down and score and then turn it around, 3 and out. Your quarterback, throws a 50-yard pass. You run it. He's kind of doing everything, man.
Is this where Dominic Robinson at Duke is starting to look at his position coach saying, come on.
Start doing the high knees and kind of checking the hamstring, making sure I'm ready to go. I was playing the whole game, though. I was returning punts.
Okay. All right.
But I got in on at corner late in the game, but I returned a punt earlier in that game. We actually blocked a punt. Kyler Hall blocked a punt, and then Jerome Carter returned it or picked it up in the end zone. So that sucks when you're a punt returner. There's nothing better, but then there's also nothing worse, man. Blocking a punt is so cool, but when you're a freshman punt returner, well, dang it.
And it's out of their end zone too, which means you're going to get a line drive and you're going to get a real crack at it.
Exactly. Yeah, those hurt, man. Those ones hurt. Like, dang.
Well, if you want to know where this game is, ESPN's already promoting Florida State and LSU early in the 3rd quarter on ESPN. For those of you just joining us, hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to Warchant TV, and remember the game is now on ESPNU. If you're looking for the answer, the game is on ESPNU. So we'll see who's in at quarterback here. You're a few seconds ahead of me, so feel free.
Yeah, he's in. It's Tate.
All right.
Running back still in. Looks like everybody else is still all the ones.
One thing to note, too, on that shot play, Thomas Schrader was the center. It wasn't Gibbons. So the snapping issue was for the guy that was down on the depth chart a little bit. We'll see how that develops this quarter and half.
85. Who's 85?
Marquiston Douglas, who had a decent camp. The tight end room is not great right now, but Marquiston is somebody who had a decent camp. He's physical.
So he may be one of those younger guys that's in there that
I think
not a starter.
With Cam McDonald's injury, Dominic, he may play a little bit more. I saw Cam, he had a drop in the first half. Actually, that's 2 for Jordan on 11 out of 15. So Marquiston may rotate in more. I saw him a little bit in the first couple of series. Toafili getting some run. He had a good camp. Mike Norvell could not say enough good things about the growth of Lawrence Toafili. And now that they're playing football a little bit, I'm allowed to say some of the things I saw in practice. He's got a lot better vision and confidence in his vision this year, so hopefully that continues to bear out.
Love that. You love to see here. I mean, even though you got a new guy in there at quarterback, 3rd and 2, having enough confidence in your guys up front to go, hey, we're going to still run at them. They ran inside zone. And a lot of times teams will get cute there. 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, they'll get cute and end up putting the ball on the ground. And you're like, come on, man. You can't get 2 yards.
I mean, I get it that it's Duquesne, but you're practicing to do this more.
But you got to do it. Yeah, exactly. You still got to do it.
And they weren't running a whole lot of inside zone on 3rd and 2 last year. They didn't have confidence in that.
Yeah. No, you got to do it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's still up? You tell me? Oh, my. Yeah, you're not.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Trayshawn Ward's like, hey, Trey Benson, I got an answer for you. You broke about 17 tackles on 3 runs the first half. Good effort. One thing I saw.
I love that.
Yeah.
So something I said, I can't remember if it was with Ira or is the big thing that I'm looking for throughout the course of this whole season is sort of the competitive spirit.
Yep.
And that, I mean, up 33, second half, like if he goes down after that second broke tackle, nobody says anything. Everybody goes, man, he had a great game and he did this and that. But that shows up later.
Yes.
If there's a lack of competitive spirit, that shows up. This is something that's really good to see. And like I said earlier, I hope that that's something that continues throughout the year. And it's not just an early season thing. There's your, oh my gosh.
All right. More good news. What's the good news? Lay it on me, TV screen.
No. It was
it's not good.
I don't know. The ball got tipped. Yeah. They ran that play action glance into the boundary. And I don't know if it slipped or it got tipped at the line.
I'm going to learn your.
Who's this 21?
That is Darian Williamson, which is interesting. Because Darian Williamson was dinged up a little bit in camp. So it's good to see that he's back on the field. There was
good to see it 21.
Yeah, 21 got tackled from behind in a one-on-one drill, and it looked like a problem for the Achilles area. It didn't look that serious at the time, but it's just like a strain.
Oh, get out of there, Tate.
So it's good to see 21 back out there. Oh, man.
Tate avoiding pressure. Doing a good job.
He sure did. That's well done.
Yeah.
It brings up they got to give Fitzgerald a chance here. You got to simulate and know what you want to do inside the 35-yard line, I would think, right, Dominic?
Yeah, for sure.
Man, Bless kind of whipped.
Oh, going for it.
Is that right? Wow.
49-yarder. It would have been a 49-yarder, and they're going for it.
That is interesting.
Very.
Is that a sign of confidence in the kicker, or is this work they want to get in? What do you think?
And he threw a pick.
Oh, boy.
Okay, I can't tell you. Oh, he fell down. So I don't want to speak for these defenses. The Florida State defenses that I played on, if you did this, they would be going bananas. They would be so pissed because shutouts are so rare, and we love them. Florida State, we love a shutout.
Bad ball, man.
And man, this guy they almost gave up 6 points. Now we would be fired up for the opportunity to stop them here, but like they're already in field goal range.
Woo.
But yeah, that you don't want to get you. I mean, I can see like Darnell Dockett's face right now, just as we just throw a pick on offense to potentially give up the shutout.
It's a sub storyline here too about Tate's confidence when the lights come on because he's improved a lot in practice. That's
Okay.
a bad ball at a bad time. That's
yeah.
breaks. Wow, contested catch there. Set up.
Yeah, I would say honestly the reason why he probably went for that, it wasn't about the kicking game. It was about Tate he had the one tipped pass, but he hadn't thrown a pass on that drive. And so it's, hey man, we put Tate in, we got to get him some work. So I'm sure they were looking at it like a 3rd and 7. That was probably a 3rd and 7 call that they ran, and just getting Tate some 3rd down work.
Well, I'm gonna give him the rock right back.
And
I
there's
was let him
a
go to work
touchdown. Yep, and they just scored. Dang it! Oh god.
Oh wow,
That's frustrating.
that's quite the adjustment by the receiver. That ball's way behind him. Goodness. All right. Well, I'm going to learn your my goodnesses here soon between the good and the bad.
Dang it.
Oh, now what would Darnell Dockett be doing?
Oh my gosh. The whole offense would be getting cussed out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's bad. The thing is, man, you work so hard to keep them from scoring.
Yeah.
And I can even remember games either when I was on defense or when I had moved to offense when we had kept the team from even crossing the 50, and just the pride we had in that. Like, man, we not only have they not scored, we haven't even let them get to the other side of the field. And man, when you have a chance to do that, you only get 1 or 2 of them a year, and it's regardless of opponent. 1 year I think we played UAB. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. Those guys are college athletes. They can play. They got good coaches. They're good athletes. And so it's not easy to keep a team from putting the ball in the paint. So when you give them a short field, you give them 30 yards to go. That'll piss the defense off because they've been working hard for that 0. They want that 0.
So what do you do now as a coach? Because here's the subtext is that Tate has been a lot better in spring and fall, and people are going to kill the media now because it's real. We see it in practice, but it was just about letting it translate. Do you play part psychologist now, look in his eyes, make sure that he's still confident enough? Do you in the next drive call a pass first play? Like, what are you thinking now?
It's this same thing I said earlier about when a wideout drops a pass. Yep. I try to get the ball back in his hands as quickly as possible, whether that's even on a run play, it might be a jet sweep, a now screen, just anything. I want the ball in his hands quickly to kind of get him out of that funk. And the same thing here. For me personally, I'm throwing a pass right now. Okay. I'm throwing like a now screen, or I'm throwing maybe that RPO glance again that got tipped earlier. That Tate had, because that's an easy read for him. That's an easy catch and throw, or throw and catch. And so that's me. That's what I would do. I'm going to look him in the eye and tell him, hey, you're good. Let's go. We're keeping the confidence in you. And I'm not just going to say it in word. I'm going to show him by giving him a call, or I'm going to even ask him, hey, what do you want? What do you want? You just threw a pick on such and such concept. You don't like that? Or did you just throw a bad ball? Coach, I that's a good concept. Let's call that again. Let's run it out of this formation. I like it. I just made a bad throw. I made a bad read. I did. I want to engage with him in conversation, because I want him to know that, hey man, you're allowed to make mistakes. That's one of the big things that I try to do, is like make sure guys know man, you don't have to be perfect out there. You're allowed to make mistakes. You can't play scared. You can't play worried about whether I'm going to take you out or be mad at you or anything like that. So I'm trying to engage in conversation with them. And if I'm so pissed that I can't have a conversation with him, then I don't either. I stay away from him because I don't want him to feel that negative energy.
Right.
They already know. These guys, man, they're incredibly high level athletes with that are highly competitive. They already know that people are mad. They already know the defense is pissed off because they gave up a shutout. They already know these things. You don't have to remind them by being a jerk to them. So I try to avoid that. If I'm in a bad emotional space, then I make sure I keep my distance from them.
How many times out of 10 are you in a bad emotional space?
Me personally, I don't go there very often. I'm pretty level-headed, and I'm the most reasonable, especially for football coaches, because of my baseball background. I kind of coach football the way that I coach baseball, which I'm pretty chill. And so I don't go there very often, but I do go there, especially with the quarterbacks, because they can test your patience a little bit sometimes.
1st and 10 on the 15. The kick return game does not look like it's fixed. It's early, everybody. They'll clean some stuff up, but that's
it looks very bad.
Yeah,
it looks very bad. Those two returns, the two of them looked really bad.
Both to McCall too. So I don't know if it's about indecisiveness out of him. Looked like maybe on the first one he was a little indecisive, but that one was just dead. You see heads hanging too, because the guys know what last year was all about. So here we go, 1st and 10. What do we do for Tate?
There it is. Yeah, I figured they would run. That's why I said I personally what I would do. I thought for sure they'd run. We're just running the ball too well.
Yeah, part of that call is probably that you're on your own 15 too, right? It limits what.
The thought was there is we're gonna be 2nd and 2, and then we'll throw it there, and our guys are just running the ball so well right now that 2nd and 2 turns into 1st and 10 with the 20-yard gain.
Your pulling left tackle there, folks, was freshman Julian Armella, 72. He and Bryson Estes both were pulling in that concept. So he's on the field. They love to get those linemen on the move, Dominic, don't they? Do you like that in an offense?
I do. Yeah, I do. These guys are super athletic too.
Yeah.
So I love to get them moving. Do we know, is there potential to see AJ Duffy?
I would think if they put up a couple of scores here, a little bit more distance. Yeah.
That's another 8-yard run, man. Back to back. Just chunk.
AJ was over here at IMG in the state of Florida, but was there a reputation around him, good, bad, and different, out in the area?
I loved him. Yeah, he has a great reputation. He's a really good player, and really good kid. I think a lot of people think very highly of him.
Over 100 yards for Toafili. There you go.
Portier.
He and Tate have good chemistry. That's a lot of twos work together. That's you were asking earlier about where's 88. I don't see him anywhere on the 2 deep. Yeah, when the backups go in, 18 and 88 have a good connection together. That's a wide open concept, but it's something to watch here as this quarter goes on. If Kentron's back on the field.
Okay. Oh boy. There's a touchdown.
The good way? Start? Yeah, the good way.
Seminoles. Good guys.
Man, 0 to 60.
Good guys. Gashing in the run game. Didn't throw the ball once.
Yeah.
85-yard drive.
85 yards. The one throw to Kentron. That was it. 88.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Trey Benson, that 0 to 60 is real. He could be a fun player to watch. And Trayshawn's been killing it. So, I mean, all the running backs have been good today, but Benson's got a little extra something to him. 43 yards on the score. Looks like the field goal. Well, yep, stat broadcast, man. You got to love it. They're fortune tellers. 40 to 7. There you go. Do you like that they're establishing this
3.
identity?
He just said 3 backs over 90 yards.
Yep. And we'll pull that up.
90.
We'll show you. There they are.
100. That's incredible, man. Yeah, you love it. That's as a coach, you'd love that, man. It just establishes such a dominant, just a domination and control. It's absolute control of the game and control of the situation. At any point in time, I could take 6 to 8 yards from you. It's a very tough position to be in as a defensive coach. If you can't stop the run, then the offense has all its options. It has everything. The play action pass is there. The RPO game is there. It's a bad position to be in. So
literally is 8 yards.
The Florida State offensive coaches are loving it. Absolutely loving it.
Well, and so are all the backs because everybody got fed tonight. And then the next guy to watch will be Rodney Hill. Oh, did they? Oh, don't tell me he whiffed again. That had to be the breeze.
No, it fell.
I got flashbacks to UF. Rodney Hill will be interesting to watch too. 29.
Mm-hmm.
Sometime
he's a good athlete.
Yes, he is. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
The complete player.
KOR.
They got 3 guys back there. That is fascinating.
And the ball hit the ground. It's not good. It's not a good ratio.
That's like a can of corn with a 4-man outfield, and it still hits the ground in baseball. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no good.
So the worst part tonight has been the kickoff return game for both teams. I think we can agree on that.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's see if any backups are in now. Got to assume quite a few will be. Saw some starters out there the first couple of series defensively. Looks like Mike just got some information he did not want to hear. I don't know what.
No, he was going off on the special teams coach for something.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. He didn't like the kick, or he didn't like the way they covered.
Didn't match or whatever.
Yeah.
Good pursuit there from 44 Farmer. That's a defensive tackle making the play. Long ways away from the line of scrimmage. Once again, folks, you're joining us for the Warchant Watch Along right here on Warchant TV. Hit the like button underneath this video. Subscribe to this video. If you're a fan of the Warchant Postgame Show that we've been doing for a few years, this is the link. You don't have to go anywhere else after the game. But we've got a quarter plus another minute 25 with Dominic Robinson, who is now the senior and lead football analyst for Warchant TV. We are so thrilled to have him here tonight. And it looks like Florida State is well on their way to their first 1-0 start since 2016. Ouch. But get off the schneid before we're going out to New Orleans. This is good.
This is great. You always celebrate your victories, no matter how big or how small, because they don't have to happen.
If we haven't learned that by
found that out the hard way.
Yeah.
We learned that the hard way for sure.
Yeah. Noles.
Hey, did my sound get better, by the way? I didn't check.
Yeah, it switched back when you were answering earlier. Yeah. So a first down for Duquesne, but it's now 2nd and 10 in the waning moments of the third quarter. This game's moving. Well, you know what? I'm not going to say it. Never mind. With the weather classy, I'm shutting myself up right now. Self-censor.
Yeah, it might be too late. You already put it in the universe.
If I did, it's on me. Yeah. I owe Dominic all the Zaxbys in the world.
Man, that's bad.
Looks like they jumped. They started early there. Oh, yeah, that is bad. I like wondering before as the ball is snapped, like, what does he see that's bad? Because I'm so worried it's about a defender in this situation.
Yeah. So you're live, but that's your live is just behind my live.
Yeah, which is interesting because pregame we were synced up perfectly. So
yeah,
it's about 2 to 3 seconds, but that's okay. I'd rather it be that way than the other way around.
Should I pause? You want me to pause for 2 seconds? And
if it was 10 to 10 and and it's Miami, like
there's some pressure. There's the pressure we've been wanting to see. Let's go.
Oh yeah, from everywhere. Verse up top, McClendon on the bottom. There you go. They meet in the middle. It's a big moment for Jared Verse. That's got to be really cool. It's Doak. It's at night. They didn't get to scrimmage in the stadium. Both times they wanted to scrimmage, the weather forced them inside. So they should be ready for a weather delay. But that's got to be a huge moment for a kid from Albany transferring to Florida State. Doesn't matter. It's Duquesne.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Love that, man, because that's just a one-on-one. He beat him.
Yeah.
That's not a scheme sack. That's not a coverage sack. That's mano-a-mano.
End of the third quarter here. You're with us on the Warchant watch-along right here on Warchant TV. We got to pay some bills. We'll be back in just about 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich. It's taking over, and it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some. Here's how to get started. Head over to warchant.com or on3.com. From the team's drop-down menu at the top of the screen or the upper left corner if you're on mobile, select teams, scroll down to Florida State, and then select Warchant. There, you'll see the limited offer for 1 year for $1. Tap or click, choose Florida State from the drop-down, annual or monthly, enter your billing info, and hit subscribe. That's it. $1 for a year of Warchant.com, the ultimate deal for the ultimate fan from the Ultimate Seminole Sports Source. Warchant.com.
Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate comes with 12 dippable, dunkable, do-it-any-way-you-wantable sauces. And a plate of our hand-breaded fingers. Oh, and don't forget the napkins. Famous fried chicken, endless sauceabilities. Only at Zaxby's.
A little bit more love for our sponsors, Zaxby's, as we're going to talk about their signature sandwich. It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days, so how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra-large hand-breaded filet and 3 thick-cut pickled chips on a split-top bun. And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. D-Rob is finishing up a phone call right now, so we've got him muted. And right now in the fourth quarter, it is Florida State 40 and Duquesne 7. D-Rob's thoughts so far in the game mirror my own. It has been systematic when it comes to the ground attack for Florida State, averaging 8 yards a carry. We'll scroll down there. Look at that. 14 carries, 127 yards, a couple scores for Trayshawn Ward. Lawrence Toafili is up over 100 yards. He had a great camp. Mike Norvell couldn't say enough about him. He's got a touchdown as well in this game. Trey Benson just went for 40-plus yards for a touchdown late in the third quarter. And as D-Rob rejoins us, we are starting the fourth quarter. Boy, it's tough to catch punts like that, D-Rob. What do you think? Is that bad on Micah Pittman for not getting there, or is that just, I mean, there's nothing you can do?
No, especially week one. You don't really have so I always had the averages of the punters. You knew exactly kind of where a guy, you knew if a guy liked to, fade the balls to the right, to the left. Week one, you have no clue, especially with an opponent like this. So, you give them a little forgiveness. Now we get into, later in the season, week 5, I don't ever want the ball on the ground as a punt returner ever. That's on me. I got to know how strong the guy's leg is. I got to understand the wind. I got to understand the situation. I got to understand if we're pressuring or we're not. All of those things will tell me, get me close enough to where the ball's not going to be on the ground.
Yep.
On a worst case scenario, I'm going to catch it and get tackled right away. That's the worst case scenario. I hated fair catching. I never really fair caught very, very, unless I was told to prior. The ball just shouldn't be on the ground.
So obviously, as somebody who returned punts, some of the issues Florida State's had the last year or so has driven you especially nuts, I'm gathering.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You don't want the ball on the ground. There isn't an excuse. You have too much information at the college level.
Yeah.
Again, these guys are world-class athletes. If you can't get within a range of where you can sprint right or left 7 to 10 yards while the ball's traveling 40 yards in the air, we got a bigger issue. Got to be able to anticipate it, and got to be able to. Again, I'm not saying everything needs to be then that was a big thing that Mickey Andrews really ingrained in me very early was he never really cared about our actual return.
Mm-hmm.
His deal was your job is to make sure that the offense gets the ball. The defense just did all the work, and the work isn't done until the offense is on the field. So you got to catch the football. And that was he really, really ingrained that in me of just the importance of finishing that drive with the ball in your hands. And so you keep it off the ground. You don't let the ball get to the ground. So I've stayed that way as a coach now, really big on that.
But, you're involved in multiple sports. You just mentioned baseball earlier. How similar is it to the jump that a center fielder would get off the bat? Because can you even see the ball coming off of the punter's foot?
No, you can't.
Yeah.
And honestly, that was the fun part for me. It was being able to, again, anticipate and gather information that lets me know most likely it's going to come off his foot this direction. I got to head into that direction, and I got to understand that he usually kicks it about 37 yards, and it tails to the left.
Yeah.
I watch him. You watch him during pregame. That was another thing, was you always watch the other punters during pregame to kind of see, okay, this is how his ball travels. This is the distance. This is how it finishes. Different guys have different balls. Turnover at different times. Some turnover early, some turnover late. All of these things are all things that information that you should be taking in to keep the ball off the ground. In the end, it's nice. We all want to have touchdowns and 50-yard returns, but more than anything, we got to get the ball back to the offense.
Yeah.
And we got to. So I always wanted to, and this was a Mickey Andrews thing, I want to give them a first down. So they got to get one less first down. So I try to get 10 yards. If the ball hits the ground and it travels 10 yards, I not only didn't give them a first down, I took away a first down. Now they got to make an extra first down.
Yeah.
And those of us that coach and play offense know that's that sucks. It's harder to do that. It's hard to get 8 first downs in a drive. So I gotta, as a punt returner, I gotta give you a first down back. Okay, I gotta make it so that you have one less first down you need to get.
And that was all year last year. Adding those first downs or subtracting them, going the wrong way. And
yeah. Throughout the course of a year,
yeah.
Just think about how often if you just force 4 punts a game and twice a game you let the ball hit the ground, that's 2 first downs a game. That's 20 first downs throughout the course of a season.
Yeah.
That's a lot, man. I can get, if I told you at the beginning of the season, hey, you got to pass for 20 first downs, man, you would love that, and that's what I always came into the games thinking in terms of as a punt returner. My thought was always, okay, I got to give them at least 1 first down a game. So I got to have at least 1 10-yard return was sort of my deal.
Yeah, Corey Clark, our own Corey Clark at Warchant, did the calculation. I forget the exact number, but it was well over 100 yards lost in the ball hitting the ground and rolling, and that's rough. Now, a few plays have happened since we last spoke. Rodney Hill started the drive that Florida State's on, bounced it out to the right. Nice run, smooth. Tate with a nervy play. It looked like it was blown up protection-wise, rolled right. Showed decent poise in a weird spot to get rid of the ball, and it's a no gain on first down. Then, again, no gain on second down. You're getting into the deeper parts, the deeper recesses of the offensive line at this point with some of those guys that are out there. Now it's 3rd and long. We had to burn a timeout here, apparently. So not a great start to the season for Tate Rodemaker. There's no way to sugarcoat that.
It's not looking good. It's really looking rough. And this is sort of what I was talking about earlier. I think someone had an issue with, continuing to play Jordan, when we were up, I don't know, it's 23 or something. And it's so much bigger than just performance. It's a guy has been practicing and is well-versed in operating an offense. There's more to operating an offense than throwing a football 15 yards and having a guy catch it. If it was that easy, then switch them in and out and do all this. But this guy, as the quarterback, he is setting the protection. He's checking and moving the run plays from the right to the left. He's changing the run plays. He's, he's throwing hot versus blitz. All of these things. So this is why you keep your starter in the game, as long as you possibly can.
Carol says it all right now. That's how most people are feeling with what they've seen out of 18 so far, which is we definitely need JT to stay healthy. We hear you, Carol. Thanks for always participating in our live shows. She is a frequent watcher on Warchant TV. 40-7 is the score. There it is. There's the boneless wings versus chicken nuggets thing.
I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah.
This must be a Florida thing that's happening right now because I did not know about this. And I love it. It's such a good discussion, but it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
A boneless wing is nowhere near being a chicken nugget. It's not even close.
Right. And it's not even close to being a wing either. It's just its own thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nugget.
Oh, man. Oh, he's got to stop playing. So what do you do there with Deuce Spann? Did they throw a flag? No. I think he got the first down. That looks like a bum spot to me unless their spot. No, there is a flag on the field. So Deuce Spann lost his helmet on a screen out to the left. He had already gained between 8 and 9 yards, I'd say, as his helmet came off. And he continued to participate. But he had the ball in his hand. Dominic, what do you do in that moment? Because you get flagged these days for illegal participation.
Wow.
They said no flag on the play, so they allowed him to play.
Oh, they allowed it.
Yep. It's fourth and a foot. I think that was a bad spot.
They just changed it. It's first down. Oh, no. No, it's third down.
Now they did get
one.
Oh, man, these ACC officials. No, okay, so this is ESPN.
Okay.
ESPN had no idea.
ESPN messed it up. I don't think it was the refs.
There you go. Got a little Reggie push for a first down there.
Yeah, there we go.
Deuce Spann has had a good night for not being a natural wide receiver. He looks a little bit more fluid. What do you think, Dominic?
He looks great. No, I think he looks really good. I'm happy to see his development. I think that's going to be important to us, just because you're not going to be 100% healthy all season.
Yeah.
You got to have more than just your main guys, Micah and Johnny, and you got to be able to have some depth. And so he's a guy that it looks good today.
Another rough pass from Tate on first down off his back foot. That might well be picked in most games. There is Kentron. Florida State is over midfield. It's second down for the Noles inside the 45-yard line. All right, third and medium. It's probably 6.5 if they spot it correctly, Dominic. And your quarterback has looked a little shaky. What's the coach calling here?
I got to see Tate spin it here. I'm running whatever my favorite concept is here to the field, to the 3 receiver side, and that is not what they're going to do. What a great call. They ran it with Trey Benson, and he did what Trey Benson does.
Man,
it's really good.
What do you think of Trey Benson so far? Because I'm noticing patience beyond the fact that he's really tough and can bounce off of tacklers.
Yeah, I just love, the broken tackle aspect.
It's not easy to do.
Man, he just all of the backs today are, really breaking multiple tackles on every run.
The clock that you're seeing on the broadcast that we have, the little window, that's official Florida State statisticians, but they're about 3 minutes behind it. There's just under 12 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. They got 14:48 on the board. There's Rodney Hill. Invest early, folks. If you like sports stocks, Rodney's a good player. Going with the lime green mouthpiece. What do you think of that, Dominic?
Love it. Yeah.
You like it? All right.
I love it. Yeah. No, any little thing you can to separate yourself as an individual, I like.
See where they
Yeah, Rodney Hill's going to be good, man.
Yeah.
He's going to be
what was it in his film? Because you did a project for us, if people are new to Warchant TV, when it was National Signing Day last December. You broke down the film of all of the 22 class. What did you see from Rodney Hill that you liked?
It was his athleticism. He just was absolutely, he was the most athletic of all the signees, and that includes Travis Hunter, who I think is obviously a freak athlete. I thought Rodney was the most athletic player in the class. And at the time we thought we were getting Travis, so I broke Travis Hunter's film down also. I just thought, man, this guy is super explosive. He's incredibly athletic. He can do all things. Obviously, we hadn't seen him catch passes for us yet, but he was catching the ball in his film a lot, and he was returning. He was just doing everything, and he's just I love guys who are multiple in what they can do and versatile. That those guys win my heart pretty easy, and he's definitely that guy.
He takes great pride in learning the protections too. I can tell you from practice, he's that type of player. So
yeah,
the guy that you force your way onto the field in third downs when you do that, which is great.
Yeah, and again with that versatility, that's what you do, and that's why I love it. Is you force the action of the coach, because it's just like, man, I can't not have that guy out there. He gives us too many positives. He can run the route. He can run the ball. He can break tackles. He can catch the ball. He can protect if I need to keep him in. There he is. Scored a touchdown.
Special moment for the freshman, Rodney Hill.
First
touchdown as a Nole, and he leaped. He hit the Y button on the controller, or the triangle button, depending upon what console you had, to make his way into the end zone. So now 46-7, pending the extra point. Are there any of you degenerates out there? That number's getting really close.
These things are it seems, I don't know if you and I or Aslan and myself talked about this earlier. This may seem like garbage time. Mm-hmm. I guess it must have been me and you. But these things are really, really, these are big moments. These are very big moments. Scoring your first touchdown at home is a big deal because you're not going to get another opportunity for weeks and weeks and weeks. And over the next couple weeks, you're going to get a little ding here. You're going to get a hamstring soreness here. You're going to get concussion protocol here. And before you know it, you're in week 5 and you hadn't even been on the field, right?
Yep.
Or you go on the field, but it's on a road game and it's, whatever. So I can't impress to you how, especially for freshmen and young guys, how important these things are. These reps are, the success of these reps are, because they help get you through week 5, week 6, week 7, when you haven't touched the ball in 5 weeks because you've got really tough opponents. You're in the league play and you're the third string guy and you're only on, and now you got to wear a scout team jersey and all these things. The memories of the success after the game, people saying, "Hey man, congratulations on your first touchdown." Your parents are there, them coming out of the locker room and giving them a hug, and letting your dad telling you, "Man, that was so cool. I got to watch you score your first touchdown in Doak." Those things really sustain you when it's week 5 and you lose a road game versus whoever, North Carolina. Yep. Things like that, man. I can't impress to you. These are moments that many fans won't remember or even know. But for these players, these are really, really big moments that they're bigger than just, oh, it's really cool that I scored my first touchdown. Like, these are things that get you through bigger moments later that nobody knows about when you're in your dorm and classes are kicking your butt and you got a final and blah, blah, blah. And then you remember back, like, coach is getting on you, whatever it is. You can remember back to, man, remember I had that first touchdown in Doak and how cool that feeling was. So,
even if you're leading the way for a guy like that, because Julian Armella is in the shot as behind him comes Rodney Hill. I mean, I can't tell you the last time that I was excited to watch the second or third string offensive line. And that's the recruiting is gone now too. These are big moments. About that 6 rushing touchdowns tonight, Dominic. 6 rushing touchdowns for Florida State. And there he is, Rodney Hill, number 29. Keep an eye on him. If somebody goes down, and look, attrition is part of a season, you never hope for anything like that, but Rodney could step in and help you in a pinch. Just under 9 minutes to go in a 40-point game. You mentioned, Dominic, when you were on the Jeff Cameron show earlier this week, that you wanted to see a fight, a mentality of we will fight you week to week. And, of course, it's easy to do that in some circumstances. Easier than others, I should say. It's never easy, but it's easier than others. What do you see tonight? Have they had that mentality you were looking for?
Yeah, I think, thinking about what I said, and really I talked about it earlier today, was the competitive spirit is really what I'm looking for. It's just consistent competitive spirit, which that shows up in way different ways, shapes and sizes and times in the game. So competitive spirit, a lot of people will go, oh yeah, like when you're going against Miami in the Orange Bowl in the 4th quarter. Is that an example of competitive spirit? Yeah, like, yes, it is. But that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. Like, true competitive spirit is, it doesn't matter if we're playing darts or I'm racing you to the mailbox. Like, you're going to get my very best shot. And so there was an example of it earlier. I think we were up 23, and I can't even remember which back it was, but there was a run that he could have easily broken 2 tackles and went down, and we would have said, hey, that's a good run. And whoever the back was, man, he broke 4 more tackles I mean, it was definitely the best run of today. That was a great example of kind of what I was talking about in terms of competitive spirit. That was one of the things that I really wanted to see was examples of that, where it's, hey, it doesn't matter we're up 23 versus an inferior opponent. Like, you're still getting my best shot. I'm still going to try and get the extra yard. I'm still going to make sure I fall forward. You're still going to feel me after you get up from this tackle. I'm not going out of bounds. Things like that is like, even JT on the bad snap, picking that ball up and going, hey, I still have a good play and I'm protected. I'm not just going to take the minimum. I'm going to give you a shot here. Take this 50-yard bomb over the top of your head. So yeah, I definitely saw it today. It looks very good. Regardless of the opponent, this is what you wanted to see. But for me, I saw this in spots last year, so it's more about the consistency and, how do you have that if you come off a loss to LSU? Are you still that? That's what I wanted to see. So definitely check in the box for today. But let's see if we can make that a consistent thing, that's a lifestyle thing where it's all the time and it's not just one game or one play or one situation only in the fourth quarter. It's like, no matter what, in baseball, I always say up 10 or down 10, you got to be who you are.
Right.
I don't want it to change. I don't want you to elevate or be different, or it's just, hey, we're up 10 runs or we're down 10 runs. In this case, we're up 40-0. You get in this game, somebody's going to have to feel you. Somebody's going to have to see, take your best shot. And it doesn't matter that it's the fourth quarter. It doesn't matter that it's Duquesne, or you're playing against a Pro Bowler. You're going to get my best shot because that's the competitive spirit that I live my life with every day.
Yeah, the Trayshawn Ward was the back, and you think about what he went through today. So there was a lightning delay. The game was delayed by an hour and a half. So you're out of your routine. Then you control the first half. You go break, and the offense comes back out. The starters come back out to begin the second half, and that's when the moment happens.
That's when it happens. That tells you a lot.
Yeah,
that really tells you a lot, because that is an easy time to be complacent.
Yeah,
that's a time where complacency shows up. And the thing that's scary about it is that's a time where complacency shows up where nobody knows about it, because you're up and you already broke a bunch of tackles. So why do you need to break a bunch more?
Right.
Yep. And but that's the difference. Like, that's what really separates really good teams or great. Yeah, not even teams, just humans, just people in general. That's what separates them, is like, when and how does that complacency show up? And then when it does, do you address it, or do you just let it go because, I still won. We still won 47-4, or 47-7, So,
well, there's some other.
We just had a punt hit the ground.
Another one, and that one had some hang time on it, didn't it?
I didn't see it. I just saw it hit the ground.
It looked like it was up in the air a little while. It did bounce back. Florida State will start their own 23 after the commercial timeout. A couple other pieces of evidence to that end, D-Rob, include, I noted a play where Micah Pittman in the first half, downfield blocking and engaged, because he knows that they're going to be successful on the ground, but still, receivers don't always care to block, and Micah Pittman is not the largest guy in the world. I'm talking 25 yards down the field, still locked in a battle. Love to see that. The offensive linemen here pull, they get out and run, they create angles, they do all kinds of fun stuff. But you're seeing Dylan Gibbons, who he's going to start next week, no matter what the film says that he did this week. He's 30 yards downfield blocking too. It's these little moments that everybody will be pleased. I mean, what happens in a moment like that in the film room when you see the extra effort? I'm sure the coach would single you out in that moment. And what are your
you want to? Those are big moments as a coach. Those are big moments that you don't want to pass.
Yeah,
you do not let you. Sometimes you even realize it. Maybe you're going to skip that play or something. and you'll go back. Hey, coach, can you run that film back? Go back to play 27 or 37 or whatever it was. Hey, Micah, we can win with this. Let's keep that up. You keep setting that example for the young guys and these other guys who are trying to learn how to play the Seminole way. Let's keep that going. That's good, man. Good shot, man. Let's keep that going. You want to make sure you're vocal and you make it a public display. You want to praise guys for doing things like that. That's sort of how you create the culture of guys doing it. If you want guys to do that all the time, then you want to, make sure you celebrate those things when they do them and don't just let it pass, and don't just call out the guy who catches the big bomb or the touchdown play. Call out those little things, because if those things are going to win you games and make you better as a program, then you should celebrate those things too.
Couple of notes for those of you just joining us, and we're seeing over 400 of you watching us right now as we're watching the game. It's a weird concept, but it really works these days. Ever since the Manning cast made it popular, it's the Warchant Watch Along, and he's Dominic Robinson. My name is Tom Lang. You're watching Warchant TV. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. We've got wall-to-wall coverage and a post-game show coming up. Those updates we're going to be looking for in the post-game include Johnny Wilson's status, long catch, 51 yards, a tackle around the ankles that seemed to hurt him a little bit. He went into the tent. We'll see what his status is. Our own Ira Chaffel reported it looks like, based upon the way he's walking on the sidelines, that Johnny Wilson is going to be all right moving forward. And then center Darius Washington. He is the third man in line from preseason camp to now at center. He also left the game and went into the tent. So we'll have those updates for you coming on the Warchant Postgame Show, as now at quarterback for Florida State is freshman A.J. Duffy.
Let's go. Also, just on that note, you guys can mute those other guys. They're not talking about anything anyway on the other broadcast. Put them on mute. Listen to us and watch A.J. Duffy go to work right here. So I was a big fan. If you go back to my, assessment of A.J. That I did on Irish, I can't remember if it was that just a Warchant deal?
Yeah, it was. There were little videos, and then we ran them during a special we had as well.
During the signing day special, yeah. So if you look back on the signing day special that I did, A.J. Duffy, I said, this guy's a program changer. It's not an instant thing. It's not today. It's not start as a freshman and win the Heisman in his first year. But A.J. Duffy reminds me of the guys who created the foundation for Florida State. The Charlie Wards, the Casey Weldons, those guys, the Brad Johnsons, those early guys in the late 80s, early 90s. AJ really reminds me of them. Give them 2 years, and it's so counterintuitive to what we experience now in football. It's just in all sports, really, is guys just show up as freshmen and they play, and that's the only way we see good players anymore. But I'm telling you, I think after 1 or 2 years, this guy's going to be a really, really good quarterback. When I watched him play, I could not stop seeing Russell Wilson. I'm not saying he's going to do the things Russell Wilson did in terms of production and his college career, but his style, the way that he plays the game, was very, very reminiscent or expressive of like the way Russell Wilson plays the game.
Well, he's run around
really fun
times already.
Yeah, really, really fun to watch, man. He can run, he's athletic, and he can make every throw. Every throw. When he learns this offense and gets a grasp of what he's asked to do and needs to do, the sky is the limit, and we're going to win some games with AJ Duffy. I'm telling you that right now. The guy's a winner, and he's legit.
So a lot of fun things happening right now, D-Rob, because on the up front on the offensive line, Kanaya Charlton's on the field. He's somebody you liked when you were doing the specials because he's got quick feet for a big guy. He fits the system of what they're trying to do. And then one of the plays that they ran as they come up short on third down one of the plays they ran early with Duffy here, it's almost like a triple option. Talk me through this, because it's a read option, and then Duffy is rolling out to his left, and he can still outlet to the receiver on the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that you see with Jordan Travis, and Travis has run that well. I wouldn't have thought that that's a play that you would run for Duffy, but that's encouraging to see that they give him that much trust, because that's a lot of things to process in a quick period of time.
It is, and it puts it puts the defense in ultimate conflict. And if it's just assignment football, it's the same as it is a triple option, but it's sort of the new wave or new age triple option, which is we're going to spread you out and make you make decisions and be disciplined in space instead of in this small area of space, which is the old triple option. Now our third option will be to hit the bubble or the now on the outside. And so you've got to guard multiple areas of space all the way, make you guard about 40 something yards worth of space, because you've got to take the dive, then you got to account for the quarterback, and you got to account for the wideout, So, if you think about those spaces, those are all, probably 37 yards apart that, guys have to be. So, it's a great play. It's it's very common in almost everybody's offense nowadays. And I just, from what I saw of AJ, he'll be very good in that style of offense.
Another punt hits the ground, and it looked like did you see him run away? It looked like he ran away from it.
He did. Yeah, he did.
At the 15, maybe. Now it's at their own 5. We'll see here. You're ahead of me by a few seconds. Does Mike call timeouts here and treat the fourth quarter situation like he did the 2-minute situation in the second quarter?
I don't think he will.
Okay. You think enough is enough at this point?
Well, no, it's just because those are the young guys.
Yeah.
The reason he did it earlier was he still got his ones in there, so we're working specific situations.
Okay.
These guys, you're not going to do that for them. You're not necessarily worried about them getting a specific situation, because they're just trying to, play base defense and do base things. So I don't think he'll play this the same way.
The final 90 seconds or so here of football time on the first Warchant watch along in a game that counts. As Duquesne.
How did we do on time? I know you made your comment earlier. Did we stay pretty speedy in terms of how long the game was taking?
It's been a brisk second half, hasn't it been?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty. Time is sort of not a thing for me when I watch football. I have it could be 5 minutes is like 5 hours could be like 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, fine. I guess that was 5 hours.
I agree with you there. I've missed this so much, but it's rare to have a 3-hour football game in college anymore. And now,
that doesn't happen.
It's 9:33. They kicked off at 6:30. I mean, this is a rare thing to see. But now they're inside.
We ran the ball so well,
Yep.
No balls on the ground, and how many incomplete passes did
Jordan
Travis have?
He only threw 4. There were 2 drops. So
everything's balls off the ground. We're running the ball well.
Yep. Looks like we're about to have a final here. So Dominic, take us through. I mean, you've done a lot of things when it comes to football, from on the field to on the sideline to training behind the scenes, film room, all that stuff. This is the first time you've done a watch along. So how did this experience go for you tonight?
It's awesome, man. I mean, more than anything, we got to win. We got a dub. I'm 1-0.
You are
in the watch along on the watch along team. We're 1-0. So let's keep that thing rolling the next week. No, this is great, man. This is great. I'm happy to anytime we win, man. Winning a football game is hard, and I don't care whether it's Duquesne. Like, we saw it happen last year. And it's not just about last year. It's just the football games are hard to win. And so when you get a win, it feels great. It doesn't matter who your opponent is. And this was good to get, especially get the first one out of the way. And to do it at home in front of your people, it's great.
And now, 8 days from now, exactly right now, it'll be 9:30 on the East Coast on a Sunday night. You'll be in the second half of FSU and LSU. That is what's coming up next for the Noles as they are 1-0. So, Dominic, final question for you. You talked about what you wanted to see in terms of the theme of the game, which is the compete level. Are there any specific players that stood out to you that you wanted to see something out of them, and you did today? They impressed you before we say goodnight for the evening.
I hadn't thought about or talked about the backs at all. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't care who the opponent is. What they did today, that's impressive. Like a lot of teams win 47-7 and don't have three backs get 100 yards.
Yep.
So don't tell me, oh, you just played Duquesne. How many teams can say, hey, man, we ran for 300 yards and three different guys did it. So I would just say the backs, I'm very impressed with what they did. And honestly, the defense as a whole, they got a shutout.
Yep.
If you don't throw that pick, the defense, completely shut them out. And I don't think they would have crossed the 50 without that pick. So that's a good sign. We got the sack that we were looking for. It was only one, but yeah, I was just impressed with the backs more than anything.
Oh, and I'm getting ready for a post-game show in which there's going to be many phone calls about Tate versus AJ Duffy. I think people love to talk quarterbacks, D-Rob. So I think
they do, man. They love it. And I'll tell you, this is going to get way over assessed and analyzed by the Seminole faithful. AJ did have a presence about him that was greater than the presence that Tate was carrying even prior to the interception, I thought. If you just watched Tate sort of operate, it felt clunky. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel like he had really good command of what was going on. And, of course, AJ was, 3 plays? I think they go 3 and out when AJ was in. So I don't want to I'm not going to go too crazy and go, AJ's the 2 just off of that. But I will say, just in that short sample size, it looked like Tate didn't have a real good command or feel for what was going on out there.
Yeah, he looked uneasy. There's no two ways around that. The one first down that AJ picked up, it was actually a Rodney Hill run, and we're both fans of 29. If we see a lot more of him this year, D-Rob, that means good things are happening.
I love that. I'll sign me up for that. If I can sign up somewhere for some more Rodney Hill, but that's good.
Well, I love that segue, and thank you, Dominic Robinson. We'll say goodnight for now, but the segue is so perfect when you said sign up. Sign me up for that because, folks, you can sign up right now at warchant.com for $1 for the whole year. Head to warchant.com right now to sign up. We'll have great content coming for you out of this game, Florida State's first victory of the season. First time they're 1-0 since 2016. Celebrate right now. It's just $1 for the whole year. $1. Come on now. Where are you going to find $1 that brings you more joy than what we're going to do for you at warchant.com for the entire year? You'll have a column from Corey Clark coming up soon, Irish O'Fell, observations and reporting leading up to Florida State and LSU next Sunday. It's a huge week. Jump on board with us today at warchant.com. And subscribe to Warchant TV because Dominic will be right back with Aslan for the first half next week and me for the second half next week as FSU takes on LSU. I lied. I kept him on for one extra second. So, Dominic, one final goodbye. What do you think between now, first blush, between now and next week? What do you think practice is going to be like? Because the guys circle the calendar. They know the big games.
It's going to be jumping, man. This week is going to be awesome. The practices are going to be great. It's going to go super fast. Guys are going to be fired up. Everybody's played, everybody, like I said, offensively, everyone got it. Honestly, both offense and defense. A lot of guys played. Everybody's happy. Pretty healthy from coming out of a first game. It looks like we had 2 guys get dinged. So this week is going to be awesome, man. The vibe, the energy is going to be through the roof. Everybody's excited. And it's going to be great to see how they come out and play next Sunday. Get an extra day too, so they may get a little extra day off or an extra day to prepare. They don't have to speed through the process of what they're going to do in terms of what they're going to do to face LSU or to beat LSU. So it's like a lot of real positive things going, more time to get healthy and recover, more time to prepare, more time that you get an extra day to add a wrinkle or two. If you're that type of coach where you want to, maybe throw a gadget play in or something like that, you got an extra day to do that, extra day to shore up any adjustments that you need to make from today. And exciting things, man. Really exciting things.
Can't wait to break it down with you next week. There are several hundred of you that just joined us on Warchant TV as the game wrapped up, and you found us because you're looking for the postgame show. Well, if you're brand new and you're the casual Noles fan that checks in for postgames on Warchant TV every year, we have a watch-along now. You're seeing the very end of this program with Dominic Robinson, who breaks down the game play for play. Come back and go to Warchant TV after this broadcast is over. Rewatch the game and hear his insights from start to finish. You will not be disappointed. Dominic, good night. Enjoy the rest of your evening out in Arizona, and I look forward to talking to you next week.
See you guys. Go Noles.
Go Noles. 1-0 for the first time since 2016. He is Dominic Robinson, and you are watching Zaxby's Warchant Game Day. Pregame, postgame, or no game at all, anytime is the right time for Zaxby's platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed them and feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles, they say, and so say we all. Coming back in just over 2 minutes, it will be the Warchant Postgame Show with myself and Gene Williams. Stand by. We've got some breaking down to do with Florida State starting 1-0 for the first time since 2016. We'll be right back.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some. Here's how to get started. Head over to warchant.com or on3.com. From the team's drop-down menu at the top of the screen or the upper left corner if you're on mobile, select teams, scroll down to Florida State, and then select Warchant. There, you'll see the limited offer for 1 year for $1. Tap or click, choose Florida State from the drop-down, annual or monthly, enter your billing info, and hit subscribe. That's it. $1 for a year of Warchant.com, the ultimate deal for the ultimate fan from the Ultimate Seminoles Sports Source. Warchant.com.
Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate comes with 12 dippable, dunkable, do-it-any-way-you-wantable sauces, and a plate of our hand-breaded fingers. Oh, and don't forget the napkins. Famous fried chicken, endless sauce abilities, only at Zaxby's.
Welcome in one and all as we take down the banner of our fine sponsor, Zaxby's, to the Warchant Game Day post-game show right here on Warchant TV. Alongside the founder and administrator of Warchant.com, he's Gene Williams. My name is Tom Lang, and for the first time in the history of the Warchant post-game call-in show, Florida State wins its season opener. There it is.
1-0, baby.
1-0, Gene
Yes.
Williams. How are you this evening? Cheers.
I'm doing well. Cheers to you, Tommy. I'm going to pop open a little libations here to celebrate the first 1-0 since 2016 for Florida State. So that's good. Speaking of Zaxby's, how'd you like your dinner tonight, Tom?
The dinner was delicious. I got the family feast. It was a chicken strip basket. They had Texas toast and fries, and so my wife was served and happy. I was served and happy. And I'll tell you, Gene, with the lightning delay pushing the kickoff back by 90 minutes, I had plenty of time to enjoy those fingers. I probably had an extra one or two.
Nice.
What did you have? You went the healthy route, right?
We went the salad, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But, I'll say, I like a good salad, but my wife's the salad aficionado, and she dug it. She couldn't believe how good it was. A lot of healthy stuff, and there's some cucumbers. Thank goodness there was some bacon in there too, so that made it for me. So delicious, really good stuff. Felt like I ate healthy. So you can indulge like Tom and have fried chicken nuggets, or you can go healthy and get some grilled chicken and some veggies in there. It was delicious, man. Fantastic.
I have the mood lighting going right now, Gene, because if I had the overhead light like I usually do, there would be glare on the gloriousness that is the banner behind me. So I wanted to make sure that it got as much.
That was awesome. You and D-Rob both had the rocking the banner. I'm glad I could, ship that all the way out to Arizona. Got that going. It's a great day today. Everyone that came out to Hotel Indigo got to say hi to a lot of Warchant fans. And I don't even think we should have had that turned on yet, Tom. What's going on there?
I got a call. I didn't place a call. The Warchant phone number got a phone call. Go figure. That is
okay. Strange signs. But no, a lot of good people came out to Hotel Indigo today for the pregame show. And it's great to put some of the names with faces that we see, the generous people like James B., that give during the chat. And just a lot of great fans that I catch up with. A lot of people got to see DC Reeves came out, and congratulations to used to work for us at Warchant. Now he's the mayor of Pensacola.
Wow.
So it was a great time today. So, we'll talk about the game here. I mean, it's pretty much, I'll take, I listen to you and Dominic, and I think we probably have similar takes on the game. It was a solid, pretty good performance. There are definitely some positives and negatives you can take for this, but you got to kind of temper everything just because of the nature of the opponent. It's hard to read too much into this game.
Yeah, I agree. It was about a very simple approach up front. They wanted to run the football, get downhill, get physical. You had 3 running backs for Florida State go for over 100 yards today. Trayshawn Ward leading the way. Clearly was the starter tonight, Gene. I don't know if this is going to be a multi-headed monster that rides the hot hand week to week, or if this is a statement that's being made that is Trayshawn Ward, who is going to be the lead back. 14 carries, $127, 2 touchdowns, and he flashed a little bit of everything. He had the speed, Gene. The second half, Dominic was fired up about him breaking a lot of tackles on a run where that's about culture and heart. You don't have to do that in that moment. You already broke 2 tackles. You don't need to break 6. And I think he's being pushed too, Gene, by Trey Benson, who I think broke 17 tackles tonight. That's not an official stat. But what would you set the over-under of actual tackles broken by Trey? Because I think it was in the double digits.
I think PFF gives that, don't they? I'm trying to think that's one of the metrics. I'm going to be very curious to see on that. But when I was watching all that, to me that was when I had my little notebook here and I go pluses and minuses from the game. That was my number one plus, is how hard the running backs ran. They look quick. They ran hard. They had we saw some breakaway speed, some big potential there. So, and that was a classic case. And I know Corey likes to always talk about iron sharpening iron. And when I saw that, it was all they kept trying to one up each other. I think they've been competing so hard in practice, and you saw it out in the field. I mean, they're fighting out there, each one of them, and going all the way down to Hill at the end. I mean, he ran well. It was really good. What a nice little leaping touchdown at the end. Felt great for that young man. That was a fun play to watch too. So that was my number one positive. And this is a Mike Norvell, when he's got his system going, he likes to run the football. I mean, for the first time, he's got a cavalcade of some really good runners. And it's amazing. I think we went into this season losing Jay Sean Corbin thinking this is potentially a weakness on the team. But, man, what I saw tonight, that is one thing I can take the major positive. I think this team has 3, if not 4, outstanding running backs that can carry the load.
I agree. Let me do a little bit of backtracking here real quick, Gene, because we have more than doubled our audience right now on Warchant TV, and we welcome every single one of you who are celebrating Florida State going 1-0 for the first time since 2016. That's a long time ago. If you missed it, and many of you did, we now have a Warchant watch-along. It was today at 6:30, not at 5. Remember, there was a little matter of a lightning delay there. But we've got wall-to-wall coverage every single week. We got a pregame show for home games at Hotel Indigo. For next week, we'll have a pregame show an hour before kickoff in New Orleans between Florida State and LSU. And Dominic Robinson has joined the staff. And I can't tell you in the proper words how much fun a football geek like me, who never played the game, had talking to Dominic Robinson today for a half. It was a lot of fun to hear his insights. Gene, he broke down all of the homework that a punt returner would do.
Yeah,
for a game.
I was taking notes. I was learning things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. If you're one of those people like you, I know, Tom, who really likes the X's and O's and what's really happening on plays.
Yep.
I mean, that's great education. Just listen to Dominic, man. He's a wealth of knowledge. So that was fun.
And we want to thank FSU fan
Yes.
1993, who is the first contributor of the Warchant Postgame call-in show of 2022.
Cheers to you, FSU fan 1993.
Cheers. 93.
Appreciate it, buddy.
That was a good year.
We're going to, yes, it was a very good year. We're going to try, I think the goal is we're going to try to take some phone calls later. The phone lines are not open yet because we hate putting people on hold for an hour. So we will take some calls later, get your input. Yeah, I think, and I think that's the number one thing probably fans going to want to talk about from this game was, and I mean, he brings it up. So, I mean, we might as well rip the tape off right now, the Band-Aid, take it, because I mean, that was the thing. And everything's rolling along, looking good. Tate comes in. And man, that first throw that was picked off, that was almost a pick six, that really they probably would have had the shutout if not for that throw. It was ugly. I mean, it was 3 yards behind. It was an easy route, and it looked like he had happy feet the whole time out there. And this is not what we saw in practice. I mean, Tom, you probably saw more of him than I did this last few weeks. Did you see a throw that bad the entire practice?
If I did, Gene, it was an extreme outlier. And I know what everybody's going to say in the chat. You guys are full of it. We're not, I'm telling you, but some people, when the lights come on, separate themselves and some don't. I'm not trying to say that it's over yet for Tate. A lot of you will in the chat because you saw calm body language from AJ Duffy in just a few plays, and you saw some nervous body language from Tate Rodemaker in more than a few plays. So I get where your criticism is coming from. But that was a terrible ball, Gene, and it should have been a pick six if the kid didn't trip over his own feet. That's what it looked like. The turf got him. So the shutout was gone thanks to Tate Rodemaker, unfortunately not executing. And I know
and probably the cover too. You probably didn't cover because of that.
That's correct, Gene. I'm glad you brought it. You know, there are some things I hint at when D-Rob and I are on the air, and then there's
I'm a degenerate like you, so I love talking about that stuff. So that's fine. But I think I know there's people criticizing it. I'm not going to make excuses. I think they're right, and you nailed it, Tom, with the body language. I can take a guy making a bad throw. Jameis has made a ton of bad throws. All these quarterbacks had, but man, I did not like when you come in late in the game when there's nothing on the line against a pretty bad team.
Yep.
And you make that throw, and then you come and you bobble another play, and you just look. You got happy feet. You look nervous, man. I'm a little worried now. I really went into this season from what I saw the last few weeks thinking, if Jordan goes down, you got to miss a couple of theories. I think Tate can hold his own and not lose a game. But now I'm back to 2021. I'm thinking, oh my God, if he goes down, they're in trouble. You better hope he stays healthy. You get AJ Duffy on a quick, acceleration program. Maybe this was an outlier. Maybe something was going on. But man, if he melts down in this situation, what's going to happen at Louisville? What's going to happen in a tight game late against Wake if he has to come in?
Yeah, Carol, who is a frequent commenter on the Facebook side of things, you can find Warchant TV on YouTube or on Facebook or even on Twitter Live as well. It was funny, Dominic and I were laughing because after the Tate's performance, she's always positive too. Her response was, Jordan Travis needs to stay healthy. Yeah, I think that's what we can all agree. Different shades of the Tate Rodemaker argument after tonight. We'll see what they all are, and we'll talk about it here on Warchant TV in the days to come, Gene. But I think everybody agrees. Whatever you say about 18, 13 just became more important tonight. A lot more important. And he already was critical, but now you're saying, oh no.
And Tom, he was doing it. One thing I did not like, Jordan was very good today. Solid, great body language. He made some throws in the middle.
Yeah.
I liked his reads. Everything he did I thought was correct. For one thing, he's still taking silly hits.
Yep.
There were a couple plays when he ran down the field. I'm like, dude, it's 2nd and 10, and you can run for 8 yards and slide. It's okay. You're playing Duquesne, man. Read the room. Don't risk yourself.
Yeah, the one argument I could see for that particular type of hit is you're not getting hit at all in camp, so you might want to take one just to remember what it's like. But again, I even as I'm saying it, Gene, it's a bit of a stretch. So I totally understand where you're coming from, especially with his history. Underline that, bold it, italicize. Yeah, the fewer hits that Jordan Travis takes, the better chance you have of reaching your goal of 8+ wins here.
Yeah, he's got to play. I get you want to get the first down, man. You got to. It's an entire season. You got to protect yourself. You're an important part of this team, And if you go out in a game like Duquesne, man, you're hurting your teammates, you're hurting your team. So I get it. I get the competitiveness. I respect that. But that's one thing. I was a little worried about that. But, I know he's put on a little bit of weight. He's a little bit stronger, so hopefully we'll be able to take more of that punishment. And I get it. He doesn't get hit at all in practice, so it's good. He took a couple hits, got back up, was fine.
Yeah, we'll see what will effort from the guys over at Doak Campbell, and we always get reports on the Warchant Call-In Show. If you're brand new to it, like this video, subscribe to Warchant TV. We have you covered every game day. I've gone through that, but you're going to love what you have at Warchant TV if you hit the subscribe button and you see the products that we put out there. Ira Schafel joined us just as the third quarter was starting to talk about Johnny Wilson, who went down and was gimpy after a 51-yard catch and run down the middle of the field. It was great to see 14 show out in a game the way we saw in practice, Gene. Yep. Then he went right to the injury tent. So that's one thing we're looking for clarification on from the press box over at Doak Campbell. Ira said, at least to start the third quarter, he looked like he was lightly limping, but if it was a game that counted, Johnny Wilson would have been back on the field. That was good to hear, as is that ringtone. And also, somebody's calling everybody tonight at the Warchant.
Yeah, I need to mute my phone. Of course, it's my best friend just calling and not knowing that I do this. Okay, buddy. He wants to go out drinking, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, look, even though the game kicked off at 6:30, Gene, it only took 3 hours, which is a rare bird in college football. And then the second injury will be finding information or looking for information from Mike Norvell's postgame press conference. Is Darius Washington. Are you kidding? Another center goes down? Because apparently, as Johnny was exiting the team, Darius went in. Florida State, if you don't know, has already lost Caden Lyles for the season. He was considered to be vying for the starting job, but he would have been on the 2 deep. Maurice Smith was not available tonight. We'll see when he's available anytime soon. It's anybody's guess. And now Darius Washington goes down. So those are the two injury storylines, Gene, that we'll be looking for your Ira.
Well, I think there was a third one, if you caught at the end of the game, is Amari Gaynor. Was caught on the bench in crutches, which I didn't see anything happen there, which is, again, he's not really a full-time starter, but you're getting a little thin in that running in the linebacker room now with Steven Dix out for the year. And if Amari Gaynor's got to miss extended time, man, it's getting a little scary there in terms of your depth at linebacker. So that's something we got to keep our eye on too. But you're right. A little scary in those. It sounded like, I trust Ira's pretty good. He's been around the game a lot, sees what's going on the sidelines. He said that the ankle was taped for Johnny Wilson. Mm-hmm. And it sounded like his opinion, it's nothing official, his opinion that if it was necessary, he could have gone back in the game, which means 8 days away for the next game, he's probably going to be good to go for that. So I have a pretty good feeling about Johnny Wilson. But you're right, the center thing is much more concerning to me. You can't be down 3 centers going into that LSU game. That is scary. One of these guys, obviously Lyles won't be back, but one of the other two has to be back for that game or they're in big trouble.
We'll talk about that, too, as the postgame show goes on because of who came in and snapped the ball first.
Yeah.
And Kyle, thank you for your contribution to the program. He's loving what the running backs did tonight. Mm-hmm. It's hard not to. And thank you for the kind words about our coverage. And to Steve, thank you very much for your contribution as I have – do I have a guest? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy.
World record. It's a victory. So there you go. Do I get my beer, babe? Where's my beer? My wife, Jamie, always shows up if Florida State wins a football game. She's got a Zaxby's chicken.
Oh, there's your beer. All right.
And she's got a Freedom beer. There we go.
Nice.
There you go. Thank you, Jamie. Hope you enjoy.
Hey, Jamie. Oh, there's one of your
there
chickens.
It is. One of my army of chickens. There you go. On Zaxby's Warchant Game Day. Thank you for the product placement, babe. All right.
There you go.
All right. So, Steve.
More product placement.
So, yeah, that's right. There's never enough product placement in the world of advertising. Steve, thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you, man. He's my favorite guy from Chicago. And
I'm going to text my friend. You go ahead and talk for a minute. Like, leave me the hell alone. I'm doing a show.
93 again. Alex from Fort Lauderdale, frequent caller. Love the show. Well, Alex, we'll open up the phone lines in a little bit here on the Warchant.com postgame show to the nearly 1,500 of you that are watching right now. Thank you for joining us on Warchant TV. Do us a favor and hit the like button right underneath the video. It will help us find even more Florida State fans. And, Gene, you know what? The sheer number of people that are watching this program, as I say, thank you again to FSU Fan 93, Alex. This weekend at Corner Pocket yesterday for the Warchant Happy Hour, at Hotel Indigo today for the pregame show, and then the people that are locked in right now.
Oh, my God. We got like almost – we get the whole – we're like 1,500 people are watching right now. It's nuts.
Florida
State this tells you people are – they're ready. They are ready. The Florida State fans are just been waiting for the last several years for a little sign of hope. And man, they are in on this season. You got to wonder a lot. You wonder if the fan base is kind of like, man, they've been down for so years. They don't get any national coverage anymore. Everybody disses them. But man, they are all in today. This is a great turnout today. I don't know. Did you see the official attendance? I didn't see that.
I did not see the official attendance, but I will say this. Way to go, students, for not only selling out your allotment, but it looked like it was 90+% capacity, Gene, in the second half for the students. They don't usually have that kind of willpower. It was a 90-minute delay, and so you're already starting late, and you're up big at halftime. I know the scoreboard didn't reflect just how big of a gap there was on the field. 26-0 at half. It felt like it was 50-0 already at halftime. They stuck around, so good job, students. If I had to guess just from watching on TV, 55 or 60? What do you think, Gene?
I didn't get a good look at it, so I don't know. But my guess was 60. I think they would announce 60 would be my guess. But I don't know. Is anybody, maybe somebody in the chat, did they announce? Usually they announce that.
Yeah.
Or it's in the, I'm looking on stat broadcast. I don't know if they put that on there. Sometimes they do.
They were a little bit behind tonight at times. They're, 2 and 3 minutes behind what was going on in terms of the game clock. Kim, thank you for your contribution.
Awesome.
She wants the coaches to dress better. Okay. Yeah.
Talk to Nike about that. They pay them to wear that stuff. So got to talk to Nike.
It's workout gear. Mike likes to wear the workout gear. I mean, Gene, he wore sweatpants with a polo a couple of times already in his FSU career. So, hey, if he wins, who cares? And everybody's going to be wearing sweatpants to football games. And it's a night to celebrate here on the Warchant Postgame Show as Florida State once again.
Said no announce. I guess they didn't announce it. I mean, we'll have Ira or Corey on later to give us a little update. So hopefully, usually in the press box, they tell them what the official attendance is. That is a little surprising. And they will eventually email out the box score to us, and it usually has the attendance on there.
Also, folks, this is the number to save. The phone lines are not open just yet, but it is now populated at the bottom there. There it is. 850-805-5911 is the number. We will let you know when the lines are open on the Warchant Post.
Just practice right now. Get on that phone, hit that. So when we open those lines, man, it's just like remember the old. So I don't know if you're old enough to remember the times in the radio stations that have the call-in contest, and you would sit there. I mean, I have those numbers memorized, and boom, 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 or you hit the redial over and over again.
Gene, in a former life, I ran a radio station. I ran a few of those contests in my day.
So you did have those.
Oh, yeah.
This is I know we're getting off the tangent, but you know the radio station contest I won back in the day here in Tallahassee.
No, which one?
I didn't tell you about this. So I won a trip to Maui to see Pearl Jam.
What?
Yes, I won a 1.5 way back 25-something years ago. And I didn't even know what I'd won. I thought I won a CD.
Oh, my God, Gene. So for all the people that were here in Tallahassee that wanted to win that contest, that the winner didn't even know what he won, I'm sure they feel better about that now. But we feel better. As
it didn't suck. It was a good trip.
Florida State. Gene, let me ask you what you saw out of the defense as Florida State wins by 40 points. I thought it was more of a nondescript game for the defense. Nothing great, nothing awful. Good to see Jared Verse pick up his first sack in the Garnet and Gold. That's not an insignificant moment for him. What might be a little bit more significant is it came in the second half. You would like to see Florida State's defensive line maybe make a bigger statement earlier. But Jared now gets off the schneid. That's one game, one sack for him in his career, as Florida State should have pitched a shutout. So that's the positive here if it wasn't for a short field on a turnover. What did you think of the defense?
I mean, it was a workmanlike effort. I mean, it was fine for what they did. I like you said, I would like to see a little bit more explosiveness and more penetration, especially in the first half against an overmatched team. It was nice to see the Verse, and I like seeing that explosiveness and that speed to get to the quarterback. So that was very positive to see. He does have that ability, which was nice. There's a few coverage breakdowns I saw in the first. That was it. Jones, I think, had a couple kind of mess ups, and maybe one play could have been called interference on. So it was a little shaky there. But we don't know. I mean, we don't know what's going on with Duke Cooper either.
Sure,
something that he did not dress out. He didn't dress out. Pokey Wilson didn't dress out. There were a couple other guys who were kind of key players that did not dress out in this game. And I don't know if that was academic or what was going on there.
There you go. You hardly ever see what is that, like a six-way tie at the top with 4 tackles?
Yeah, what in the world?
Looks like a golf leaderboard after the Thursday round. But that's what you got. It was a mixed effort today. It was spread around the tackles, and
nobody really jumped out at me as being.
Agreed. Jamie Robinson made a couple of really
he did a couple breakups. He was solid. I mean, he's what we expect out of Jamie Robinson, man. He's just a hawk back there. He's the leader of that secondary.
And Jerrion lost composure with a late hit. That was not a good moment. And you're right, Gene. I was talking about and referencing the injuries that happened during the game, but Duke Cooper. Well, no, to your point, it's an alert one, that Omarion Cooper did not dress for this game is something else that Mike will be asked. We'll see how much he gives the press in his
Yeah, because Jones wouldn't have been out there had Cooper been. I was a little surprised he went in over because Arizier is listed as his backup, direct backup on the depth chart. He did not come in. Maybe they didn't want to put the freshman out there. I don't know, but maybe now you need to think twice about that.
And that was a bum PI flag on Azaria Thomas. That was bad.
Yeah.
He did everything right in that situation. It was a bad throw. Austin, thank you so much for your program. Who picked the under on Tack Glasses commercials? Not me. I feel like replacement centers played okay for the most part, and Duffy might move to QB2. Well, that's going to be Gina. Spoiler.
That's going to be, I don't know.
The phone caller is going to ask about it. The commenters are going to talk about, who is the backup.
Well, Tom, I think, but it's a good. Put yourself in Mike Norvell's shoes right now. You saw this guy killed it in practice. I mean, there are people saying we were lying. We're not lying. Mm-hmm. He did look much better. He looked like a competent quarterback in practice. And I'm the first to say he looked really shaky tonight. But Tom, put yourself in Mike Norvell's shoes.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, the body language was bad in a game like this. You have to have something in place for, hopefully it never happens, but if Travis goes down, what do you do?
Right. Yeah, well, bad throws are going to happen.
Yeah.
Bad throws, they will happen to anybody. And here's probably a bad example at the NFL level. But Jameis made a lot of bad throws in his 30-30 year, 30 touchdowns, 30 picks. But do you think he ever doubted himself the next time he stepped on the field?
No.
He never doubted himself. And that's the thing that probably has people more concerned. And that would be where, if you are concerned about body language and the look of being timid on the field, that's where I would agree that doesn't look good. And when the lights are on and the scoreboard means that, the lights are on the scoreboard too, that the game counts. You don't want to see somebody turtle. And I'm afraid that that's what we saw, but I'm not ready to say that 100% Tate is done just yet. It'll be an interesting week for him at practice. That's for sure.
I think you can't do anything in a week, but maybe this is a situation where, that bye week, if he's convinced that, look, this is a bad sign, this is a major red flag, then maybe that bye week you start to give AJ increased snaps in practice. Maybe the writing is on the wall, especially if you've seen enough to think he's our future anyway.
Right.
So maybe we need to just accelerate that just in case and then get him ready. And I hate for like 3 series to throw Tate under the bus and be like done with him. But man, it couldn't have gone worse for him. I mean, there's nothing positive about that. Like you said, it was more than just a bad throw or two. It was just he looked completely like a deer in headlights.
We're going to talk more about the offensive line in just a moment, but we've got to mention and thank our great sponsor tonight, and that is Zaxby's. It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days, so how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. That's Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large hand-breaded filet with 3 thick-cut pickled chips on a split-top bun, and it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Why should you support your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's on top of the deliciousness? Well, they're a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Noles support Noles, everybody. That's what you do when you support Tallahassee Zaxby's. Thank you so much for your support, Zaxby's. We thank you for owning the day here on Warchant TV. And Gene, the offensive line, here's what's interesting. So Dylan Gibbons, we knew in practice, it's fun to be able to talk now that a game is on and everybody can see. We knew that Dylan could play center, but he hasn't played a ton of center in camp. And so when you have an injury to Darius Washington, who's the first guy? They do move Dylan Gibbons over from left guard to center. And in addition to that, they moved a lot of players around today. Bless Harris played right tackle and left tackle. Dimitri Emmanuel played right guard and left guard. Gibbons, of course, played left guard and center. They were looking at and Jazz, of course, was all over. He played right guard. He played some tackle as well. They're moving dudes around, Gene. They want it in case of emergency. If Mike Norvell's luck continues to be rotten when it comes to injuries, they are preparing on the fly, and that's what they did today with all those different O-line combinations. It was a day where they got a lot of different work for a lot of different players.
Well, and this is smart. I mean, because this is the only game you can do this. I mean, until maybe Louisiana and whatever game 11 that is. I mean, but and for the bulk of the season, this is the only time you really get to try some different combinations and give guys some reps, just in case, like you said, the break lasts in case of emergency. We got to move this guy here or there. At least they've gotten a couple reps at the position. They can look at film now and evaluate, okay, he can handle that or he can't. We need more reps in practice, whatever. It's a great teaching tool for them to be able to do that going in. But, again, at the end of the day, I'm going to be very curious, again, what we can and can't report. But that first day of practice, what is happening at the center position? Who, are one of those guys? If you're in a 50-50 with, with Smith, at that point, Maurice Smith, do you just go, you know what? We need you for this game. We probably would have let you sit, but because you're it right now, we may have to have you out there to gut it out.
So here's what's interesting. Sam says this. He's just tuning in. His biggest questions were, what does the wide receiver core look like, and what do the backup quarterbacks look like? Well, we'll put the quarterback discussion aside for the moment. We're going to talk about that a lot tonight. He says he was disappointed with the receivers. I was not. That is fascinating. Now, Johnny did drop one. I thought the defensive back got there a little early. You're still 6'7". You're allowed to make a catch through contact on the one drop. But I thought Deuce Spann looked good tonight. I thought
Portier
looked good. I thought Kentron, he was your leading receiver tonight. I thought Kentron looked fine. It's not that they're world beaters, Gene, but I think they look better than they did last year, which is what we've been saying since camp started, is that they've improved at receiver. I didn't see any reason that that's not true. What about you?
No, like I said, disappointing drop, but drops happen with Johnny Wilson on that first one. But then he came back and made a nice play. It's unfortunate we didn't see him, but he was not out there. Pokey wasn't out there. So for effectively, you're out almost two starters for most of the game. We would hope both of them are back next week. So then you are mostly looking at the backups outside of Micah. But for the most part, those guys, like you said, I like what I saw at Portier, especially, man. He looks like he can be a real contributor. Even Darian Williamson, who I wouldn't even shocked he was even out there, made a catch in this game. So, that's another one. I think I was not, I'm sorry to disagree, but I thought they were solid. The backup receivers did pretty well in this game.
Yeah, Keith, they did block better too, down the field. You saw those things, those little signs of commitment. And that's something that our Dominic Robinson was talking about during the watch along a lot, was what are signs that you're invested, even when the game's out of reach. Micah Pittman blocking more than 20 yards down the field for a running back is one of those signs. So they did all the little things. I totally agree. Do Spann look good? He looks more natural, Gene. In spring camp, he looked very much like
I said, are you surprised that he's come this far? Like you said, the spring camp, like, man, this is a raw talent, but man, he's a year or two away from really being a contributor. But man, I've seen the light bulb start to turn on late in practices, and then we saw it in the game, and he can definitely contribute this season.
He's not thinking about how to catch a football anymore.
Yeah.
And folks, it was that basic in spring. He looked like he was thinking about how to catch a football, or he was counting his steps before he was going to make his break on a route. It was all about thinking. You could see it between the ears. And the body language now just looks so much more comfortable. It looks like they have a decent wide receiver core. So it's interesting. Everybody sees different things as the game goes along, but I thought the receivers played fairly well. And Johnny Wilson, if he's healthy again next week, I think even that one shot play down the field, Gene, is enough for LSU to rep some things in practice this week and say, oh, we got to worry about 14. That could be a problem.
Yeah, no doubt. And I will say, let's switch here. The one other negative that I do want to, I think a couple people brought it up in the chat, is the kick return game. And I know we're searching for things to look at, but that was one thing in a game like this. What was going on there? I mean, I'm watching Sam McCall, and it's just like he's going at half speed. I don't know if he was hesitant. I don't get it. I mean, that was horrible. Those two returns, and you start on your inside the 15-yard line on both of them. All the time they spent on special teams in the spring and in two-a-days, I don't get it.
There you go. I just put a breaking news.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
Returns still bad. Even the punt return game, there were a couple that should have been caught that weren't. I'm not as worried.
Yeah,
about
a couple of them, they were just odd, but yeah.
A couple were shanks from a Duquesne punter. So, I'm not going to focus on that. The kick return game was awful last year with a capital A. It was awful again.
It looked the same.
And Gene, one thing I saw, and I won't name the player because I don't want to get him in trouble over there at the football facility, but there was one guy who was hanging his head after the second Sam McCall return, and he was a blocker, and you could see the here we go again in everything about him.
Oh no!
So I
just see that.
It wasn't McCall himself, but it's just, are you effing kidding me? We're doing this all over again. It's the same thing. They've got to clean that up because special.
Or you're going to start taking fair catches every time.
The 25 is not a bad place. Thank you, Gene. It's not. I mean, 10, 15 years ago when you're starting at the 20-yard line, all right, I can see it. I see why you want to bring it out. The 25 ain't a bad place to start.
No,
Go ahead.
I've had this conversation. I'm curious about your thoughts on this. I've talked to coaches sometimes, like, it seems like 80% of the time you're starting inside your 20-yard line when you return kicks back that far. Why don't you just, it seems like statistically you should just take, unless you got a game breaker, you're doing something really well, take the knee. And they said it's a mentality thing, that it's sending a signal to the team that we're being passive, we're not being aggressive. I don't want to send that signal to my team. I get that, but man, as you know, you look at the analytics, when you start a drive inside the 15 versus the 25, you're dramatically decreasing your odds of scoring on that drive.
Yeah, and I don't mind it tonight because what the opponent was.
Sure.
And you got to work on stuff at some point. That's live reps. But they work at a ton in practice. And in these 50-50 games, Gene, because there's going to be a lot of them. There's going to be a lot of them where 20 yards of hidden yardage and special teams on punt returns and kick returns could be the difference in the game. Good God. Just do this against LSU. 25-yard line, and let's move on.
Yeah, no, thank you, FSU Gnome. Yep, I told you 101.5 was giving away these great trips back in the 90s. I don't know what that was all about, but
how different it was when I worked there at that particular cluster. Well, Gene, other than that, though, Mastromano had a decent night. They didn't have to punt very often. They had a punt returner run away from the ball at the end of the game. I couldn't believe that. He could have caught it at his own 15-yard line. It was not the best night for special teams. It was good that Ryan Fitzgerald made his kicks. Let's talk about it, because here's what's interesting. Dominic Robinson had big thoughts and concise thoughts and clear thoughts on going for 2 to start the game. What did you think of that?
Not a fan. It reminded me, and I know this was not Jacksonville State, but as soon as I saw that, it reminded me of the shenanigans they did early against Jacksonville State, where they just were not taking it serious and just doing silly stuff. I don't know. What are you showing something on film for LSU so you get an easier, you're not going to do that against LSU. I don't see the point.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just having fun, but I don't like that. It's a business trip. Just take care of your business. Don't be silly about it. You were silly against Jacksonville State with some of the stuff you did. It cost you a win. It wasn't going to cost you in this game, but so I don't like the message it sends.
So what D-Rob was saying is it's basically a counting thing at the line, and if you see certain numbers, you're going to win the play, so therefore you run it, but they didn't win the play. It didn't seem all that close, to be honest.
No.
And I would put that back in the dumpster. Let's not worry about that anymore. If they were trying, you're right, Gene. If they were trying to show something to LSU, you got a play you're going to run off of that to go up 8-0. I don't know. It feels like an awful lot of effort for a team that struggled to do the basic things right. Why do you put yourself in position to go get fancy? But we'll see. We'll see. The throw was late. That's right, Tony. But he was the guy that was out there that was going to throw the ball was Wyatt Rector. So, that's on the player, and you got to know your players and your personnel. Whether the throw's on time or late, that's the guy you put out there in that situation that you're asking to make the throw.
I would like Wyatt to just try to run it in at that point. He went out there and there was coverage a little tighter maybe than he thought. Just try to run. You're a big dude. You're athletic. Just run it in from there.
We will be welcoming in short order here. It might be a little bit later than usual because now Florida State has returned to in-person interviews at the end of games, which they've been on Zoom for years now since the pandemic. We'll be joined by either Irish O'Fell or Corey Clark of Warchant, this Warchant TV empire. We can't wait to welcome them in and talk about the game. We're going to open up the phone lines here soon. Gene, what do you think? Is it about that time? All right, then we're going to step aside. Zaxby.
Sure, let's do it. Let's do it, man. Who's got the quick thumbs here and fingers? Get ready.
All right, so here's the number. I'm going to post that one more time. Don't call yet. Give me about 60 seconds to open the line.
We're going to go to break here and give you time to call in.
And in that time, and Terry, thank you so much for being patient. He texted me earlier. Appreciate your patience. It's almost that time to screen. Give me about 60 seconds. The lines will be open, and you will be talking to us on the Warchant Game Day Postgame Call Show presented by Zaxby.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some. Here's how to get started. Head over to warchant.com or on3.com. From the team's drop-down menu at the top of the screen or the upper left corner if you're on mobile, select teams, scroll down to Florida State, and then select Warchant. There, you'll see the limited offer for 1 year for $1. Tap or click, choose Florida State from the drop-down, annual or monthly, enter your billing info, and hit subscribe. That's it. $1 for a year of Warchant.com, the ultimate deal for the ultimate fan from the Ultimate Seminole Sports Source. Warchant.com.
Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate comes with 12 dippable, dunkable, do it any way you wantable sauces, and a plate of our hand-breaded fingers. Oh, and don't forget the napkins. Famous fried chicken, endless sauceabilities, only at Zaxby's.
Somebody's asking Joshua is what's louder, the THX deep note or the Zaxby's commercial? Well, Zaxby's is that good, so we're going to turn it up to 12 for them. The phone lines are open now. You can call the show 850-805-5911. I see a couple of people in the queue. I'm sure our screener Terry is talking to them right now, so we welcome them on in short order. Gene, now that it's over and Florida State is 1-0, it's all about, and cheers to you on your second beer, it is all about LSU 8 days away. In fact, 8 days from this very moment, it'll be about the fourth quarter. The fourth quarter in the French Quarter. Sir, it's finally here. The big game we've been waiting for some time, and what an opportunity it's going to be for Florida State.
What just a program-defining game for Florida State this is. I mean, like you said, the excitement of the fans, we were blown away by the support we've seen for all of our shows, the number of people watching these programs right now because they're all excited about this season and what this game could do for this program going forward. I'm just talking about the excitement of the fans. I'm talking about recruiting. I'm talking about booster, NIL. I mean, all those things hinge so much on what happens in the next few weeks to this program and Mike Norvell's future, frankly. You have to, I think, go through these next couple of games. In my opinion, you've got to be 2-1. You cannot go 0-2 in these next two games. And I don't think it really – I get for ACC purposes, some people say it's better to beat Louisville than LSU. But for me, LSU is almost bigger because you're on a national stage against an SEC opponent. I just think this was going to resonate more with what matters. And that is, like I said, I think for recruiting, everything else, and the things that kind of matter long-term for Mike Norvell in this program, what happens in that LSU game. So to me, it's huge. And I'm actually pretty optimistic about it. I think you're getting him at the perfect time. There's a lot of changes there, obviously, new coaching staff. This team, at least they got a game under their belt. They get some film to look at, some things to clean up, assuming health-wise, a couple of these guys, Johnny Wilson, at least Darius, or maybe, Smith can come back. If you can get a couple of those guys healthy in this game, I really like where Florida State's at going into this next weekend's game.
Yeah, Brad, I agree with you. The special teams we saw tonight better not be next week, especially kick returns. There is no doubt about that. The little things are going to add up next week against LSU. And, Gene, it's all about where it fits on the calendar. If you're playing Miami in week 2 this year and they had their season opener, just the same circumstances, I'd feel a lot better about that game than them being nearly 10 games into their season with their new philosophies of Coach Mario Cristobal and others. So therefore, that game is a little bit tougher because it falls later in the schedule. LSU's first game, old habits die hard. And what old habits will there be? I love where this game is on the calendar. I love the extra jump that Florida State got on the schedule with a week 0 game. I don't think you're always allowed to have week 0 games, but Gene, I don't care about the lightning delays. I would have one every year, because if you're going to
find who's playing Hawaii in the future schedule, because that's the wrinkle on the exception to the rule. So I would look in future, whoever's playing them, get them for that first game, because it gives you that warm-up game and it gets you an extra bye week. So, I mean, I think it's brilliant that they're able to do this. And hey, James, I hear you. Email support@warchant.com or support@on3.com. We'll get you set up. You should have if you pay that $1, you should have full access to everything. So I don't know what's going on there, but we'll get you fixed up.
Well, and James, try this before you email over. Yep. Log in, log out, log back in. That's worked for thousands of people who have subscribed. And if it doesn't work for you, then support.
Now, the other thing I would say, what happens to a lot of people too, Tom, is they go on the app. And if you're on the app, James, a lot of times it's hard to log in. You got to look for that. Go to the Tribal Council. Look for the little key icon on the top. You click that key, you log in there, and then you're good as gold. You should have full access to the message boards.
The phones will be active in just a moment. I see the screening process going on, and I see a very familiar number in the queue, a 102-time caller. So,
I wonder who that could be.
I wonder who it could be. We'll be going there in just a moment. Let's see. Where? Oh, no. Timothy. I don't know about that. I like the white
helmets.
Yeah, as much as the next guy.
No, the gold helmets. I do like the all white, but you got to have the gold helmets. You don't like the all white, Tom?
I do, but not for that game. Not for that game. If you're going to break it out at a different point in the schedule. Not for a rivalry game either. But let's try that against.
So you're just going traditional gold pants, white tops. How about the garnet?
You can have the garnet pants. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't care about that. That's fine. Those are clean. Right. That looks good. But the white helmet, not for this particular game.
No.
Those two helmets are so iconic, Gene. You don't. This is not a game to let Nike do what they want to do. That would be my take on it.
Yeah, I agree. The fans agree. Negative on the white helmets. Hell no.
Yeah. I'm saying I'm for them in certain situations. I think some fans would say, hell no, never. Never. Also, can we get a game with this, please, at some point?
Oh, yes. I'm all for that.
And somebody asked earlier in the chat, where did you get that? Well, Garnet and Gold, folks.
Yep.
Garnet and Gold is owned by Noles. It's run by Noles. It's run locally in Tallahassee. It's the last chain store here that sells FSU apparel that's run locally. So when you come to Tallahassee, or if you're buying around the country, garnetandgold.com, this hat will be there. It's in stock. I just got it yesterday.
That's my favorite. I would love. I got a helmet. You can't see it in here back in the locker room. I've got one of the old helmets. It's got the state of Florida symbol on there, man. I would love a throwback if they would do that. That would be, and that would sell. You think Nike would see that? A lot of fans would buy more merchandise like you have right there from Garnet Gold. And I saw this stat from them too. They have, over the years, and they've been around for, and I don't know how many years they've been in business, several decades, but they've employed 10,000 plus students over the years of theirs, FSU students. So they really support Florida State. They're involved with Rising Spear. They give back to that. So really, if you're going to buy FSU gear, please reach out to our friends at Garnet Gold.
To the 757 we go. We got some screening issues, so I'm just going to cut the line right now. It's not on Terry. It's just on the back end of stuff. To the 757 for the 103rd time on Warchant TV, it's Gator Kirk. Gator, welcome to the program.
Good evening, Tom. Good evening, Gene. How you guys doing tonight?
Oh, it's good to be talking.
Doing well, Gator Kirk. We're 1-0 for the first time in 6 years. So, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yes, sir. So my question is, putting the past in the past, which was tonight, what 3 things does FSU need to improve on before playing LSU next week?
3 things. Well, Gene, I'll let you take the first one.
Okay.
There's an obvious one out there. We've talked about it just a moment ago.
Well, I mean, kick return. I mean, that's the easy one there. That's number one. The kick returns. You can't be starting drives inside your 15-yard line. That's just against a good defense, which LSU is going to bring. You can't do that. So that's number one. Tom, you go number 2.
All right, number 2, I would say the pass rush has to be a little bit better. I don't know that if you got to dial up more pressures. This is likely a mobile quarterback. Have they announced Daniels? Go ahead in the chat if they have announced Daniels as a starting quarterback. I don't know if they've done that yet in Baton Rouge. But I didn't see enough affecting of the quarterback from the edge rushers in the first half of this game. Jared did get home. Jared Verse did for his first sack as a Nole. So that would be number 2 for me, is more consistent pressure on the quarterback.
And I don't know if it's necessarily a negative needs to be improved, but it is a negative that's very important. That's injuries. They need to get healthy, especially at that center position. I think it sounds like, from what I know, several people have asked again about Johnny Wilson. You missed the beginning. again, it's unofficial, but from Ira's take, from what he saw on the sidelines, he seems to think he'll be okay. So that's the initial indication. What we really don't know right now is the center position. I mean, that's still with Darius Washington. We don't know what happened, but he went out of that game, which would be the third center. They need to get one of those centers back for LSU. For me, that would be the other important factor, is getting a healthy center, one of those three in there. Because, man, you hate in a game like this to have to go to again, you're going to have to shuffle that offensive line again to move a fourth guy to center.
Yeah, it's not that Gibbons is bad. It's just that
no,
he's good, but it's just you don't want to move him off of his natural position, his best position. Gator, did we miss something in your eyes, and what did you think of the game?
It was an okay game. I think there's obviously special teams need some improvement. Other than that, it's kind of hard because Duquesne threw the ball quickly. They didn't most of the time give us a chance to give pressure, but the rushing game was incredible. So if we can build on that, that'll be great. I appreciate you guys taking my call. As always, people support Zaxby's and everyone else that supports Warchant. And hey, it's only $1 to join, but so go ahead and join before you miss out on it. You guys have a great night. Thanks again. Go Noles.
Cheers, Gator.
Always. He is always the promo guy across all the callers. We got some good promo guys, and we got to thank Terry here.
Yes.
For a $20 contribution. This needs to be a coming out party of original colors and good old FSU play in front of that national TV crowd. Go Noles. That's the thing. Gene talked about it too. It's just that this game is the only one in town, and for me, Gene, it's way larger than the Louisville game, because Louisville
is... Yeah, you agree with me. I mean, I think Corey and I are, and then we're talking about how Louisville, because it's a conference game. Blah, I get that. Blah, 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 blah. You're national TV against the SEC. You got to kick that ass.
Yes,
that raises the program. It's like you just beat the SEC. Suck on that. Jeff can yell "suck" at SEC for 2 weeks after that. Come on.
Yes, he could. Yeah, you're sitting on a bye week, and the thing is, high school kids are playing on a Friday, so they're not going to see it. They're going to watch this game next week. If you want to make impressions on high school kids, you do so when they're not playing football themselves, and that's on a Sunday night.
And for 2 weeks, Rising Spear's going to be working it, after that. Hey, we just beat LSU. You want to be part of this? You want to bring more talent to keep beating that SEC ass? And that's what you do. So, I mean, I think that it could be so huge for them to beat LSU at the end of the day. And yet you would like to win both. Obviously, that'd be great. But, yeah, beat LSU, and I think it'll do wonders for the program.
Zach, the official dentist, Warchant TV, thank you so much for your contribution and for the kind words. Let's go, Noles. I'm sure there's a ton of T-shirts with that spelling on it for this year. They're capitalizing on the moment, and we look forward to being out there next week as well. Zach, thank you, because he also contributed a big way to the pregame show earlier. So your generosity is very much thanked. We'll go back to the phone lines. This is another frequent caller, but I'm sorry that I don't recognize your number. It's the 79th time you have called Warchant TV, and we're talking to the 352. Who is it? Is it Ocala? Who are we talking with tonight? Oh, it's Wes in the Villages.
Wes,
go ahead. How you doing, brother?
What's up, fellas? Man, I was hoping I could get in there. It was tough sledding trying to get through. I'm glad I made it.
You made it. What's going on tonight, Wes? Talk to us.
Yeah, first, let's raise a glass and cheers to a Noles victory for the first time since 2016 for Game 1. How about it?
Cheers.
It's been a minute, Wes, and it feels that long. Sometimes you say, wow, how has that much time passed? Not in this case. It feels like it's been 6 years.
Oh, my gosh. I have way too much gray hair, I can tell you that. So we broke a record last year against one FCS opponent in a negative way. This year we break a record in a positive way with the 3 backs over 100 yards apiece. How about that? I mean, I knew we were going to be strong in the run game, but that was my biggest takeaway. And then you saw what Rodney Hill did, and he's going to be the truth going forward. So really impressed by that run game. I think that's really going to be our calling card for this year.
Wes, what I was hoping for when I saw that with the 3 100 guys and then Hill got it at the end, I was hoping he could break one at the end so get a 4. I don't know if anybody's had 4 running backs rush for over 100 yards. It has to be very few if that's been done in college football. Yeah. And he could have, a little bit more time, he would have done one. So, yeah, you're right. That was the number one thing I talked about that earlier that stood out to me was how hard those running backs. We got some talented running backs. They run hard. They've got some good moves. And a couple of those guys, man, when Benson hit that second gear, woo!
Yeah.
Man, that's special. We got some special running backs right now.
The only thing I didn't like about Benson's runs were how early he was hit on a couple of them. And it's great that he's bouncing off of defenders to create positive plays, but he was hitting the backfield a little too much for my liking. Trayshawn Ward, on the other hand, it seemed like whatever plays were called or whatever vision he had, he was farther up the field or down the field, depending upon your perspective, if you're an offensive or defensive person, before he ran into contact. So, Trey Benson obviously has a lot of tools we like. I didn't know he could break tackles quite like that, Gene, because even if it is Duquesne, I mean, you're dropping 4 or 5 guys on a single play. That could get real fun real fast. In that,
and don't forget about our boy Toafili, man. He was running good too. I mean, you're just ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. You wear out those teams, the running game. I like that because, man, you get in that second half of games, you're in games, you're running well. That's going to win you a lot of games.
Yeah, Dominic Robinson, again, of the Warchant Watch-Along, said that from watching the high school film, because he did a special with us on signing day last year, that Rodney Hill specifically, the running back Rodney Hill, he thought was the best athlete of the bunch that made it and signed at Florida State last December. So keep an eye on 29. 29 has been impressive in practice, so I agree. We go back to another frequent caller on the Warchant Postgame Show. It's like we're all getting back together. It's a reunion here on Warchant TV. We're talking to Josh in New York. Josh, it's been a minute. It's been since last November. How you doing tonight?
Well, I'm doing pretty well actually, but not too high, not too low.
Yeah.
Not too high, not too low about today. It wasn't anything that I can like write home about, but I did notice a couple things, and I want to know you guys your take on it. First, the offensive line. It looked like we ran block pretty well, but pass blocks looked a little shaky. It did. It felt like the pocket was collapsing a little bit. Jordan had to scramble a little bit. You guys already talked about special teams. I won't rehash that. And lastly is just prediction for
what's your name and where you coming from, sir?
Whoop. Go ahead again, Josh.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then lastly is just, how about this prediction for 2 years from now? Jordan does his time at Florida State. He leaves, and AJ Duffy basically Jameis's Jacob Coker, aka Kate Rodemaker, and he's gone. So,
all right, Josh.
I love you, but it's all business, kid.
Yeah. Thanks, Josh. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Josh.
That's a very New York thing to say. It's all business, kid. Come on. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I don't know about anybody Jamesing anybody else in that quarterback room right now, but Duffy did look calm tonight. Gene, he said a lot of things, one of which was a prediction for next week. Whatever order you would like to address what Josh said, go for it.
Man, I don't know about looking ahead to next week. I got to say my prediction. It's a little early to do that. I've looked a little bit at LSU, but I got to look a little bit deeper what they got. So I hate to be a cop-out. I do think, look, I'll tell you, I think FSU, I'm picking them to win. I do think they're getting LSU at the right time. So I'm picking them. The exact prediction, I don't know yet, but they win in a close game. So what else he brought up? He didn't want to bring up special teams. What else did he? I'm trying to remember what else Josh wanted us to talk about.
Well, he was talking about the pocket collapsing on the O-line.
Oh, yeah. No, I think this is a good point, but I wonder how much of that had to do with them shuffling the offensive line around. And as you pointed out, Tom, they were mixing. They were trying some different combinations, the guys in the line. I don't want to put – this was more of a scrimmage where they're trying different things, so I don't want to put too much on that. But it was slightly concerning. Yeah. If you get that center back and you get your starting 5 out there, I think you'll be okay in that situation. Yeah. So I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where, again, they're improved. The long-term outlook for the offensive line is very good. The crop that they just brought in this class for 2022 and
Armello, looks solid out there in the second half.
Armello got a lot of run, and you can see what they're doing with him already. Yeah. They love his athleticism. He was pulling left, pulling right. He got a lot of work tonight, and that was good to see. I still think, for my money, he's not the first tackle off the bench if Robert Scott goes down. I know that's what it says on the 2D.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I buy that just yet, but it was great to see him out there. I know Daughtry Richardson got called for a hold, but he was out there too. Kanaya, who I really like at guard, Kanaya Charlton. Like, the future of this offensive line, in addition to if they hold on to the 2023 kids, it looks really good. In the now, just because they're better doesn't mean, Gene, that they're not going to turn. And I just called you Mean Gene somehow, like it was wrestling. Doesn't mean they're not going to turn people loose, at times. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen against Duquesne, but I also agree with you. If they're shuffling a lot of guys from left to right, I mean, it's like try riding left-handed out of nowhere. It's a tough thing to do. Now try pass protecting and with opposite leverage. So I give a slight pass, but Josh, it's not unnoticed, and it's not a concern next week. I am concerned about how the offensive line is going to hold up. We're going to the 305. My goodness, on the Warchant.
South Florida.
Yes, we are. And we're talking to Eddie. Eddie in Miami. Go ahead, Eddie. Welcome to the program. It is the Warchant Postgame Show, and you are talking to Gene and Tom.
Hi, first-time caller. Yeah, from Miami. Just graduated from FSU last year.
Hey, congrats.
My question is, thank you. My question is, I don't know if you guys heard in the TV broadcast, but one of the announcers said that our running back trio could be as good as Clemson's. And, I think that's a pretty good compliment. But what do you guys think, since Clemson's been one of the best programs the last 10 years? What do you guys think about that comment?
Well, I think I'll start. That's an interesting one, Eddie. And congratulations on graduating from the best university in the land. Will Shipley is a tough guy to run down as your number one running back. I don't know who is Will Shipley on this team, but I do think that you have a running back room here that has enough variety and enough skill to it that if Trayshawn Ward is your starter, he's not even your best home run hitter. He's not even your second best home run hitter. Trey Benson is better at going from 0 to 60, better at breaking long runs than Trayshawn Ward is. And Lawrence Toafili, we already know that. He's a home run hitter. He's a guy who can change the scoreboard. But Trayshawn Ward is a complete running back in a way that maybe Toafili isn't, for example. So I think, and we haven't even talked about Rodney Hill, who I think would be in the rotation if one of those guys got dinged up. And you hope that never happens. But I don't think you'd miss a beat with Rodney Hill in the rotation this year. So I would go 4 deep and say that they may have a deeper running back room, but I don't know that one specific player is better.
Or there's a Travis Etienne or anybody like that. At this point, they haven't proven themselves. I do think there's some guy. I think Trey Benson is a potential guy who could play on Sundays, but again, we'll see. Again, against some real opponents. If he does this, or Trayshawn for that matter, runs like this against an LSU or something, then we'll start talking about the elite potential to match some of the Clemson running backs that have come out over the years. But no, I mean, it's as good a performance out of those running backs as you could have possibly hoped for in a first game. I mean, we saw some of that in practice. It translated to the field so far. We'll see if it translates against Power 5 competition here in the next couple of weeks.
Next up, we're staying in Tallahassee, and we're talking to Ralph. Ralph in Tallahassee, welcome to the program. Welcome to the Warchant Postgame Show. Go ahead.
Aloha, guys. How's it?
Hey, Ralph, there he is. Hey, Ralph.
There he is, Spartan Nole himself. How's it going, brother?
It's going very well, and man, it feels so great to call you guys with a victory on starting off the season. I did have 2 quick observations and maybe something you can comment on, but the only critical thing I've ever said against Norvell has always been the play calling, and I understand Kenny had the duties last year for the most part, but what the hell was the 2-point conversion after the first touchdown?
Well,
Ralph, we commented that earlier. We'll
give you a synopsis.
Nonsense.
We'll give you a quick synopsis.
I'm sorry. I just got home. I'm sorry.
Oh no, there's no need to apologize.
No. I think there's people still wondering about that. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, we said you're getting cued for no reason, and if you're trying to put something on film for LSU, are you really going to run something off of the play that you ran for either 2 points or a goal line play that you want to put there for them to practice against? It just any way you slice it, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So we agree with you, Ralph. What's next up on your observations?
Well, I saw Darius go out, but other than that, and we don't know how serious it is. It seems like we got out of there pretty unscathed. I don't remember any major injury or serious injury other than maybe Darius going to the locker room get checked out. So I just wondered if you guys remember anything that I didn't, or does it look like we're going to LSU pretty healthy?
Go ahead, Gene.
Well, yeah. So, Ralph, in addition to Darius, and we do not have an update in his status, Johnny Wilson kind of looked like he twisted his ankle on that long pass reception. Ira, who was, watching from the sideline, said he looked like he was moving a little bit of a limp, but he was moving around okay in the sidelines. His opinion, unofficial, was that he could have gone back in if they needed him, which is a good sign. So hopefully he should be. We're thinking right now, unofficially, he should be good to go for LSU. The only thing that was of concern at the end of the game, Amari Gaynor was spotted on the bench with crutches. Now, he was laughing it up and smiling, but I mean, anytime you're in crutches, That's not a great sign. And so it just concerns for your linebacker depth a little bit there. Obviously, with Steven Dix also being out for the season, so we do not have an update on him. But that's the only other injury I would say that was a little bit concerning.
Well, Ralph, we just want to say thank you for making the trip. He's all the way into Tallahassee, and he was there today at the pregame show. He was there yesterday at the Warchant Happy Hour. Flew in from Hawaii for this.
And like Ralph, you were sitting with somebody from Wyoming, right? I mean, you two had to win the award for the longest trip.
Yeah, Troy from Wyoming.
Yeah,
He was on the
shout
other
out.
side of the room, but we certainly brought him into the Warchant Ohana. So
awesome.
Troy from Wyoming made the trek out as well.
The Warchant Ohana, indeed. Ralph will be sticking around these parts to go to New Orleans. So,
Ralph, can't wait to see you there, buddy.
And it was great to see you. And also, Gene, he gave us the most thoughtful gift, Jeff and I, for 1 year at Warchant. An engraved bottle of whiskey made out in Hawaii. So it was a very special gift. And thank you, Ralph, so much for your support of Warchant TV. We will move on from a heartwarming call to somebody that we haven't talked to before. We go to Jimmy Mack here in Tallahassee. Jimmy Mack, welcome to the Warchant Postgame Show. Give us your thoughts on tonight, good sir.
Hey, Tom and Gene, thanks for taking me. I'm real excited to be with Warchant and took advantage of the first year $1 thing. I'm
awesome
happy about that. And I wanted to point out two things I saw that were really improvements. I think the long ball, we're starting to see that long ball really land perfectly. And that was one thing that I saw twice, perfect passes on the long ball. The other improvement I saw was the penalties. And I know we got a bigger, more difficult schedule ahead, but hey, we were losing 100 yards a game in penalties last season, and now we're looking a little bit better in this game. So those are the two things I wanted to point out. Look forward to seeing you all at LSU in New Orleans.
Appreciate it, Jimmy Mack.
Thank you, Jimmy. Now he's right. That's a positive we neglected. I'm glad Jimmy pointed that out. They were very good on penalties. And I looked up because we were in the chat, the live show you had with the in-game watch. If you didn't do that during games, Aslan and Tom team up with Dominic Robinson, our analyst, and discuss commentary during the game. And I was in the chat a little bit. Somebody brought up these can't be ACC officials, and I brought it up, and it was Hester, who was the guy who was Jimbo's nemesis during the day in the ACC, was the lead referee in this thing. And he was the one Ira wrote the story on. And when he wrote, I don't know if you remember, a couple of years ago, wrote the story about the odd number, like Florida State have double number of penalties anytime he was the lead referee. And he was the lead referee in this game. So the fact that they had the most anti-FSU referee doing this game and they ended up with 5 penalties, that's a good sign. Now he's probably saving it for when they play a close game against an ACC opponent. But I mean, that was a good sign. There wasn't a whole lot of, there's the hit on the sideline that was a little late and some other things like that you want to clean up. For the most part, it was a clean game.
Yeah, what's interesting to me, Gene, is outside of the bad call on AZ Thomas for PI, I didn't think there was PI there. I thought they let him play in the secondary for the most part. Like, I get that there is an outlier there, and that was no good. Not a good call, not a good flag.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of contact in the secondary. Jamie Robinson was there early a couple of times. Certainly, I thought the Johnny Wilson drop near the goal line, he was hit early. No flags. If they let them play like that next week against LSU, I would prefer that. That's the kind of game I would rather watch, personally.
Do we know what officials are going to be LSU? Is it ACC?
That's a great question. I would assume, Gene, they're SEC because they're playing in Orlando next year. So maybe you would have the home conference play.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Yes.
You know what, SEC, you can have both games.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I think for the first time in Warchant Postgame Show history, we have a return caller because Wes usually signs off in a certain way.
Oh, okay. We got to bring Wes back on.
So right now,
That's our bad.
Wes in the Villages. Well, I thought he hung up. So, Wes, did you hang up or did I hang up on you?
No, I got hung up on. I can't hang up without
Come on, Tom.
Promo in the business.
I heard a click.
I am the promo king, and I don't sign off without a killer promo. So I was ready to fire it up, and I got cut off. So I had to call back in.
All right, go ahead, Wes. Go ahead.
All right, fellas. I appreciate you guys doing great. All this new content is off the charts. Let me say this right now, loud and clear. If you're not a member of Warchant.com, you need your head, and it's only $1. It's the best content on the planet for $1. It's criminal that you're getting it at that low a price. Y'all don't forget to hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to that YouTube channel. Subscribe to Warchant for $1 before it runs out. Hit up the Zaxby's. Support the Noles. Y'all be good. Let's beat LSU. Noles. Bye.
Thank you,
All right,
Wes.
Wes.
All right.
Got
As
to
a
put
note-
Wes on the marketing team for Warchant.com. He's solid.
Yes, we do. And
And
Gene-
the penalty thing, how about that right there? You know, I didn't think of this. Would have been the nightmare in the second half. We have a starter get called for targeting, and they missed that first half of LSU. You're right, William. I'm glad you brought that up because, man, it seems like every game Florida State gets nailed from one of those.
yeah, there wasn't anything relatively close. So
that
that's good.
doesn't matter with ACC officials,
That's
Tom.
true. That is 100% true. Also, I'm going to fight the fight here. I'm going to check the tape. Wes either set his phone down or something. There was a pop. I was like, oh, he's done.
Uh-oh.
All right. I think replay review is going to help me in that particular one. But either way, Wes, thank you so much for calling back. We've got a little bit more time here on the Warchant Postgame Show. We are efforting our own staff members and Ira and Corey. Again, they're doing postgame a little bit different, everybody. They're doing in-person interviews, but it's not quite as quick as Zoom was last year. So hopefully we can get them before we sign off tonight because we have questions, damn it, and we want some answers. We will also effort to see if we can get Mike Norvell's postgame press conference and his comments to bring to you right here on the Warchant Game Day postgame show brought to you by Zaxby's. Marcus, how's it going? My favorite Philly fan. I don't have a lot of them. There's Director Matthew, who is actually my favorite Philly fan, and then Marcus. He's about to watch a game. He was at the Bill Burr show. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Bill Burr played Fenway Park not too long ago. Was it this week? Sold out Fenway Park. You're doing some things if you're a comedian selling out Fenway Park. Could you describe what I am about to watch in one sentence? Ooh, this is a great challenge. Gene, do you want to lead off or bat second? Your call.
Sure. You're about to see a workman-like effort that is moderately encouraging. How about that, Tom?
I don't know that I can beat that. I really don't know that I can beat that.
Isn't that kind of what it was?
Yeah, I would say a systematic run game with a couple of concerns.
You're right. You should have mentioned the run game. I would say, yeah, with a stellar effort by the running backs. I think I would add that to the end. Then we're good. If we can have a run-on sentence, then yeah, we're good.
That's still way more impressive by you, Gene, though, because I batted second, so I had an example to play off of. Those two sentences, Marcus, are exactly what you're going to see tonight. Jay in Thomasville is up next on the Warchant Postgame Show. Yes, sir, he says. He's fired up. Jay, I think you're going to talk about quarterbacks. I'm not so sure, but let's see what you want to talk about. Go ahead, Jay.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys. So I think kind of the re-emerging theme with Rodemaker every year has been, he looks great in the offseason, and then you put him in the game and he freezes. So do you think we've kind of seen the last of him getting game time play after kind of what we saw? And then besides that, what was the most concerning position play that you saw tonight?
All right.
Yeah, Jay, I think that's $1 million question. Like I mentioned earlier in the show, and if you saw it, what concerned me more than the bad throw that was almost a pick six was the body language was just awful from Tate. And my opinion is if you're in a game like this, when the game is over and you're playing a weak opponent and you're that nervous, you got happy feet, you're bumbling snaps, you're making bad passes, you've got bad footwork. What's going to happen when you need to come in a game that really matters at a time? I think Mike Norvell needs to seriously reevaluate the quarterback position and maybe accelerate A.J. Duffy. And I hate to put on a few series on one thing, but that was so awful. It looks like the same Tate Rodemaker we saw a year ago. It doesn't look like anything, which is completely a 180 from what we saw in practice. He did not look like that at all in practice. But maybe there's some people that just can't translate it to under the lights in a real game. They just can't do it.
Yeah, I totally agree, Gene, because we're not talking about a mirage. What benefit would there be for the media to talk about Tate Rodemaker's improvement?
No, we're not. We weren't pumping him up artificially. He really did look really good in practice.
We would be intentionally killing our credibility to troll you. I don't know what the reasoning would be, but it's not the last we've seen of Tate Rodemaker, Jay.
Okay.
If you wanted to be the last we've seen of him, I think you're going to be disappointed. I want to see more from Tate Rodemaker. A lot of you are going to comment right now, you're a moron, but listen, I'm not done with him yet. I am more concerned than I have ever been, though, with Tate. Because if you show all of that growth and this is how you pay it off against Duquesne, I don't feel so hot about that. Gene, we've got a couple of callers right now in the queue, and we also have Mike Norvell's post-game press conference. Where would you like to go? I'll let you drive.
Let's get the callers in, and then we'll close the phone lines. Let's get them in instead of having them wait around. And just real quick before we get to those. So I don't know about breaking out the cognac. My father-in-law did give me some Buffalo Trace, so I might have to get some of that. I don't know. We may pick a game. And now I talked to Corey today. He says he's going to do something special in New Orleans for the rap, which you guys on warchant.com should be up soon, the Warchant rap with Corey and Ira. So make sure to check out that feature because it's always fun to hear those guys break down the game afterwards. I got to think, I'm thinking one of these games, pick the game. It's got to be a good game. Florida State wins. I think I'll do a beer funnel. If we're on here, I think that I might throw it. I can drink the cognac, but that won't be as much fun, right? I think we do. I mean, if you'll do one with me, can we do a simultaneous funnel?
Oh
if we
my!
beat a team,
I'm
Tom, are you up for that?
Funneling. Okay, so I'm
You're
terrible.
a young buck. You should be able to do that. Come on.
I know. Well, in my era,
how about a shotgun? We'll do a shotgun.
That was my era. Was the shotgun?
All
so
right,
I
we'll
will,
do the shot. We'll do a shotgun. How about
I will
that? How
put-
about Matthew? I'm not gonna. I could drink whiskey, but whatever. That's fine. But we'll do a shotgun. How about that?
I will take a couple of beach towels and put them here in my office so that there's no
Yes.
spillage on the wood floors.
So LSU, are we calling that right now? Are we calling that shotgun for LSU win?
I'll have a natty can ready in the fridge.
All right,
just in
there we go.
case.
You got that. So we're on the record.
Just
Shotgun, LSU win. Tom and
I think
right here, post-game show.
Aslan alluded to it. I don't know if he was kidding or not, and I hope he's telling the truth. He said that it's his hope that Corey will dump gumbo on himself if Florida State beats LSU.
I'm hoping for the pick on Breckman Murphy had us going to the Duke's Mayo Bowl, and I'm thinking is Corey's going to just slather mayo all over himself?
I would vomit. I would vomit. Oh my God, no mayo in this house. Oh, that's terrible. But if Corey did it, it'd be funny. So,
Yes.
yeah.
As long as he doesn't, I'm far away from him. Go for it.
So we've got 3 callers in the queue. The lines are closed after that. So there's an 850. There is Zach in Thomasville. Jason, we're going to go to you next. Just hang on 1 second. Those 3 of you that are in the queue, good. The phone lines are closed after that. So let's take down the phone number.
What is the FAMU score? I got that going. Apparently they're fighting. They're playing.
Are they? Good.
UNC pretty well. Does anybody get in our chat? What's the score? And they're not showing the score. I got the game up on the side, but I don't see it. Anybody got the score for me there?
Let's see.
Oh, it's 35-24 UNC, but
That's
FAMU
still
putting up
job,
24
man.
points on them. That's something, man.
Good
Thank
job.
you.
They just scored a touchdown. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you, Johnny Buckets. That's
Good
that's
job.
something. They're competing. Good for them.
After that news yesterday too, I love to see that. Love to see the fight. You know, I don't know about all those situations, and I'm not going to try and comment on that right now, except for fam, complete the comeback. Go win it. You got enough.
Go fam.
Strike and strike again. Jason in North Carolina. All right. He wants to talk special teams. Jason, welcome to the program. What do you want to talk about? Go ahead.
I know beating a dead horse. I know it's beating a dead horse, but I mean, what do you think is the solution? What would you do if you were the coach for the special teams? And specifically the punt returns and the kick returns. I know we just got that dude, that Ivy League smart dude from Columbia. And, you know, I think a lot of what's going on is between the ears. It's not talent. It's not talent. It's something between the ears that's going on. I mean, that's my thought, but I haven't seen this guy. You guys seen this kid in practice. So I just wonder what you think you would do.
Well, I mean, for me, first of all, Gene McCall was the problem tonight with the first return. I thought the first return was timid. The second one was just, I would fair catch it more, Jason. There's my solution on the kick return.
I'm still holding out hope on punt returns. I still think you might be okay there. It was a little weird, couple of punts there, but I think you might be okay there. To me, the red flag was the kick returns. That was scary. And I agree with Tom. If you don't have some immediate solution that pops up on film, okay, we did this or we can move this, we'll be okay. Against LSU, I'm taking a knee. I'm starting at the 25. I'm not going to screw up and start on my 9-yard line against LSU. And you just can't do that. So maybe you wait and then you got the bye week. You could work it out, but I don't think now's the time for that. I think I'm still think they're going to be okay at punt returns. Part of the thing is we get to see practice, but still they don't go live on kick returns. They don't do that. There's too much of a chance for injury, so they don't do that. So this is our first real chance to do it. Obviously, it was a colossal failure, the first live attempt. So my thinking is take the knee, start on 25, take the bye week, try to work out the kinks, and then maybe give it a shot again against who they have, Louisville the next game.
Yeah, I agree. I know that's not a great answer, Jason, because you want something more in depth.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is the second year in a row, and there was a moment I was looking at some stats, and I caught Mike Norvell on the sideline yelling at somebody. Looked like he was mad at either a player or assistant. And I commented about it, and D-Rob was watching closely. Says, no, he's mad at the special teams coach. I was like, oh, God. here we go again.
It's
Look,
not like you can't say spend more time on it. I can't believe between
Oh,
spring and how much time they spend on special teams. It's amazing to me.
Yeah.
You can spend that much time on that segment. It's just not any. It looked awful again.
Yep, it did. And look, Papuchis should not be fired because
No.
he's a good defensive ends coach and he's a good recruiter. And if this continues for another few games, though,
Then
with
you
kick
change the
returns,
special teams coach.
it's that simple. It's that
Yeah.
simple. You don't let him go. It's a big difference. It's not his only job. He's good at his other ones. And I'm not ready yet. But Gene, you remember me last year. I won't be afraid to say, "Good God, have somebody else run special."
And what's crazy is Mike Norvell has always had great special teams. This is like just out of the blue. Like last year, I thought my thinking was it was a complete aberration. It's not going to repeat itself, and maybe it won't. Maybe it was something weird first game. Who knows? But it's really odd that you can be that good at one segment for so long, and then suddenly.
We've got 2 callers remaining. Dan and Zach will get to you in just a moment. But Wesley, thank you for the contribution to the program and to Warchant TV. It's because of contributions like this, folks who are watching the show, that we're able to do more wrinkles to what we do at Warchant TV, like the Warchant Watch Along and the trips that we're going to take, like going to Louisiana next week, to go to New Orleans. These things happen because of generosity in moments like this. So, Wesley, thank you very much, and thank you to everybody else. Since you guys watch practice, do you think Mike Norvell held back on the passing offense, was expecting more downfield? Well, we're not going to get ourselves in trouble with that, first of all. Don't want our credentials revoked. But, Wesley, I can assure you that the run-pass ratio, all things being equal, I don't think they want to run the ball that much. Jordan only threw the ball 15 times. And a lot of it was around the line of scrimmage. This was going to be a vanilla game. It always was going to be a vanilla game. You might throw a wrinkle or two out there that LSU needs to prepare for in practice this week, but you don't want to show all the tricks. And they've got tricks in more ways than I can explain. It has nothing to do necessarily with downfield passing, and even then it might. But that's what's going on here. Duquesne demanded a vanilla game plan. That's exactly what they got.
Yeah, there was no reason to open up the passing game against them. So I agree. And plus the fact that go look at those stats, if you want to put those up again, Tom. I mean, look at those rushing numbers. What's the point in airing it out when you rush for 406 yards? Your running backs like Trayshawn runs for 9.1 yards per carry. Trey Benson 9.5. Toafili 7.8 per carry. I mean, you are gashing them the entire game. There was just no reason to open up the passing game. Why do that and give LSU something to see? We can just run it down their throats.
A question from Dan in Tallahassee that evokes memories of 11. Mike Martin. Why do I say that? Well, let's ask Dan himself. Dan, welcome to the program, the Warchant Postgame Show, presented by Zaxby's. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Longtime Warchant subscriber, 2004. Appreciate the $1 sign-up fee. My question is, you guys watch practice, obviously, more than the rest of us fans. One of the most disappointing games for me last year was the Gator game, where we seemed to completely lose our poise. Against LSU, a much tougher opponent, when the bullet starts flying and we're facing real adversity, how confident are y'all that we're going to be able to overcome that this year as opposed to, years past?
Good question, Dan, and I hope those baseball fans out there understood the key word is poise when you're talking about 11. I will start with a positive. Gene, I'm not sure your take, but they went 0-4 last year, and they fought back and won, and were competitive in the rest of their games. They won 5 of them. They blew a big lead to Miami at home, and they battled back and won the football game, converted on a 4th and 14. If you don't have poise and heart, you don't pull that off. So I think there's heart in them. But I would say it was alarming, Dan, that they would allow an interim coach to fire up a rival club, and they got to him pregame. It worked. It worked. They did lose their composure in that moment. I think they will be tried again. Think about it. They were tried in both games now. Miami went out to the 50 before the 4th quarter in the rivalry game last year, and that was during the game. Florida before the kickoff. They'll be tried again before the season is over, but they've responded to a lot of adversity with poise multiple times. What do you think, Gene?
Yeah, I think, Tom, you nailed it there, because there's several times when their backs was against the wall, and they did show poise. They showed composure. Now, so I'd like to think that Florida game is an aberration. You're going against a rival. That was a game to get you in a bowl game. You're down in Gainesville, and you're right. They got chippy, all the crap they pulled in that game. Typical Gators. But it worked. I mean, to their credit, that worked. It got under their skin, and they didn't handle it well. But all the other times when they've been in that situation, they handle it well. They've had a whole nother off season to bond, be together, to learn the system. They're more confident what they're doing. There's better leadership across the board. I don't, especially against LSU. Look, it's an SEC, but at the end of the day, it's not a rival. I think had that not been the Florida Gators, if they were playing LSU, I don't think they would have had the same response, because it's a rival. These are the guys that a lot of them grew up with. It's a different dynamic when you're, instead of going to New Orleans playing LSU. So I don't see that being an issue there. I mean, it's a good point, because, yeah, as Tom pointed out, it did affect them in that game. I don't see that being a problem going forward.
Our final caller on the Warchant Postgame Show presented by Zaxby's is Zach. We're going back to Thomasville. Zach, welcome to the program. What do you want to talk about tonight, good sir?
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. And I will tell y'all, I appreciate it. I think it was you that said that was the official business of Warchant.com. I think that was.
Oh, Z-Chan. What's up? Okay, yeah, go ahead. What you got?
Awesome. So 2 things. One, I was really, really impressed with the lack of procedural penalties tonight. We were at the game. It was just, you could just tell they were a lot more organized, and y'all talked about that quite a bit. But that was just one thing. I was really impressed by that. The second thing, and I was not really, I was a little surprised with the lack of explosive plays. And, you know, y'all kind of talked about that, about how vanilla the playbook was for this game. But that was one thing that kind of struck me, was the lack of really extensive, explosive plays. So if y'all just want to talk about that, as always, I appreciate the content, guys. We look forward to seeing y'all next week in New Orleans.
Thank you,
Zach. Go Noles.
Hey, go
Thank
Noles.
you, Zach.
We appreciate
that.
that.
Sounds like you got somebody who needs your attention back there. Somebody's
and
the baby's not too happy.
Be sure to tell the young one there, Z-Chan, that the kick returns eventually will get
Yes.
better. I know why they're crying. I know why they're crying. They will get better. Gene, honestly, Z-Chan, the official dentist of Warchant TV, I would say that I thought there were enough explosive plays. They didn't throw the ball a whole lot, only 15
Yeah, how many
times.
times did they throw the ball down the field? I mean,
Right. Yeah, not many, but they hit on him. Johnny was a big play. You had the low snap from Schrader that Jordan kept his composure, threw it down the field, got us in scoring range. Was that Kentron who caught that ball? I forget. But
yeah,
another explosive play. And then you can have explosive plays in the running game too. Trayshawn had a few. Benson had a few. It's just that the game was not called to take downfield shots. So if you're saying there weren't a ton of downfield shots, I agree. But there were enough explosives there. You know, I think the definition, Gene, is what in analytics, like 15+ yards or something along those lines. So
but at the end of the day, I mean, look at this. So Benson had a 43-yard touchdown.
Yes.
Kentron, his play was 48 yards. Johnny Wilson's was 51 yards. I mean, you did have some big plays in there, but you didn't take to your point, you didn't take many shots downfield. But why would you? What in this game? When you've got LSU who's looking at every single play, why take those shots downfield? Make LSU not know what you're going to do and not do that. So, and there were explosive plays. I have absolutely no issue with that one.
We are going to come back after a short break, play Mike Norvell's press conference for you. We'll see if we can get one of our staff members who are working hard for Warchant.com to join us from the press box. If not, Mike's going to answer, I'm sure, or not answer.
I'm very curious to see. I hope somebody asks him about the center position, like who is going to play center next week.
Yeah, that Dylan Gibbons was the first man up is very interesting. Dimitri Emanuel moved to left guard. That'll be fun to break down this week. Before we go to break, once more from our sponsor of Warchant GameDay. You see that right there. Zaxby's is a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. They are here in Tallahassee, and they support the program. Support Noles, who support the Noles. That's what you can do when you come to Tallahassee and support any of the area Tallahassee Zaxby's. Pregame, postgame, or no game at all, anytime is the right time for Zaxby's platters. Just as long as you're hungry. So we hope next time you come up to Tallahassee for the game day, you stop by Zaxby's to cater your tailgate. We'll be right back on the Warchant Postgame Show after these messages, and then you'll hear from Mike Norvell.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich It's taking over, and it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some. Here's how to get started. Head over to warchant.com or on3.com. From the team's drop-down menu at the top of the screen or the upper left corner if you're on mobile, select teams, scroll down to Florida State, and then select Warchant. There, you'll see the limited offer for 1 year for $1. Tap or click, choose Florida State from the drop-down, annual or monthly, enter your billing info, and hit subscribe. That's it. $1 for a year of Warchant.com, the ultimate deal for the ultimate fan from the Ultimate Seminole Sports Source. Warchant.com.
Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate comes with 12 dippable, dunkable, do it any way you wantable sauces, and a plate of our hand-breaded fingers. Oh, and don't forget the napkins. Famous fried chicken, endless sauceabilities, only at Zaxby's.
But just to start off, really proud of our football team. Come out, a lot of work's gone into the off season and just into preparation for this first game. And we got a lot of new faces. Got a lot of returners, but a lot of new faces that have come in and had their first opportunity to go out and compete there at Doak Campbell Stadium. I'll first want to say that our student section, right, the marching chiefs, wow. That was impressive, and the student section was sold out. The Marching Chiefs, just our crowd in general, just grateful for our fan support to be able to see this team. This was the first glimpse of the 2022 Florida State football team, and I'm proud of our players. It definitely wasn't a perfect game. A lot of things that we're going to be able to learn from. So a lot of guys played, got opportunities. There were some good, some bad things that we're going to have to continue to grow upon. But the experience and the approach is what I'm really pleased about. It was a tough and physical camp. I thought we showed as a fast and physical football team. I think it was first time in school history we've had 300-yard rushers in a game. That's impressive, and that goes not just to the running backs, but to the O-line, to the tight ends, receivers, everybody doing their part. But I was really pleased, with the way that our guys showed up. Jordan, played a half and a series. I thought he threw the ball really well, made great decisions, pushed the ball down the field. It was a very clean game for him, and we're able to get some opportunities for other guys, and things that we're all going to be able to learn from. And but I thought all in all it was a good game one.
My first question will be Ira, over to your right.
You mentioned the blocking was good, but also the backs. It seemed like they broke a lot of tackles. They made a lot of guys miss, and all four of them, I guess, did. Just have you been seeing that all camp?
We have, and I think we've got a great running back room, and those guys are very competitive, but they're very supportive in how they work, and we want to be a football team that we move forward on contact, and I thought those guys showed it. They were able to break some tackles. They've done that throughout fall camp and in scrimmages and live situation. It was good to see it show up. Still some things that we're going to continue to be able to get better at, and just cleaning up some communication. We have had a couple missed assignments that forced them to have to make people miss a little sooner than what we want. But I thought it was a really good mindset and approach by our running backs, and I was proud to see all of them. Rodney Hill coming in his first game, and he had a couple highlights that showed up, and I was proud of him and the way that he approached, because I think he's got a chance to have a great future as well.
All right, next will be Chris Nee in the middle.
You guys used a lot of offensive line combinations. How did you think the guys did at handling just kind of quick change and different pairings?
Yeah, some of that was design. Some of it was having to adjust. And, I thought they did a good job. We had to play. I'm not even sure how many linemen we played tonight. And it started pretty early. But that's part of this game, and guys have to be ready at the drop of a hat to go. And, whether it's playing a different position, the different combinations, the way that we communicate. Alex, I think, does a wonderful job in how he prepares guys. And we'll be able to come and watch the film, make those corrections, and then just continue to push to find that best five as we're moving forward. Because we know that with each week, there are great challenges ahead, and our offensive line has got to be a strength for us as we're moving forward. And I thought that tonight there were some really good things that showed up, and obviously some things that we're gonna have to clean up.
We're gonna go to Matt Marshall over to your left.
Yeah, Mike, how does a game like this kind of prepare you guys going into next week when you have to get ready for an LSU team in New Orleans?
Yeah, I mean, it's still anytime you get experience, I think it helps. And this was the first time that this team got a chance to take the field together. And you're always going to have new faces. There's a lot of true freshmen that played, transfers, returning players that came out and played, better than they played. And that's a good thing to see. And so we'll take the experience that we had tonight, and we've got to build upon it. We get, an extra day, leading up to Sunday night kick versus LSU. And so we need every one of those moments from film watching to on the field practice to prepare and improve so that we are our best come next Sunday night. Cause that's still always going to be the standard. It's not about, who we're playing. It's about us. It's about that constant growth. And, when we get an opportunity to go out there and execute, we got to go play at a high level. And, it's going to be a great challenge. It's going to be a great opportunity, being a national showcase game. Probably won't need a whole lot of motivational speeches next week, but the focus is on us. It has to be on our growth. And, that's where I thought our guys did a nice job, especially with week one. And, you have a game like that, behind you. And that's what everybody wants to talk about, is what, media wants to talk about is that the LSU game. Well, tonight mattered. What we did, the way our guys played. I mean, it was important because it's still about us. And, I appreciate the work and the focus that our guys had on this plan, and, the opportunity that, we got, in front of our home crowd.
We'll stay over on the left and go to Brendan, one more.
How big was – is this working?
I can hear you.
Okay. How big was it to have so many players get reps, second team, third team, this early in the season to get that kind of experience to build on moving forward?
I mean, it's great. You have practice, and, some of the guys that, prepared and worked all through fall camp, and some guys that were down on look squad or scout team that still got an opportunity to get in the game, and they learn the lesson, and you get to see exactly where you are and some areas that you need to improve. And, some guys showed up, and really provided a spark that might've been working with that second group or third group that, you took notice of. And so that they will earn, more opportunities, and they've got to show that consistency as we continue to grow throughout the course of the season. Because you guys know, what your team looks like game one is always going to be drastically different to what it is towards the end of the year. And that's because guys develop, guys maximize, those chances that they get. And, I thought it was great being able to do it this first week.
We'll come back to the right to Corey.
Yeah, I was wondering how big you thought it was for Johnny to make a play like that early on in his career at FSU. If there was an update on him physically, and also maybe Duke Cooper, an update on him, and if you expect him to be back soon.
Yeah, Johnny's had a great fall camp, and it was good to see that carry over. And he made a big play on a vertical post. Came up a little ginger, and he got out there and kind of moved around. We'll see where that goes as we get to tomorrow. Duke, unfortunately was unavailable tonight, but I like how he's progressed here towards the back part of the week, and looking forward to hopefully have him back in full effect here at the start of the week.
We'll go to Carter, middle to your left.
Hi, Mike. How would you assess how your?
I can hear you.
Okay. How would you assess how your cornerbacks played without Duke Cooper?
How are the cornerbacks played? Is that what you said? Yeah, I said I could hear you, but then I thought they did good. I thought there was, we had the one, the one foolish penalty, and I appreciate, the young man coming. He knew him immediately, owned it, but we just got to get that corrected. But, I thought they were competitive to the ball. I thought we had some PBUs, being able to mix, different personnel groups. I mean, we played, 5 DBs, 6 DBs at times. It was good to see the way that, they competed. It was good to see, Ari Thomas get in, Sam McCall, Greedy Vance, a newcomer into the program. But, those guys, they definitely challenged. I've really been pleased with Renardo Green, throughout this fall camp. And, he's just getting better every single day. And, Jarian Jones has had a good fall camp. And, like I said, there was the mistake early, but you really, really responded. And, I'm proud of how those guys played. I mean, they shut down the passing game, and, I thought they did a great job.
Next will be Allison right here in front of you.
Right in front, Coach. Just a long time since this program has had a season opening win. I mean, 2016. How do you build from this, and how much of a confidence boost is it for these guys since it hasn't been done in a while?
Yeah, it really, what's been done in the past didn't affect anything for today. It was about us, and it was about this team. And I appreciate how they prepared. It was just about going out there and being able to grow together, and that was something that I think is important for this team. They've invested a lot. There's been a lot of challenges, over the last few years, and ultimately all we can control is what we're willing to put into each day. And like, I love seeing the physicality. That's something that I wanted to see, and I thought you felt it on both sides of the ball. There were some big hits out there. I loved our coverage units were awesome. We still got we had some missed opportunities there on our return units, and those are things that we're going to continue to challenge and work on. But you felt our team fly around, and I like that mentality. And for us, it's just about continuing to push to get better. But we're excited about being 1-0 and taking care of the business that was on hand tonight.
We'll go back to Ira, far right.
To have the 90-minute delay and then come out and score on your first 6 drives, including one after halftime, does that just speak to the focus?
Yeah, and one of the words that I had for the team today was respond. You guys that are around this program, you hear me say that a lot, and it doesn't matter what happens. We have no control over the weather. I was hopeful that we would get be able to have a smooth transition, but then when the lightning delay and you back it up 90 minutes, we have a plan in place for it. The guys executed a plan. For all departments, our nutritionists, to our strength staff, how we stretch guys and did things throughout, because it's still regardless of the event that occurs, you still have to be prepared when they put the ball down. And I thought our guys did a remarkable job for that. Once again, that's where I want to commend our students. That was awesome. I mean, you're a 90 minute delay, and we came out and that end zone was rocking. And I appreciate that atmosphere and what they did. But our players, they handled it the way that I wanted them to handle it. And I thought even throughout the game, it's always about that response. And it's one of the things we got to continue to push.
All right, Gene. So that was Mike Norvell commenting on the post game. And what's interesting to me there is he said that Duke Cooper should be a full early in the week. I think that's the headline. Was that the headline for you?
Yeah, exactly. I was listening keenly to those injury things, which you get very little out of Mike Norvell usually, but that was the one thing, the fact that it almost sounds like it was a precautionary thing in this game for Duke Cooper. The fact that he might be back in practice is the next day. It's like he probably could have played, so he probably didn't. Pretty much Johnny Wilson, he just said, we'll wait and see how he responds, but it's probably about what we said. I was disappointed. Nothing was brought up about the center position. To me, that's the most important thing of all of this is what is happening there. How serious is Darius? I mean, was it a little twinge or something? Or just took him out as a precaution? Is it serious? Because he's going to miss game time. We don't know. So that to me was left out there, but it was very encouraging what we heard about Duke Cooper. So they should be pretty much full strength, it sounds like, in the secondary. Going to LSU, which is a very good sign. Now, I will say one thing. I did a little research during the break there to check on the attendance, and I do have Stat Broadcast did have the official attendance. It was a little less than I expected. 51,207 was the official attendance. 51,207. I thought they get close to 60, but again, it's Duquesne. It's hot. You had rain.
Yeah,
so I kind of understand. It's not bad. I was hoping a little better.
Well, you wonder how many people would have showed up at the gate or walked up to go to the game if it wasn't for the lightning delay. How many people got to College Town and said, you know what, Hotel Indigo is amazing. I love the 7th floor here, and I'm just going to
Or they're tailgating in a tent somewhere and just said, we got a TV here. We're just going to hang out.
Yeah, exactly. Alan Miller, thank you for your contribution. You will be the final one unless somebody gets in under the buzzer to contribute to the program. He looks forward to hearing Corey and Ira's insights. Well, I can tell you that as they're fast at work right now for the work that you're going to see on warchant.com, which you can subscribe to for just $1 for a year. Rush there right now. You're going to enjoy Corey's column. They're always entertaining. You'll enjoy Ira's 3-2-1s. They're always insightful. Those are coming up in the next day. We've got PFF grades and so much more.
I'll be at that first thing in the morning, people. Just so I'm going to pimp that out. So that's the first thing. I get up early in the morning. Usually Pro Football Focus is very good about getting those out pretty early. So they must have their cavalcade of people working all night, cranking those things out. So I get up crack of dawn tomorrow, and I will be running those. And I'm curious on a couple things. How good were those running backs grayed out?
Yep.
Because they look like they were dynamite in that thing. And how bad is Tate Rodemaker's grade going to be? Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's going to be scary on that one. So it's kind of fun to get that. So I will have that for you first thing in the morning. And Warchant TV, that right here, if you're not subscribed, hit down below, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. So you get all these great content that we have right here on Warchant TV. And then you'll get to see, it should be up very soon, is the Warchant wrap with Ira and Corey from Doe Campbell, giving their full wrap up of the game, of the win against Duquesne. And so that's it by itself. That's worth it. So subscribe to Warchant TV. You get all the content. And that doesn't even cost you $1. Warchant, if you want to splurge, spend that $1. We love it. But this is free. If you don't want to spend that $1, at least you can do Warchant TV for free.
You can subscribe to our channel and our site combined for $1.
$1.
It's amazing. It's amazing what a time we live in. And again, that's where their thoughts are. Typically, we will have them on the Warchant Postgame Show. But just full disclosure, again, the way that Postgame is happening this year is different than it's been the last few years. So the Warchant wrap will have Corey and Ira's thoughts. We look forward to hearing from them. Tomorrow night, and I'll put up the banner, tomorrow night at 7 o'clock on Warchant TV, right here on this channel, Sunday Smash. Enjoy the thoughts and stylings. Jeff Cameron will be driving tomorrow's show. I believe Ira Schofel will be. So it's the OGs of the Sunday Smash, holding it down to react to a 1-0 Florida State football team for the first time since 2016. That show will be here on Warchant TV tomorrow night at 7 p.m. For everybody who contributed today to Warchant,
thank you so much.
Pregame show, the watch along with D-Rob, the postgame show, and I don't just mean monetarily. The folks that you're in the chat, you're in there for hours with us. We can't thank you enough. It's your passion. That's the reason we exist. So we thank you so much for contributing in that way. To all the people that called tonight, thank you very much. I got to shout out Kyle Henderson, who made things, and he's a friend from the industry who made things a little smoother on my end for the phone call system tonight. Thank you, Kyle. Old Terry, we're back again, baby. Thank you for screening for us tonight. Really, really appreciate it. And I got to.
Terry and we got it going down tomorrow. We got the fantasy football draft with Terry. It's our big league draft. I am now the defending champion, so I get to talk some crap tomorrow to these guys after some beers. That'll be fun.
Yeah, pace yourself tonight if you got your fantasy football.
Yes, I'm going to try, and I got to get up early and do the PFF grades. So, but it's always fun to do those after a win.
It is, and one other thing too. It's fun now because it's a new tradition for the Warchant watch along. Aslan had a blast. I had a blast. D-Rob was great and insightful. And since this is one video, we've got to mention that Aslan and D-Rob phenomenal tonight. Aslan helping get everything off the ground this week for all the stuff that we do behind the scenes. Thank you to everybody who contributed. Gene was awesome again, and we're back again. First of 12, maybe 13, hopefully 13 this year for Florida State postgame shows.
The next time you and I are together, it's going to be late night next Sunday night. You'll be in the Bayou. I'm probably not making that trip, but I'll probably be right here in the comfort of the studio. But it's going to be one way or the other. It's going to be a blast, and I'm sure it'll be a very passionate show.
It should be. It should be extremely passionate, hopefully for the right reasons. And we'll find out next week on Warchant Game Day, presented by Zaxby's. Thank you so much to the sponsor for making this whole thing happen and making it smooth. Thank you to Danny and the crew at Zaxby's. For Gene Williams, my name is Tom Lang. This is Warchant TV, and we are 1-0 for the first time since 2016. Cheers, and good night, everybody.